Chapter 2098. Yes, this junior understands. Senior Zhao's compassion truly makes this junior admire you. Yun Qingfeng took the storage pouch and left. As for how they would report to Misty Cloud Sect's sect master when they return, that was not Xiaohua's concern. Junior and the others will not stay any longer. Su Hong and Zhong Yejing also bowed and said. Unexpectedly, Xiaohua waved his hand and said, "Fellow Taoist Su, please wait a moment. I heard from fellow Taoist Zhong that you have a small piece of Qianmo secret stone?" Su Hong nodded and clapped his hand, taking out a fingernail-sized Qianmo secret stone and handed it over. He smiled apologetically and said, "This junior only has this small piece. If senior needs it, please take it." Zhong Yejing at the side was speechless. She was careful, said endless good words and even accompanied Su Hong to help out, just to exchange this Qianmo secret stone with him. But Xiaohua's one sentence and Su Hong immediately gave it to him. This made her feel very uncomfortable. Xiaohua took it and clapped his hand again, taking out many spirit stones and handing them to Su Hong. He smiled and said, "How can I take fellow Taoist things for free? Are these spirit stones enough?" Su Hong's divine sense swept over, his face already showing joy. Nowadays, spirit stones in Dan Rain continent were gradually becoming scarce. Xiaohua's spirit stones were more than enough. Su Hong took the spirit stones, cupped his hands and flew up. At this time Xiaohua spoke again, "Fellow Taoist Zhong, please wait a moment. This Xiao has something to ask." "Senior Xiao, please speak." Zhong Yejing was a bit surprised. She definitely had nothing to do with today's matter, she really could not think of what Xiaohua wanted to ask her. But after Xiaohua transmitted a few words, Zhong Yejing's face showed a serious expression, then a burst of ecstasy, nodding vigorously. "And since that's the case, fellow Taoist Zhong, please stay. This Xiao will discuss this matter with fellow Taoist Zhong later." Xiaohua said without any doubt. "Yes, junior understands." Zhong Yejing smiled and said to Su Hong, "Fellow Taoist Su, please go first." "Okay," Su Hong nodded, not daring to ask anything and flew away. "Let's go, we will go to the guest hall to see the recent situation of Heavenly Talisman sect." Xiaohua smiled and said, "Please lead the way." "Yes, Senior Xiao, Senior Qiu, this way please." His face was full of joy. The grudges between Qiu Mingwei and the Fu family of Jinhua had come to an end today. With the support of his old friend Xiaohua, it was impossible for his Heavenly Talisman school not to prosper. The Heavenly Talisman sect's guest hall was actually very simple and crude. It was a hall that was made after the cave was tidied up. However, Xiaohua didn't mind at all. He looked around with interest then smiled again. "Sect Master Fu, your welcoming hall isn't small, but there aren't enough chairs inside. You're not qualified to be a sect master." "Hee, Senior Xiao is right." With a big smile on his face, Song Ying called out to Fu Zhu and Fu Puppet to prepare tea and other things. He said, "Junior Heavenly Talisman sect is just a cover. Junior Heavenly Talisman sect is only a small success in Qi refining. Everyone else is at the 11th layer of Qi refining. The only disciples we have are either children or low-level cultivators with poor aptitudes." This junior had never thought that so many seniors would return at once. Today's grand occasion is something that this junior has dreamt of even in his dreams. This junior has prepared for 50 years before it can appear. Senior Zhao's arrival has made this junior's dream come true. This junior is truly grateful. Xiaohua waved his hand and said, "You don't need to trouble yourself. We'll just sit on the floor." "It's no trouble, no trouble," Song Ying said anxiously. Fu Feng looked at Lu Yun and also said anxiously, "There's no need, Senior Xiao. We'll send the Fu clan's disciples out to have a good chat with the Heavenly Talisman sect's disciples. We'll just talk. And this junior will also go out." Lu Yun smiled and waved her hand. Fu Shan and the other disciples followed her out of the welcoming hall. "Senior Xiao, please take a seat." Song Ying arranged the seats and respectfully invited Xiaohua to take a seat. Xiaohua looked around. Song Ying actually only placed one jade chair in the center. The other chairs were placed on both sides of the chair. The flattery in his eyes was self-evident. "And," Xiaohua nodded and said to Qiu Mingwei with a smile, "It would be impolite of me to refuse." "Of course. Fellow Taoist Xiao, please." Qiu Mingwei's face was a bit embarrassed. He was at the late stage of foundation establishment, and his cultivation was the highest among them. Xiaohua was only at the early stage of foundation establishment. However, Qiu Mingwei still understood that Xiaohua's appearance was somewhat discounted. Xiaohua took a seat first. Qiu Mingwei, Liao Xianlan, Zhong Yejing and Fu Feng took the guest seats. Song Ying, Fu Zhu and Fu Ai sat on the left side of the main seat. Shui Shui was very curious and kept staring at Fu Zhu and Fu Ai. Xiao Hua drank a mouthful of spirit tea and said with a smile, "I'm quite familiar with the grudges between the two generations of the Fu clan. I was also involved in it a few decades ago. Elder Fu has already made a heart oath and explained it on behalf of Fu Yunbua. I won't say anything more. I only want to say one thing. It's up to you whether you want to listen or not. Senior Xiao, please enlighten us." Song Ying and Fu Feng hurriedly stood up and bowed. Both sides are from the Fu clan. No matter if it's Shi or Meng, the bloodline is the same. Xiao Hua said after pondering for a while. If both sides fight, both sides will suffer. Actually, it's not that you haven't thought about it, but because of the hatred in your heart, you feel that the other side won't forgive you. That's why you're in a stalemate. Just now this Xiao clearly saw that Elder Fu is very fond of Fu Zhu and Fu Ma. In the future, the direct disciples of Talisman Gate will also be the children of these two people. Elder Fu may not necessarily not cherish them. Therefore, this Xiao hopes that your two families will take a few steps back and consider this matter carefully. Song Ying glanced at Fu Feng and didn't say anything. After all, he was the weaker side. Junior will definitely pass on your words to the clan head. Fu Feng said with a smile, Junior is only an elder after all. I can't promise Senior anything. And this is just a small thought of mine. Xiao Hua waved his hand. Then he looked at Liao Xianlan and said, Fellow Taoist Liao, I'm also clear about your grudges. It seems to be in the Fu clan of Jinhua Mountain, right? Yes. Liao Xianlan bit her lips and replied like a mosquito. I don't dare to talk about who is right and who is wrong. I'm sure fellow Taoist Chiu won't not talk about it with you. Xiao Hua nodded and said, I just think that since you want to take revenge, you should clearly distinguish between gratitude and grudges. Don't drag unrelated people into this. Moreover, I won't hide it from you fellow Taoists. What I hate the most is using grudges as a cover to do things that harm others for their own benefit. It's against reason and nature. Liao Xuanlan's face flushed red. She lowered her head deeply and didn't dare to say a word. Fellow Taoist Liao, you and I can be considered old friends. On Jinhua Mountain we also look after each other. I won't say anything more today, and I don't want to pursue this matter anymore. Fellow Taoist is also a foundation establishment cultivator. The road to heaven is in front of fellow Taoist. I hope fellow Taoist Liao can take care of yourself. Xiao Hua said with a gloomy and cold tone. Yes, Junior understands. For some reason, Liao Xuanlan's face turned pale. She murmured, even if Junior wants to improve her cultivation in the future, it will be extremely difficult. That's why Junior has evil thoughts. I want to obtain Fu Clan Head's yellow talisman technique. Xiao Hua stared blankly. He glanced at Liao Xianlan and then looked at Chiu Mingwei. Cough cough, Chiu Mingwei's face showed a trace of embarrassment. He knew Xiao Hua was going to ask, so he didn't hide it and told him the reason. It turned out that Chiu Mingwei had obtained a secret technique in his early years. It was the widely rumored human cauldron furnace technique of plucking yin to replenish yang. This human cauldron furnace technique was the same as dual cultivation. They both relied on the balance of yin and yang to achieve a breakthrough in cultivation. However, dual cultivation was based on the balance of yin and yang. It was beneficial for both men and women. However, the human cauldron furnace technique was different. The male cultivator was the main cultivator and the female cultivator was the auxiliary cultivator. The female cultivator could certainly benefit, but there were more injuries. Liao Xianlan was in such a situation. That day, Chiu Mingwei met Liao Xianlan and saw that her constitution was different. It was actually compatible with his human cauldron furnace technique. He wanted to make Liao Xianlan his human cauldron. However, the human cauldron furnace technique was also voluntary. Therefore, Liao Xianlan set revenge as her condition. Of course, Chiu Mingwei would not blindly compromise. He only agreed to help her once. After all, he had to deal with a cultivator family. But that day, Liao Xuanlan's revenge was blocked by Xiao Hua. Chiu Mingwei saw that Jinhua Mountain was involved in the grievances of the three sects, so he did not dare to force Fu Yunbua too much. He only brought Liao Xianlan out from Jinhua Mountain. When Chiu Mingwei failed to break through to Foundation Establishment late stage, he had no choice but to copulate with Liao Xianlan. Using Liao Xianlan as his human cauldron, he forcibly broke through to Foundation Establishment late stage. Liao Xianlan also benefited from this and directly entered Foundation Establishment early stage. However, the consequence of this kind of forcible advancement was that Liao Xuanlan's cultivation could only remain at Foundation Establishment early stage for the rest of her life. Oh, so that's how it is. Xiaohua suddenly understood. He secretly said, no wonder Liao Xianlan suddenly entered Foundation establishment. This young master used this to guess these two people. It was impossible to guess correctly. Hee fellow Xiao, this is my secret technique. I ask fellow Xiao to accept it. Consider it a small token of my appreciation. Qiu Mingwei said. He stretched out his hand and took out a jade slip and handed it to Xiaohua. Ah. Xiaohua stared blankly. He didn't have such thoughts. Knowing that Qiu Mingwei had misunderstood, he unconsciously turned his head to look at Xue Xue. Xue Xue was currently looking down and didn't even look at him. Many thanks, fellow Daoist Qiu. Xiaohua's eyes turned slightly and he reached out to receive it. Qiu Mingwei was delighted in his heart when he saw Xiaohua receive the jade slip, and he stood up and said, since the enmity between my wife and sect Master Fu has been exposed, then I won't stay here any longer. Farewell. Alright then. Xiaohua stood up and returned the greeting. He casually said, actually there's no harm in trying out Gung Mountain's Liao clan's pill refining technique. Even Head Fu was able to establish the Heavenly Talisman sect. Since fellow Daoist Liao has fellow Daoist Qiu's support, what's there to fear? Liao Xuanlan's face lit up with joy. She bowed toward Xiaohua and said, Senior Zhao's shout was like being enlightened. This junior was blindly thinking of inheriting Gung Mountain's Liao family's talisman crafting technique, and neglected my husband's help. In the future this junior will try to refine pills. If I succeed, I still have to thank Senior for his kindness today. Chapter 2099. Haha, no problem, no problem. Xiaohua laughed casually. He was just interested in the Liao family's alchemy technique, but he didn't know if it was complete or not. After Qiu Mingwei and Liao Xianlan left, only Zhong Yejing, an outsider, was left. The others were familiar with each other in Jinhua Mountain. Xiaohua smiled and said, fellow Daoist Zhong, please wait outside for a while. I have something to discuss with Master Fu and the others. I will go with you to the Zhong family immediately. Yes, I understand. Zhong Yejing replied with a smile before walking out of the room. Seeing that there were no outsiders in the guest hall, Xiaohua asked his last doubt, Master Fu, I still have some doubts. Do I have to ask? Senior Xiao, what sect Master Fu? You can just call me Fu. Song De smiled and said, my Heavenly Talisman sect's talisman technique and cultivation method are all from Senior Xiao. Why are you so polite? Ah, Xiaohua shook his head, those are all Master Fu's own. They have nothing to do with me. I have some doubts. Didn't Fu Yumbua say that Master Fu, Fu Zhu and Fu Ho? Oh, so that's it. With a sudden realization, he looked at his two twin wives with a very sweet look in his eyes. He then transmitted a few words to Xiaohua. Xiaohua's face showed a look of realization. He nodded and said with a smile, since you're not directly related by blood, that's the best. This Zhao's wives have been thinking about this all the way, and have often sighed for you. So the confused cultivator in the Black Forest is Senior Xiao? Fu Feng had been suspicious and asked hurriedly. Haha, yes. Xiaohua smiled and said, I met Song Dao in Shi country and heard that he came to Meng country. Since Elder Fu also came, I naturally came too. I know how bad it is to owe someone something. That's because Senior Xiao has a noble character. If it was someone else, he would have taken it himself. Song De smiled apologetically. Well, Elder Fu, since the grudge has been revealed, the disciples of Jinhua Mountain will stay in White Bamboo Mountain for a few more days. Xiaohua smiled and said, now, I have a few words to say to Master Fu. Yes, I'll go out now. Fu Feng said with a smile, I also hope that the Fu clan can flourish and prosper. After everyone had left, Xiaohua's expression turned serious as he said, that's right. Listen carefully. The reason why I supported you earlier was to help you eliminate the enemies in front of you. It can be considered as giving your Heavenly Talisman sect a buffer. This Xiao has never thought of blocking your Heavenly Talisman sect. Although Tsong Cheng was depressed in his heart, he didn't show it on his face. He cupped his hands and said, Junior understands Senior's painstaking efforts. For Senior to take care of Junior like this, Junior is already endlessly grateful. Yes, after all, you and I are fated to meet. Xiaohua nodded. Sect Master Fu has used this Zhao's name to fend off strong enemies in the beginning. However, if Sect Master Fu does anything shameless, this Xiao will definitely not show mercy. Thank you, Senior. An overjoyed expression appeared on Tsongda's face as he said, actually, if Senior Xiao is willing, this Junior's Heavenly Talisman sect can let Senior become the sect master. Aha, there's no need. Xiao Hua flicked his sleeves. Why would he care about a small sect like this? Then he waved his hand and took out a storage pouch. He handed it to Tsongda and said, "This Xiao didn't know that Sect Master Fu had established a sect, so I don't have any gifts. Just take this as a token of my sincerity." Hehe, there's no need. Tsongda politely declined, but he still took the pouch. However, when he opened the storage pouch, he couldn't help but be stunned. He muttered, "Foundation establishment pills, spirit stones, spirit herbs, and some rice?" Tsongda raised his head. His eyes were filled with sincerity as he said, "Senior Xiao, this junior won't speak empty words. These things are too precious to Junior and the Heavenly Talisman sect. Moreover, they are too important. This junior didn't expect Senior to give Junior so many things. This junior really can't express the excitement in my heart right now. Forget it. Since you don't speak empty words, this Xiao won't speak any empty words either." Xiao Hua patted Tsongda's shoulder and said, "You and I are old acquaintances. In the past you also took care of this Xiao. Since this Xiao can help you, why wouldn't I? This Xiao also knows that you have great talent and great ambitions. You want to achieve great things on Xiaoyu continent. Today I've said many times that everything you do must be worthy of your conscience." "Yes, this junior will definitely remember." Tsongda said, "This junior will personally take the seeds in this storage pouch with my wife. This junior will definitely complete Senior's task properly." "Good. This Xiao will take his leave now." Xiao Hua stared at Tsongda. He didn't know what to think. "I hope you can keep your words." "Senior, you're leaving now?" Tsongda said anxiously. "You won't stay for a few more days?" This junior still wants to listen to Senior's teachings. Xiao Hua understood Tsongda's thoughts. He muttered to himself for a moment and said, "Tsongda, it's not that this Xiao doesn't want to help you build your foundation. You also saw that my wife is also at the peak of the 12th layer of qi refining. She also hasn't built her foundation. However, building one's foundation is a fated chance. Everyone is different, so there's nothing special to learn from. And this Xiao's foundation building is also different from others, so there's nothing I can teach you." Tsongda's face was filled with disappointment, but he still had a smile on his face. This junior is already happy that Senior Xiao can think of this. As he said this, Tsongda clapped his hands and took out a worn-out silk cloth. He handed it over to Xiao Hua and said, "Senior Xiao has done so much for this junior really has nothing to repay." This junior also guessed that although Senior's cultivation base is already at the core formation realm, this junior and the others can still sense that Senior's cultivation base is at the foundation establishment realm. I'm afraid this is the reason for this junior's so-called crossing the sea of deception cultivation technique. This is a record of the cultivation technique. It belongs to the senior who raised this junior, Uncle Xiong. This is the senior's legacy. This junior treasures this item very much. However, if this junior doesn't give this item to Senior, this junior will feel apologetic. Is that so? Xiao Hua knew that there were some flaws in this crossing the sea of deception, so he already had the idea to make up for it. After receiving the item, he carefully looked at it and nodded. "I know your intentions. I'll just make a copy of this cultivation technique. I'll leave this item to you. If it's the complete cultivation technique, Senior Xiao can just make a copy. This junior will definitely keep this item." Tsongda waved his hand and said, "But this silk cloth is damaged. If there's something wrong with the copy, I'm afraid it'll be detrimental to Senior's cultivation. Senior should just keep it." Hearing this, Xiao Hua looked at Tsongda's sincere expression and made a decision in his heart. He nodded and said, "Since it's like this Xiao will accept it." Then Xiao Hua put away the silk cloth and walked out of the guest hall. He saw Xue Xue whispering to Fu Zhu and Fu Puppet. They seemed to be very close. Xue Xue heard Xiao Hua coming out and hurriedly went over to greet him. "Let's go," Xiao Hua said with a smile. Everything has been explained. The Heavenly Talisman sect and Jinhua Mountain's Fu clan can be considered to have a good start. In the future, everything will be under Fu clan's control. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Qidian.com to vote for it. Chapter 2100. Yunda and Fu Feng tried their best to urge him to stay, but Xiao Hua only smiled and didn't stop. Now that he had the status of a senior, everyone was respectful in front of him. He was far from being free and unfettered when he was with Xue Xue, so Xiao Hua didn't want to stay here any longer. Zhong Yejing naturally cupped her hands and bid farewell to Yunda and the others. To be honest, she wasn't interested in the Heavenly Talisman sect at all. This kind of cultivation sect that couldn't even be compared to an ordinary cultivation family, or a small sect that was created to satisfy the selfish desires of a sect master. There were many of them in Meng country. She didn't dare to say that she had seen 100 of them, but there were at least dozens of them. These sects were like morning dew, but they would disappear under the sun. Zhong Yejing didn't understand why Xiaohua said those words for the sake of the heavenly talisman sect's survival. After all, on the Dawn Rain continent, cultivators were as numerous as the hairs on an ox, and the karma between them was even more chaotic. Xiaohua would pay too much for what he said today. However, after waiting for more than half a day, under Zhong Yejing's lead, the three of them didn't fly too far. However, Xiaohua's actions made Zhong Yejing realize something. Xiaohua didn't fly by himself, but released his divine sense. Every time he flew for a while, he would stop and let Zhong Yejing and Xue Xue wait while he flew away. Sometimes he was far away, and Zhong Yejing's divine sense couldn't reach him. Sometimes he was close, and Zhong Yejing could see clearly with her divine sense. Xiaohua sat there and actually did what he instructed Yunda to do, and gave some good seeds to the villagers who were farming. Is this still a cultivator? Zhong Yejing was enlightened, but she still couldn't understand. Since she was young, she knew that she was a cultivation disciple and had never heard of secular people. When she met these secular people during her travels, she was also instilled with the concept of ants by her clansmen. Therefore, not only did she not know that secular people had to rely on farming to make a living, she also didn't know that secular people needed to rely on mulberry and cotton to keep warm. There was no need to even mention the fact that the rice was extinct and the fine variety was extinct. Senior Xiao, this method of yours, can it increase cultivation? Zhong Yejing seemed to have caught on to something. She waited until Xiaohua came back in a hurry and asked, "Could it be that you have such a high cultivation, but you relied on this to benefit from it?" Ah, Xiaohua laughed heartily. He glanced at Xue Xue and said, "If this can increase one's cultivation, then why would cultivators go back to cultivate? Do these secular people still need to farm? Then, why is Senior doing such a useless thing?" Zhong Yejing finally voiced out her doubts. The first thing that the head of the Zhong family told us after we became sensible was to improve our cultivation by any means necessary. As long as you have a superhuman cultivation, all your means will be legitimate. Xiaohua actually didn't want to explain too much to her. There were some things that if other people understood, they would understand even if you didn't say a word. But if there were some things that other people didn't understand, they wouldn't understand even if you were eloquent. After thinking for a moment, Xiaohua stretched out his right hand and patted his chest. He said with a smile, "Nothing else but my conscience." Conscience? Zhong Yejing was even more puzzled. She secretly said, "Conscience, this thing, how many spirit stones is it worth?" Senior's wisdom really benefits this junior. Zhong Yejing didn't refute Xiaohua. She smiled apologetically and said, "Just now Senior said that you know Zhong Xiuhan and Zhong Haoran from my Zhong family. What's going on? This junior hasn't seen them for a long time." Xiaohua was not in a hurry to answer. Instead he asked, "The 2 gold leaves that fellow Zhong mentioned, are they still in the Zhong family?" "They should be." Zhong Yejing nodded and said, "This thing was taken out by Junior's third uncle Zhong Peiyuan several times. First he wanted to find out where this thing came from. Second, he wanted to use this thing to exchange for the Qianmo secret stone, but he failed several times. So, third uncle threw this thing in the ancestral hall and never took it again. If this junior remembers correctly, no one took it away." "And very good." Xiaohua nodded. "This Xiao met your third uncle at the auction in Weeping Moon City. However, this Xiao didn't know that fellow Taoist was Zhong Peiyuan. I didn't even know that he was a disciple of Meng country's Zhong family. And Zhong Xiuhan and Zhong Haoran were also met by this Xiao when this Xiao went to the netherworld to gain experience. If fellow Zhong didn't mention the Qianmo secret stone just now, this Xiao wouldn't have thought about asking fellow Taoist about the gold leaf. And this Xiao didn't expect that the gold leaf that this Xiao had been looking for a long time was actually in Zhong Xiuhan and Zhong Haoran's home. Yeah, the matters of the world change unpredictably. How could it be something that we cultivators can rashly guess?" Zhong Yejing sighed and said, "I didn't expect that I would meet Senior Xiao when I just wanted to exchange for a small piece of Qianmo's secret stone from Su Hong. Not only do you have the Qianmo secret stone, but you also have several other materials for refining weapons. Senior Xiao even knows how to refine weapons. Fellow Taoist Zhong, how long will it take from here to Yunqing?" Xiaohua looked into the distance and smiled. "Not too close, about 10 days of travel." Zhong Yejing said carefully. Okay, I don't need to be too anxious. Xiao Hua said, but without waiting for him to finish, he immediately smiled and said, wait a moment, this Xiao will go again? Shui Shui's eyes were filled with love and she looked at Xiao Hua hurriedly flying away with satisfaction. Zhong Yejing stood at the side, and her eyes were full of helplessness. Just like this, the three of them didn't fly fast. On the evening of the third day, Shui Shui and Xiao Hua were quietly cultivating. Xiao Hua said in a low voice, "Wife, this husband has some matters to attend to, and will be back at dawn. Husband, please go, this concubine will cultivate by herself." Shui Shui didn't ask what Xiao Hua had to do, and smiled very virtuously. Okay, Xiao Hua laid down the rabbit formation, then used the earth escape technique to leave. Before the sun had even risen, he quietly returned and once again took out the concealment technique that was given to him, carefully studying and comprehending it. Shui Shui didn't find it strange, but the heavenly talisman sect of White Bamboo Mountain was in chaos. Originally, after Xiao Hua and the others left, Song, Fu Feng and the others became more and more harmonious. Fu Feng even taught Song how to make talismans, and Lu Yun also taught Fu Zhu and Fu Ba how to cultivate. It seemed that the disciples of Golden Mount Hua were going to stay in the Heavenly Talisman sect for a while. However, on the night of the third day after Xiao Hua left, a short foundation establishment middle stage cultivator suddenly broke into White Bamboo Mountain. Not only did he want to take Song's life, he also wanted to capture Fu Zhu and Fu Ba as concubines. Naturally, Song, Fu Feng and Lu Yun resisted with all their strength, and planned to perish together. That short cultivator's methods were very powerful, and with just a few ordinary techniques, the three of them were forced to a dead end. Just when the three of them were in despair, that cultivator gave up on the technique, and took out a strange pitch-black stick, wanting to beat the three of them to death. Strangely, when the three of them disregarded life and death and prepared to make a final resistance, the three of them discovered that their true qi, which had not changed for several years or even several decades, suddenly showed signs of condensing, and the three of them simultaneously showed signs of building their foundation. The mood of the three of them could be imagined, both happy and sad and half happy and half sad. What was even more strange was that at this time, that cultivator seemed to have realized something and said, "Damn it, I made a mistake, I made a mistake." Immediately after, he threw down a few spiritual herbs and flew away. For the three of them this was a great joy. The three of them did not have time to figure out that person's purpose, and each of them left White Bamboo Mountain to find a place to build their foundation, and quietly build their foundation. Not to mention the pleasant surprise of the others, Xiao Hua's journey, which was supposed to take 10 days, took a full 15 days because of his delay. On this day he saw a large city in front of him. There was a bustling crowd, towering city walls and guards in bright armor. Xiao Hua knew that this was Yun's city. Sure enough, Zhong Yejing said with a smile, "Senior Xiao, this is Cloud City, the foundation of my Zhong family. More than half of the industries in this city belong to my Zhong family. More than half of the people in this city belong to my Zhong family." "Oh, are they all surnamed Zhong?" Xiao Hua asked curiously. "I've been to Yu City before, but I didn't know much about it." "Senior, please understand that I said belong to, not are." Zhong Yejing smiled apologetically. Most of the people in Cloud City are secular people, tenants, workers or other identities of the big families surnamed Zhong in the city. These big families surnamed Zhong are the disciples of my Zhong family who have shallow aptitudes and can't cultivate, and they manage these secular industries. There are no cultivation families in Yu City, so there aren't many secular people. All the families and sects have disciples there. "Oh, I understand." Xiao Hua suddenly understood. Then the Zhong family must not be in Cloud City, right? "Yes, I'll send a message now, asking the family head to come and welcome me." Zhong Yejing said respectfully, "All the disciples of my Zhong family are in Zhongling Mountain Village, south of Cloud City." With that, Zhong Yejing sent out a red messaging charm and asked again, "Senior Xiao, do you want to wait in Cloud City? Once the family head receives the message, he will come and welcome you personally." No need." Xiao Hua waved his hand and said, "I'm not that arrogant, let's hurry. Don't make the Zhong family head too tired." "Yes, I'll listen to Senior's instructions." Zhong Yejing had observed Xiao Hua for the past 10 days and knew that he didn't have a strange temper. He was even very approachable and his attitude was far from being proportional to his strength. However, after flying for a long time, not only did Zhong Yejing not see the family head coming to welcome her, but she also didn't receive a messaging charm. Her face became a little ugly. "Senior Xiao, I'm afraid that the family head can't come out to welcome me because of some family matters. Please forgive me." Zhong Yejing said carefully. Well said, well said. Xiao Hua waved his sleeves casually. Your Zhong family has a lot of mundane affairs. Your family head must be very busy every day and can't be compared to me. Even if he doesn't come out to welcome me, it's normal. Zhong Yejing smiled apologetically, but she was muttering in her heart. Although she didn't clearly explain what happened in the messaging charm, she did tell him that Xiao Hua's strength was outstanding, and that even a Foundation establishment late-stage cultivator had to admit defeat. Finally, she especially said that Xiao Hua had the Qian-Mo secret stone in his hands, and asked the family head to come and welcome him. There was a patch of green grass, a small pond that rippled in the wind, and countless tall and sturdy trees that stood upright like guards. A villa with green bricks, green tiles, green grass, and white walls appeared in the midst of the green leaves that were like waves of the sea. Xiao Hua knew that this must be the Zhong family's Zhongling mountain village. Chapter 2101. Because of politeness, Xiao Hua didn't release his divine sense. He just looked from afar with a thoughtful expression. Senior? Zhong Yejing was too embarrassed to say anything. Junior will send another summoning talisman. No need. Xiao Hua looked at Xue Xue and smiled. You really don't need to trouble yourself. The corner of Zhong Yejing's mouth twitched a few times. She smiled apologetically and said, "Oh, okay." At this moment, a divine sense quickly swept over from the villa. When it passed by Xiao Hua and the others, it swept over Xiao Hua several times. However, Xiao Hua's expression was the same as usual, as if he didn't notice it at all. Second uncle? Zhong Yejing's expression changed slightly. She looked at Xiao Hua uneasily and whispered, Senior Xiao, this is Junior's second uncle Zhong Peifu. Junior doesn't know why Master didn't come. Xiao Hua was the same as before. He really was the same. He was far from what Zhong Yejing was worried about. A tall old cultivator flew over from the green leaves. He looked a little annoyed and impatient. He flew very fast. There seemed to be a few aura-refining disciples following behind him. They had already been left far behind. Second uncle, Zhong Yejing saw that Zhong Peifu's expression wasn't right. She hurriedly flew over and bowed respectfully. Is there something urgent in the family? Why didn't Master come out? Zhong Peifu waved his hand and scolded, What does a little girl like you know? Do you think that Master has to personally welcome any cultivator who comes to visit our Zhong family? Second uncle. Zhong Yejing felt extremely wronged, but she didn't dare to say anything. She could only smile apologetically and say, This is Xiao Hua, Senior Xiao. Jing already said clearly on the summoning talisman that Misty Cloud sects Yun Qinglai and Yun Qingfeng, as well as Su family Su Hong, suffered in front of Senior Xiao. Moreover, Jing personally saw a late Foundation establishment cultivator begging for mercy in front of Senior Xiao. Zhong Peifu waved his hand and coldly glanced at Xiao Hua. He said, This old man will naturally judge. As he spoke, Zhong Peifu patted his forehead and released the pressure of a late Foundation establishment cultivator. Second uncle, what are you doing? Zhong Yejing was greatly shocked. She didn't expect that Zhong Peifu would actually release his pressure as soon as he came up. This was simply provoking Xiao Hua. But to Zhong Yejing's and Zhong Peifu's surprise, Xiao Hua didn't release any pressure at all, allowing Zhong Peifu to firmly suppress him. What? This cultivator didn't resist at all? Isn't this putting your life in the hands of others? Zhong Peifu didn't understand and felt even more uneasy. He looked at Xiao Hua's calm gaze as if he was nothing. If I wanted to take his life now, it would be as easy as lifting a finger. Zhong Peifu said hesitantly, But I have no enmity with him and he was invited by little Jing. How can I do it? Zhong Peifu was in a bit of a dilemma. His original intention was to probe Xiao Hua's cultivation level. He had also stopped Zhong Yejing's transmission. He knew that Xiao Hua's cultivation level was only at the early stage of the Foundation establishment realm. However, pressure couldn't be faked. As soon as Xiao Hua released his pressure, he would immediately know. But he didn't expect that Xiao Hua would ignore him. At this time, if Zhong Peifu withdrew his pressure, it would be tantamount to slapping his own face. Compared to Xiao Hua directly getting angry or just defeating him, he would lose face. Xiao Hua's move was really sharp, like a needle hidden in silk floss. Don't tell me. I have to make a move. Zhong Peifu's eyes flashed with a trace of fierceness. Xiao Hua clearly saw Zhong Peifu's fierceness. He knew that he couldn't tease this late-stage Foundation establishment realm old man anymore. Thus, Xiao Hua said indifferently, Fellow Taoist Zhong, since you're probing, then stop before going too far. Don't do anything that would cause you to pull chestnuts out of the fire. Xiaohua. Imperial Thunder Sect's Xiaohua? At this time a voice sounded, Second Granduncle, this is Xiaohua, fellow Taoist Xiaohua, whom I met when I was traveling in the country of Xi. He is a good person. He gave me medicinal pills. Please show mercy. Xiaohua smiled. Wasn't this the voice of the honest Zhong Haoran who was suppressed by Zhong Xiuhan? Imperial Thunder Sect's disciple? Zhong Peifu was shocked. Previously, when he heard Xiaohua's warning, he was hesitant to withdraw his pressure. Now, with Zhong Haoran's mediation, he immediately withdrew it. He even cupped his hands and said, so it's a disciple of the Imperial Thunder Sect. This Zhong didn't know, please forgive me. That's right, the Imperial Thunder Sect was a big sect in the country of Xi. It wasn't something the Zhong family could afford to offend. Even if Xiaohua was really only an early-stage Foundation Establishment realm cultivator. Well said, well said. Xiaohua cupped his hands and said calmly, Senior Xiao. Zhong Haoran also flew to Xiaohua. He first greeted him very intimately, but when he saw that Xiaohua was already in the Foundation Establishment realm, he was slightly embarrassed and hurriedly changed his greeting. Xiaohua had a very good impression of this little cultivator. He said with a smile, Zhong Haoran, your progress is not small. Now you're already at the peak of the 12th layer of Qi refining. You'll be able to step into the Foundation Establishment realm soon. Congratulations. A trace of pride flitted across Zhong Haoran's face, but it was immediately replaced by a slightly desolate expression. He smiled apologetically and said, how can Junior compare to Senior Xiao? Junior only advanced from the 10th layer of Qi refining to the 12th layer, but Senior immediately entered the Foundation Establishment realm. This is what Junior yearned for day and night. Everyone has their own destiny. You can't force it. Xiaohua smiled. He then looked behind him and saw several unfamiliar disciples. He asked again, what about Zhong Xiuhan? Has she already entered the Foundation Establishment realm? No. The desolate expression on Zhong Haoran's face became even more pronounced. Senior sister hasn't entered the Foundation Establishment realm yet. And then she must be at the peak of the 12th layer of Qi refining. Xiaohua nodded. Her aptitude seems to be better than yours. Yes indeed, but... Zhong Haoran seemed to want to say something, but Zhong Peifu's gaze swept over him. He smiled and said, fellow Taoist Xiao, my Zhong family's patriarch couldn't come to welcome you because of some worldly affairs. I hope fellow Taoist can understand. Come, fellow Taoist, please. Patriarch is waiting for you in the reception hall. As he said that, Zhong Peifu gave a meaningful glance to a quick-witted disciple behind Zhong Haoran. That disciple hastily turned around and flew away. Xiaohua followed Zhong Peifu and flew up. Shuai followed behind him. Zhong Haoran hesitated for a moment then stopped. He wanted to wait for Zhong Yejing to leave before following them. However, Xiaohua turned around and said, Zhong Haoran, your eyes old acquaintance. Come and accompany I. Zhong Haoran's face lit up with joy. Just as he was about to fly up, Zhong Peifu gave him another order. Cough cough. Haoran, you're a junior. You can't accompany fellow Taoist Xiao. Follow behind your martial aunt Jing. Yes, grandson understands. Zhong Haoran was silent. He nodded very calmly and silently stopped in midair. He waited for the others to fly up and he followed behind them. Fellow Taoist Xiao, please. Zhong Peifu pointed at the scenery on the side as he walked. He said something in a low voice, but there wasn't any respect in his tone. After all, Xiaohua was only in the early stage of the Foundation Establishment realm. And he was at most a late-stage Foundation Establishment realm cultivator. Even if he was a disciple of the lightning-controlling sect, he couldn't really be respected by a late-stage Foundation Establishment realm cultivator. Chapter 2102. Zhong Yejing, who was behind Xiaohua, clearly understood what was going on. She couldn't help but feel somewhat anxious in her heart. This Xiaohua was truly somewhat mysterious. Not only did he use a divine ability, but his actions of helping the people of the secular world made Zhong Yejing feel that Xiaohua was absolutely not a simple late-stage Foundation Establishment cultivator. Not long after, Xiaohua followed Zhong Peifu to the Zhongling Mountain Villa. It was a rather large gate, several times larger than the one Xiaohua had seen in the Kai family in Luyang. Moreover, just like the Kai family, there was a vermilion gate in the middle. In fact, it was actually a plaque. The word Zhong on the plaque was extremely large. It also looked strange and different from the usual style. It actually looked somewhat like an armor inscription. On both sides of the main door were two side doors. Although they were also vermilion red, they were much smaller. At this moment, the side door on the left was already wide open. Several aura-refining disciples were standing there, dressed in bright clothes. Fellow Taoist Xiao. Zhong Peifu pointed at the main door and smiled. My Zhong clan's clan head is a golden core cultivator. Therefore, the main door of my Zhong clan can only be opened by the clan head when a golden core cultivator or above comes to visit the Zhong clan. Fellow Taoist Xiao, although you're a disciple of the Imperial Thunder sect, you still have to go through this side door. And it's fine. Xiao Hua seemed to have an extremely good temper. He didn't care about this kind of vulgar etiquette and nodded slightly. Please. Zhong Peifu gestured with his hand as he led Xiao Hua through the side door. Welcome to our Zhong clan, Senior Xiao. Several aura-refining disciples bowed together. Their loud and clear voices soared into the sky. Ah. Xiao Hua slightly nodded. Fortunately. Seeing that Xiao Hua's face didn't have any particular displeasure, Zhong Yejing's heart calmed down a little. Among the cultivation aristocratic families, Xiao Hua had been to Luyang's Kai family and Misty Mountain's Ling family. Obviously, the Zhong family structure was similar to the Kai families, but the Zhong family's manner was far from comparable to the Kai families. Not to mention the area it occupied and not to mention the pavilions, terraces and pavilions, but from time to time, immortal birds would appear and from time to time, there would be strange flowers and plants by the side of the lake. This made Xiao Hua's eyes light up, and he knew that the Zhong family's foundation was also extraordinary. No matter what, the Zhong family's patriarch, Zhong Tianyao, was also a golden core cultivator. If the Zhong family did not have a solid foundation, it would be impossible for them to have such a patriarch. There was no need to elaborate on the scenery of the Zhong Ling mountain villa. Under Zhong Peifu's guidance, Xiao Hua arrived at a unique courtyard. Seeing Zhong Peifu walk straight in, Zhong Yejing frowned slightly. She sighed in her heart and regained her composure. She had already done what she could and said what she needed to say. This was all arranged by the patriarch and she had nothing to say. Inside the courtyard was a quiet hall. It was also quite large. An old man with white hair sat in the middle of the hall. He was holding a book in his hand and his eyebrows were slightly furrowed. It was unknown whether he was reading or thinking. Beside the old man sat a skinny old man. He was in the late stage of foundation establishment. He had a bitter expression on his face, but it was impossible to tell what his expression was. Reporting to Patriarch, this is Xiao Hua of the Imperial Thunder sect. He is the cultivator that Jing brought here. Zhong Peifu bowed and said. Oh, so you're a disciple of the Imperial Thunder sect. Zhong Tianyao put down the book in his hand and swept his gaze over Xiao Hua. At the same time, he also used a spell to sense Xiao Hua's cultivation. He smiled and said, no wonder he could scare off a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator. This disciple of a large sect is indeed formidable. Junior Xiao Hua greets Senior Zhong. Xiao Hua didn't dare to neglect and bowed to greet Zhong Tianyao. And sit down. Zhong Tianyao pointed at Xiao Hua and said, thank you, Senior, for granting me a seat. Xiao Hua modestly sat beside Xue Xue. Xue Xue lowered her head and didn't say a word. However, she was somewhat angry in her heart. She understood in her heart that even if she, an aura-refining cultivator, didn't reveal her identity, not to mention Xiao Hua. Since she had already revealed her identity, she represented the Imperial Thunder sect and the Zhong family to receive her in the real welcoming hall. Of course, the etiquette of an aura-refining cultivator towards a golden core cultivator was universal in the Xiaoyu continent, regardless of your identity. Zhong Tianyao receiving Xiao Hua here was rude in terms of etiquette. In terms of attitude, he was looking down on Xiao Hua. When the Zhong family disciple served the spirit tea, the cultivator at the side said, Jing, what you said in the summoning talisman was unclear. Now, explain the ins and outs of the matter in front of the master. Why are you with the disciples of Misty Cloud sect and Su family? Yes, third uncle. Zhong Yejing glanced at Xiao Hua and was slightly apologetic. It seemed that there were some problems because she said something without Xiao Hua's consent. Zhong Yejing's expression naturally didn't escape Zhong Tianyao's eyes, or perhaps Zhong Yejing wanted the clan head to see it. Following which, Zhong Yejing briefly recounted the matter of her looking for Su Hong, as well as the matter of White Bamboo Mountain. Of course, regarding the matter of the talisman, Zhong Yejing didn't mention it, only saying that Su Hong invited her to help. Zhong Peiyuan and the others heard clearly and knew that Zhong Yejing was hiding something in her words. However, they didn't ask too much. They only heard Zhong Peiyuan ask faintly, so, Su Hong's Qianmo secret stone has already fallen into Xiaohua's hands? His gaze, however, drifted towards Xiaohua. Yes. Good, it's been hard on you. Jing, you can leave. Zhong Peiyuan nodded. But third uncle Senior Xiao. Zhong Yejing didn't know what Xiaohua was thinking. She didn't dare to mention the matter of the gold leaf in advance. At this time she was a little anxious. It's fellow Taoist Xiao, not Senior Xiao. Zhong Peiyuan said faintly, although my Yunqing Zhong family can't be compared to a famous sect, it's still a famous cultivation family in Meng country. There's no need to lower your status. Yes, third uncle. Zhong Yejing felt a little wronged, but she didn't dare to contradict. She bowed, looked at Xiaohua again and retreated. You all can leave too. Following the order, the other disciples also left. Xiaohua. Zhong Peiyuan stared at Xiaohua and asked, I don't want to know what you did at White Bamboo Mountain. Let me ask you, you took the Qianmo secret stone from Su Hong's hands. Do you want to exchange it with my Zhong family? How do you know that my Zhong family needs Qianmo secret stone? Do you want to use Qianmo secret stone to threaten my Zhong family? Xiaohua was very funny. Zhong Yejing could clearly explain the matter, but Zhong Peiyuan didn't let her finish. Moreover, without waiting for him to speak, Zhong Peiyuan self-righteously put the hat of threatening on his head. Could it be that he really thinks that because his cultivation is high, he can distinguish right from wrong and can see through things at a glance? Xiaohua couldn't help but criticize. However, Zhong Tianyao and Zhong Peifu both stared at Xiaohua without blinking. Their eyes were full of vigilance, as if what Zhong Peiyuan said was their inner thoughts. Xiaohua was very helpless. He cupped his hands and said, Fellow Taoist Zhong misunderstood. Then Xiaohua told the matter of him meeting Zhong Peiyuan at the auction in Chiyu City. Finally, he smiled apologetically and said, I didn't know that Miyu was fellow Taoist Zhong. Just as fellow Taoist Zhong said, when I heard that she wanted to exchange Qianmo secret stone with Su Hong, my heart moved and I remembered this matter. How did you know, Haoran? Zhong Peifu's eyes were still flickering as he asked in a low voice. This is even more of a coincidence. Xiaohua smiled and said, I met him when I went to the netherworld after leaving Chiyu City. And this old man knows. Zhong Peiyuan waved his hand and said, Haoran seems to have mentioned this before, but this old man was in a bad mood at that time and didn't remember carefully. Then Zhong Peiyuan looked at Xiaohua and asked, So, fellow Taoist Zhao's purpose is the 2 gold foil of my Zhong family? Yes, it's the 2 gold foil. Xiaohua clapped his hands and took out a few pieces of Qianmo secret stone. He smiled and said, This Xiao found a few pieces of Qianmo secret stone in the past few years to find the owner of the gold foil to exchange. Now as a coincidence, please take a look, Senior Zhong. Unexpectedly, Zhong Tianyao didn't seem to be interested in the Qianmo secret stone. He scanned it with his divine sense and said indifferently, Actually, the gold foil of my Zhong family is exchanged for the Qianmo secret stone. The main thing is that I want to know what this gold foil is and what it's used for. This. Xiaohua was startled. He looked at Zhong Tianyao a few times and shook his head. Sorry, this is this Xiao's business. Forgive this Xiao for not telling you. Oh. Zhong Tianyao narrowed his eyes and said, Since you can't tell this old man what the gold foil is used for, then this old man can't exchange with you with the gold foil. Senior Zhong, Xiaohua was anxious and said, The gold foil is just a dead thing in the Zhong family. The Zhong family doesn't need it at all. Why can't you exchange it? Could it be that the Zhong family doesn't want to use the Qianmo secret stone to repair magic tools? Repairing magic tools or not is my Zhong family's business. Zhong Peiyuan sneered and said, Could it be that fellow Taoist Xiao wants to forcefully exchange with my Zhong family? Why can't I? Aren't the so-called big cultivation sects all like this? Without resorting to trickery, how can they become a big sect? How can they dominate a region? Zhong Peifu said sarcastically, Although the Imperial Thunder sect is far away in the country of Xi, their fame is spread throughout the entire Xiaoyu continent. Their disciples can even be arrogant in Meng country. What do you 2 fellow Taoists mean? Xiaohua sneered, If you don't want to exchange, then don't exchange. Why do you have to speak so viciously? These words are related to this Xiao's sect. Fellow Taoist, do you mind this Xiao bringing these words back? What? Did this Zhong offend the Imperial Thunder sect with just a few words? Zhong Peiyuan stood up and said angrily, Just based on these few words, Imperial Thunder sect dares to come to my Meng country and exterminate my Zhong family? Do you think you have this opportunity? Ah. Xiaohua stood up and laughed loudly. He really felt that it was funny. A late Foundation establishment cultivator, no matter what, had a lifespan of several hundred years. He had seen many more things than him, but why did he look like a loose cultivator at the early qi refining stage? He didn't know the gravity of his words. This Xiao wants to see what ability your Zhong clan has to keep this Xiao here. Xiao Hua coldly said after he finished laughing. At White Bamboo Mountain, you injured Su Hong and intimidated a late Foundation establishment cultivator. Was it just for Jing to see? Zhong Tianyao said indifferently, even if you are a disciple of the Imperial Thunder sect, even if your cultivation is comparable to a late Foundation establishment cultivator, don't forget that this old man is a gold core cultivator. In this old man's eyes, you are just a child. Besides, without the clan head here, this old man and 2 late Foundation establishment cultivators can't kill a late Foundation establishment cultivator? Not to mention an qi refining cultivator? Zhong Peiyuan said even more arrogantly, even if the late Foundation establishment cultivator escapes, will this qi refining female cultivator still be alive? Chapter 2103. Hearing these words, Xiaohua's face instantly turned cold, truly cold. There was no longer a trace of indifference in his original tone. If fellow Taoist Zhong wants to try, then feel free to make a move. I don't have the confidence to protect my wife in front of a core formation cultivator. However, I am confident that I can escape from the hands of a golden core adept. As long as I leave, other than the golden core adepts of the Zhong family, I will not touch them. As for the other disciples, I will kill them all. Are you threatening me? Zhong Qinyao's face was even colder. If his gaze could kill, it would have poked many holes in Xiaohua's body. At this moment, the dignity of a core formation cultivator was facing the provocation of an initial stage Foundation establishment cultivator. Senior Zhong, can't you see that this junior is explaining the facts to fellow Taoist Zhong? Xiaohua said word by word. What this junior said is the truth. I didn't speak a word of nonsense. Good. Zhong Peiyuan laughed from extreme anger. He couldn't help but stand up. Why are all the disciples of Cultivation sect so arrogant? I won't say anything about the core formation cultivator from before. He opened his mouth and said that he would destroy my Zhong clan. You, an insignificant initial stage Foundation establishment cultivator, actually dares to be arrogant in front of me. Today I'm going to stake it all. Even if I have to destroy jade and common stone, so what? Xiaohua sneered. Although words can be said casually, your hands can't be stretched out carelessly. Once you make a move, the consequences will be very serious. Seeing that Xiaohua only spoke and didn't make any moves, he was terrifyingly calm. Sure enough, Zhong Peiyuan was somewhat hesitant. The thought of stretching out his hand to release pressure could only flash through his mind again and again. Since the words had already been said, if he made a move, there was no possibility of probing. Xiaohua would definitely go all out in a spurt of energy like a tiger. Seeing Zhong Peiyuan stand up, Zhong Peifu naturally couldn't help but stand up as well. His gaze actually wasn't looking at Xiaohua, but rather at Shui. Old second, old third. Zhong Tianyao seemed to be doing his utmost to restrain himself. His grizzled hair and beard were trembling. At this moment, he slapped his hand on the chair and said angrily, "You two shut up. You nearly caused trouble before and now you still want to talk. Didn't you hear that the Imperial Thunder sect's disciples want to challenge my Zhong clan? Could it be that you're waiting for me to make a move?" Hearing this, Zhong Peiyuan was pleasantly surprised. He slapped his forehead and released the pressure of a late-stage Foundation establishment cultivator. He smiled and said, "If that's the case, then this old man will teach this arrogant disciple a lesson on behalf of the Imperial Thunder sect. Let him know the principle of respecting high-level cultivators." At the same time, Zhong Peifu wasn't slow either. He had already prepared his aura and slammed it toward Shui. Seeing that the Zhong clan's people were really going to make a move, Xiaohua was furious. He reached out and pulled Shui's little hand that was stretched out to the side. He transmitted his voice, "Don't use your transcendence energy." Shui originally wanted to use the flight technique, but after hearing Xiaohua's words, she immediately stopped the flow of true qi. However, Xiaohua's figure flew up, and all of a sudden he pulled Shui into his arms. His other hand clapped, and the pressure of a middle-stage Foundation establishment cultivator was similarly released. With a boom, the pressure of 2 late-stage Foundation establishment cultivators collided with Xiaohua's pressure, setting off a burst of qi waves. You're actually in the middle stage of the Foundation establishment realm? You've concealed it well. Zhong Tianyao sat steadily on the seat of honor and released his divine sense. There wasn't any surprise on his face and he only coldly snorted. However, what happened next shocked him. In his opinion, under the pressure of two late-stage Foundation establishment cultivators, wouldn't Xiaohua be helpless? Because pressure was something that couldn't be faked. However, Xiaohua's figure only trembled slightly, and then he swam like a fish. His figure slid slightly, and he flew towards the entrance of the hall. If it was a month ago, Xiaohua definitely wouldn't have such a method. He would definitely have released his Phoenix Dharma body and resisted. In other words, Xiaohua had some subtle understanding of the nameless secret art that matched his comprehension in the past 10 days. Although he couldn't further improve in concealing his cultivation level, he had a remarkable ability in evading pressure that others couldn't think of. After coming to my Zhong clan, you still want to leave? Zhong Tianyao waved his hand, but light flew out. It wasn't Xiaohua but the four walls of the hall. Magic power rippled on the four walls, and a jade-green brilliance emerged from the center of the four walls. It was divided into two layers, one facing upwards and the other facing downwards, rapidly surging. Seeing that the pressure was ineffective, Zhong Peiyuan rubbed his hands, and several rays of brilliance flew out from his hands. Countless sparks were produced, and they flew towards Xiaohua's back. Xiaohua knew that Zhong Tianyao wouldn't directly make a move because of his status. He clapped his hands and the soaring dragon scissors flew out of the space. A golden light flashed, and the soaring dragon scissors directly chopped towards the hall's entrance that was close at hand. With a rumbling sound, the jade-green brilliance that had already flooded the hall's entrance was split apart like a jade wave, and it rolled backwards. Not only that, the sharpness of the soaring dragon scissors also split open the entire hall's entrance. Amidst the sound, the hall's entrance and part of the hard stones were split open by the huge force, as if they were blown apart by a fireball talisman. Three shameless old things. Xiaohua's figure swayed rapidly, and in the blink of an eye, he already arrived at the hall's entrance. Quick, Zhong Tianyao also couldn't help but be greatly alarmed. He reprimanded in a low voice, and just as he was about to cast a spell, he saw Xiaohua fling his hand without even turning his head. Hundreds of fireball talismans flew out, precisely blocking Zhong Peiyuan's cluster of sparks. Moreover, within those fireball talismans, there was also a wall of true samadhi fire that Xiaohua cast. With a rumbling sound, it was as if the mountains were shaking and the earth was quaking. It was as if the entire hall was going to be overturned by the explosion. This explosion and wall of fire just happened to block Zhong Peiyuan and Zhong Peifu. Zhong Qinyao's face slightly changed. He swung his sleeve, covering the entire fireball talisman and wall of fire. Like a whirlwind sweeping away clouds, all the fireballs and wall of fire disappeared. But it was also in this blink of an eye that Xiaohua and Shueishue's figures had already rushed out of the hall. By the time Zhong Peiyuan and Zhong Peifu flew out of the hall, Xiaohua and Shueishue's figures had already faded. In the sky above the entire Zhongling mountain villa, Xiaohua's cold and eerie words floated. Since your Zhong family dares to make a move, then this young master won't be polite. Zhong Tianyao, just wait for this young master to kill your Zhong family's disciples one by one. Zhong Peiyuan and Zhong Peifu's noses were crooked from anger. If you say you want to escape, then escape. You actually let out such big words and let the entire Zhongling mountain villa hear it. This was really a naked slap to their own face. How dare you? Zhong Peiyuan shouted. He simply didn't think and didn't even look at Zhong Peifu. His figure swayed and he was about to fly out of the villa. On the other hand, Zhong Peifu's eyes turned and he shouted, Patriarch, quickly open the villa's restrictive spell. If all of you come back. Zhong Qinyao's voice sounded, and his tone was also filled with shame and anger. Chapter 2104. Zhong Peiyuan and Zhong Peifu looked at each other helplessly. Gritting their teeth, they floated down and landed in front of the hall that no longer had a door. At this time, several Zhong family disciples sneakily poked their heads out and looked over, not knowing what happened. What are you looking at? Why aren't you cleaning this place up? Zhong Peifu glared at them, an indescribable feeling in his heart. When they stood in front of Zhong Tianyao, they stole a glance at Zhong Tianyao's gloomy face. You talk too much. Will you die if you speak less? Zhong Tianyao shouted at Zhong Peiyuan, if you didn't stir up trouble would this old man be so passive? It was like this before and it was like this just now. Family head, Zhong Peiyuan felt extremely wronged. Boy was also unwilling. Who knows where he leaked the news and let that guy know? And this Imperial Thunder sect brat is even more arrogant than that guy. Cultivation sects are all sanctimonious things. Zhong Tianyao snorted coldly, but they are powerful, not something our cultivation sects can compare to. We can't afford to offend them, but can't we hide? Which cultivator would be able to tolerate such words from you? Moreover, Imperial Thunder sect is famous for their flying techniques. You also saw it just now. Xiao Hua is only a middle-stage foundation establishment cultivator. His flying speed far surpasses yours. If this old man doesn't use his divine ability, I'm afraid I can't catch up to him. Zhong Tianyao didn't say anything. With a wave of his sleeve, he flew out of the hall. Second brother, you say, what's all this about? Zhong Peiyuan waved his hand, and the chairs beside him were destroyed. He sat down, picked up the teacup beside him, and drank the spiritual tea in one breath. Who knows? Zhong Peifu also gritted his teeth and sat down. We can't afford to offend that guy from before. A middle-stage foundation establishment cultivator came. We thought he could blow the sky apart. But who would have thought that not only was this guy's cultivation not bad, his magic treasure was also extremely powerful. Moreover, his ability to escape was even comparable to a Jindan. No wonder we brothers were defeated. Speaking up to here, Zhong Peifu pondered for a moment, then said in a low voice, Third brother, Xiao Hua just said some ruthless words. Of course we aren't afraid, but our Zhong family's disciples number in the thousands? None of them are Xiao Hua's match. Shouldn't we make some preparations? Zhong Peiyuan frowned for a moment before he smiled. There's no need for that. After all, we didn't hurt his lover. He didn't have any reason to lower himself and hurt a disciple of our Zhong family. I think he's just saying it casually. He's also a disciple of the Imperial Thunder sect. He wouldn't be so shameless. That's true. Since the Patriarch didn't order us to do anything about it, we don't have to worry about it. Zhong Peifu nodded. We'd better think of another way. Damn it, that's right. How can we not think of a way? Zhong Peiyuan naturally knew what Zhong Peifu was talking about. He said fiercely, My Zhong family has been accumulating things for decades or even hundreds of years, and they were taken away by that bastard in an instant. How can we not be angry? That artifact was passed down from my ancestors and is related to the bloodline of my Zhong family. If it can be repaired successfully, it will be able to awaken the true spirit bloodline of my clansmen. It's extremely important to my Zhong family. We can't not repair it. If that Xiao Hua had come a few years earlier, my Zhong family would have been able to obtain the last Qianmo secret stone. We would have already started to repair the artifact. Zhong Peifu sighed. AI, it's really fate that makes fools of people. It's too late to say anything now. Zhong Peiyuan waved his hand. We'll rest for a while and continue to collect. How could it be so simple? Zhong Peifu curled his lips. The most difficult Qianmo secret stone? What? Is Xiao Hua the only one in the Xiaoyu continent who has the Qianmo secret stone? Zhong Peiyuan said angrily. Even you want to blame this old man? No, how could it be? Zhong Peifu smiled apologetically. Third brother has worked hard and taken many risks. He's the one who has contributed the most to my Zhong family. Let's go, let's go. Zhong Peiyuan was a little dispirited. He waved his hand and walked out of the hall with his hands behind his back. After the two of them left, the disciples of the Zhong family naturally rushed over to repair the hall that was destroyed by Xiao Hua. Seeing how badly damaged the hall was, the disciples of the Zhong family were all dumbfounded. Of course, they knew how powerful the restrictive spell in the hall was. While they were guessing in a low voice, Xiao Hua's fame quickly spread throughout the Zhongling mountain villa. Shui only knew that Xiao Hua's flying speed was extremely fast. However, when she truly experienced the speed, she realized that she had underestimated Xiao Hua's flying speed. She only felt the scenery in front of her fly away at an extremely fast speed. Her vision blurred for a moment. Her figure had already flown out of the Zhongling mountain villa while Xiao Hua slowly stopped in midair. Husband? Xiao Hua's hand was still around Shui's waist. His brows were slightly wrinkled as he looked at the Zhongling mountain villa in the distance. No one knew what he was thinking. Shui asked in a low voice, Husband won't really kill the disciples of the Zhong family, right? Of course not. Xiao Hua withdrew his gaze and said with a smile, When have you seen your husband kill people indiscriminately? Your husband is just angry that Zhong Peiyuan actually used my wife's safety to threaten your husband and randomly scared them. Exactly. That Zhong family's patriarch is really rude. He himself doesn't know the use of the gold leaf and instead forced my husband to say it. If he knew the use of the gold leaf, why would he still exchange it? Shui also echoed. Even if they knew the use of the gold leaf they wouldn't be able to use it. Xiaohua coldly snorted. However, your husband feels that he won't leak the use of the gold leaf. Then what do we do now? Shui slightly wrinkled her brows. We've already fallen out with the Zhong family. Zhong Tianyao will definitely not exchange the gold leaf with my husband. If he doesn't want to exchange, then so be it. From his tone, I'm afraid that he was forced to do something he didn't want to do. He didn't have the ability to get back at them and instead wanted to vent his anger on this young master. How can this young master let them have their way? Xiaohua curled his lips and said, since they did it, then they can't blame this young master for doing it 15 times. Eh? Husband, what do you think? Shui somewhat strangely asked. In her heart, Xiaohua had always advocated being straightforward and upright. She couldn't think of any reason that Xiaohua had to persuade Zhong Tianyao to exchange with him. What do I think? No idea. Xiaohua spread out his hands with a helpless look. Wouldn't it be fine if your husband went over and snatched the gold leaf? Ah. Shui covered her mouth. What Xiaohua said was indeed a common method used by cultivators. However, this most common method coming from Xiaohua's mouth really made Shui feel strange. She couldn't help but ask, husband, this kind of action doesn't seem to be your usual behavior. What does your husband usually do? Xiaohua said with a smile. Husband has always prioritized others. Husband has never used the strong to bully the weak. Husband has never done things that harm others for his own benefit. Ha! Xiaohua stuck out his chest, raised his head and patted his chest. He laughed and said, I didn't expect your husband to be so perfect in your eyes. Of course. Shui said proudly. Husband is the most perfect male cultivator in Xiaoyu continent. How could other cultivators work for people in the secular world who starve to death? Just based on this, husband can make all the female cultivators have a whole new level of respect for you. So that's how it is. I was wondering why my wife would say such a thing. Xiaohua suddenly said, your husband isn't a stickler for rules. For the sake of other people's opinions, I don't care about my own benefits. This is a completely different matter from caring for the common people. What? Shui was somewhat puzzled. Xiaohua pointed his finger and said, that gold leaf obviously has no use in the Zhong family. They just treated it as an ordinary thing and threw it in the ancestral hall. Your husband didn't harm their benefits by taking it, so why can't I? Besides, this gold leaf is extremely important to your husband's cultivation. Even if it harms the Zhong family's benefits, it can still be exchanged for the benefits of more people. Your husband naturally has to take it. Husband's reason seems to be what every cultivator thinks when they do this. Shui said with a smile. However, she didn't go into detail. She knew that Xiaohua had a sense of propriety, so she was somewhat worried. If there were only 2 late-stage foundation establishment cultivators, I wouldn't be worried. However, the Zhong family's patriarch is a golden core cultivator. Husband must be careful. Isn't it just a small Zhong family? Xiaohua swept a glance at the distant Zhongling mountain villa and thought with a sneer. This young master really isn't afraid. Besides, the Zhong family's disciples actually threaten my wife's life in front of me. If I don't teach them a lesson, how can I let them know how powerful your husband is? All right, Shui's eyes looked at Xiaohua. A strange expression flickered in her eyes. She seemed to have sensed that an incomparably sharp awl was gradually appearing. Anyone who ignored this sharp awl would most likely be injured by this awl. Immediately Xiaohua smiled and said to Shui, let's go, my wife. We'll go further away from here. This place is really a dragon's pool and a tiger's den. Shui was originally somewhat depressed. She felt that she was holding Xiaohua back. At this moment she smiled and said, since it's a dragon's pool and a tiger's den, you can even charge out. Your husband is a hero who punched the South Mountain sky-eyed tiger and stepped on the North Sea's tide dragon. How can I be afraid of these small shrimps? Xiaohua pulled Shui and flew far away. He still didn't forget to tease the Zhong family. Shui originally thought that Xiaohua would find a place to stop around the Zhong family. However, she didn't expect that Xiaohua would fly for dozens of li without any intention of stopping. She couldn't help but be surprised and asked, husband, where are we going? Won't we be far away if we continue flying? Oh, your husband thought about it just now. We just finished threatening them. If we go to look for the gold leaf now, I'm afraid that they'll be on guard. Maybe the gold leaf is still on Zhong Tianyao. Your husband can only get the gold leaf if I kill Zhong Tianyao. Xiaohua smiled and said, rather than that, it's better to wait for them to forget about this matter. Your husband can secretly come back and take it away. Then, we'll find a place to meditate? My wife, you should meditate first. Familiarize yourself with the cultivation method again so that you can find an opportunity to consume the Ling Lei pill. Your husband will go take a look around and send some good seeds to the secular people near Yun City. Xiaohua said. If you like this work, you're welcome to come to Qidian. Chapter 2105. Shueshue thought for a moment and nodded. Husband, go ahead. I fly slowly and my cultivation base is also shallow. I can only be your stumbling block. Don't worry about it. After you build your foundation, you'll be powerful. Xiaohua comforted her. Just based on the medicinal power of the Ling Lei pill, your husband can guess a thing or two. I hope so. Shueshue smiled sweetly. I want to lend my husband a hand. Thus, Xiaohua found a secret place and set up the rabbit formation. He let Shueshue go into seclusion inside while he flew out and went to the surroundings of Yun City. There, he distributed the good seeds that had been piled up like a mountain to the many secular people. To the north of the country of Shi, there were endless hills. The hills were high and low, undulating continuously. Low thorny vegetation covered the hills, piercing sharply into the air in the cold wind. Somewhere where the sun was shining brightly, a thick fog suddenly rose up. That thick fog quickly dispersed with the cold wind. Wherever the fog passed, the thorns on the hills were dyed with a layer of light brown. That brown color was similar to the color of the thorns. Not to mention the naked eye, even if one's divine sense swept over, it would be impossible to see clearly if one didn't examine it carefully. Immediately after, 1,000 feet away, another thick fog rose up, still floating in the surrounding area of several hundred feet. This process was repeated over and over again. Waves of thick fog rose up and slowly pushed forward. After an unknown period of time, the last wave of fog fell and a hazy figure appeared from the fog. It was the mysterious black-cloaked fellow Taoist from the Eastern Mountain. Haha, fellow Taoist from East Mountain's gaze swept past the thorns and let out a satisfied laugh. Then he carefully bent down and looked at the thorns and the hills again. With a wave of his hand, he took out a dark green object. That object was more than 3 inches long, sparkling and translucent, faintly emitting a luster. Fellow Taoist from East Mountain touched that object to the thorns, but the brown color on the thorns changed slightly, as if it was transferred to the dark green object. The entire object turned completely brown, its brilliance faded, and the luster also disappeared, turning into a withered branch. Fellow Taoist Eastern Mountain didn't wait for the object's brilliance to fade. He immediately flicked his hand, and the object fell to the ground with a bang. It was extremely hard. Haha. Fellow Taoist East Mountain was very pleased with the result. He leaped up, and as if he were climbing a flight of stairs, he took a few steps up into the air. Then, his body began to fade away as he flew toward the area surrounded by the black fog. Shockingly, the black fog covered an area of over 50 kilometers. However, even though it was hundreds of miles long, it seemed so insignificant in the face of this boundless hilly land. Fellow Taoist East Mountain? After flying for dozens of miles, Fairy Yingzhuo was frowning slightly as she stood in mid-air. Below her, there were thousands of Foundation Establishment stage disciples holding all kinds of strange materials in their hands. Their hands were forming strange seals, and from time to time, a faint green light flashed. As the green light bloomed, the materials disappeared on the ground or in mid-air. Fairy Yingzhuo seemed to have sensed something. She exclaimed softly and looked up. Haha, fellow Taoist Yingzhuo's cultivation has indeed improved. Fellow Taoist Eastern Mountain's figure appeared in Fairy Yingzhuo's eyes. If it was 10 years ago, fellow Taoist definitely wouldn't be able to sense Ai's aura. That's right. Fairy Yingzhuo nodded slightly. Under fellow Taoist guidance, my cultivation has really made some inconceivable progress. However, this progress seems to be somewhat unequal to my Xuanyan school's contribution. Fairy Yingzhuo's brows relaxed as she looked below her. Alright, I'll let fellow Taoist Yingzhuo know. Fellow Taoist Eastern Mountain didn't seem to be angry. He smiled and said, I can clearly see fellow Taoist's contribution, and I also understand that I will definitely not go back on my words. I will definitely help fellow Taoist distract your attention. Furthermore, fellow Taoist Eastern Mountain glanced at the thousands of people below his feet, and said, Fellow Taoist Yingzhuo, although you spent a lot of effort to collect these materials for setting up the formation, I completely handed over this 8 desolate spirit capture formation to fellow Taoist. Not only did fellow Taoist obtain this ancient formation for free, these thousands of Foundation Establishment disciples have also learned the Tao of Formation from I's secret manual. For the development of Xuanyan School. Fellow Taoist Yingzhua, don't say that you have no use at all. Heck, Fairy Yingzhua smiled and nodded. It's precisely because of this that I will use the strength of the entire school to help fellow Taoist Eastern Mountain. It's just that. Fellow Taoist Eastern Mountain, I have some doubts. Fellow Taoist has to deal with, who is it? With fellow Taoist's magic power, don't tell me, you still have to go through so much trouble? Fairy Yingzhua hesitated for a moment, and asked via voice transmission. Fellow Taoist Eastern Mountain's face turned cold. Although his entire body was hidden in a cloak, Fairy Yingzhua could clearly feel the surrounding temperature drop. She heard a faint voice. Fellow Taoist Yingzhua, according to our agreement, you can't know about this matter. Furthermore, with your current cultivation, knowing about this matter will only bring you disadvantages and not benefits. Why do you have to be so nosy? Fairy Yingzhua was a bit embarrassed and the corner of her mouth curled up. I will use the strength of the entire school, so naturally I have to consider the situation of Xuanyan School. If there is something that harms the foundation of our humble school, I will have to consider it. Fellow Taoist Eastern Mountain seemed to be thinking, and after a moment he said, what I do no one in the Xiaoyu continent will know. Don't worry, when you enter the deity transformation stage, perhaps you will have the qualifications to know some things. I also want to see the situation and tell you some things. Your school's disciples really have a foundation. This formation seems to be about to be completed. Is that so? When Fairy Yingzhua heard this, her face lit up with joy. She used her divine sense and said, this 8 Desolation Spirit Detention Formation has been set up for several years, and it is finally about to be completed. I also want to see the might of this ancient formation. Fellow Taoist Yingzhua, I'm afraid you can't see it yet. Fellow Taoist Eastern Mountain laughed heartily, seeming to be in an extremely good mood. After this 8 Desolation Spirit Detention Formation is set up, it still needs to slowly absorb the spiritual chi of heaven and earth, gradually smoothing out the formation's imperfections, and fusing the formation's traces with the heavens and earth. Only then can it be used. Otherwise, if even fellow Taoists can see the formation's traces, how can I's enemies fall into the trap? There's this kind of trouble? Fairy Yingzhua was a bit flabbergasted. I thought that it was rare to see a formation that could be set up for 100 miles. Who would have thought that this formation actually needs to absorb the spiritual chi of heaven and earth? Of course. I see that the existing formations on your Xiaoyu continent are all formation tools like formation plates and formation flags. The spiritual chi of heaven and earth used by those formations is stored in the formation tools beforehand. The fluctuations of these spiritual chi of heaven and earth are different from the surrounding spiritual chi of heaven and earth. It is extremely easy for others to see. I's formation emphasizes on fusion, using the surrounding spiritual chi of heaven and earth as its foundation. Fellow Taoist can still see the formation's traces now, but after several months to half a year, you definitely won't be able to sense it with your divine sense. Fellow Taoist Eastern Mountain said proudly, otherwise how could I let fellow Taoist collect so many rare materials? Chapter 2106. Sigh, I can be considered ignorant in front of fellow Taoist East Mountain. Fairy Yingzhua sighed. Fellow Taoist East Mountain flew to the center of the 8 Desolate Spirit Capture Formation and scanned the entire formation with his divine sense. He was very satisfied and transmitted his voice, in half a day this formation will take shape. At that time, fellow Taoist Yingzhua will lead your sect's disciples according to the previous plan and withdraw from all directions. I will then use the final spell to activate the formation. Oh, is it the spell that consumes a lot of magic power and divine sense at the end of fellow Taoist East Mountain's formation? Fairy Yingzhua asked thoughtfully. That's right. After using these spells, I will consume a lot of my own power. I have no choice but to find a place to meditate first. Fellow Taoist East Mountain nodded and said, Fellow Taoist Yingzhua, during this period, you still have to diligently inquire about that person's whereabouts. Yes, I understand. When Fairy Yingzhua said this, she looked like she wanted to say something but hesitated. What? Fellow Taoist Yingzhua doesn't believe in I? Fellow Taoist East Mountain was very sensitive and noticed this and asked curiously. That's not it. Fairy Yingzhua thought for a while and transmitted her voice. I only received a tip from a disciple. Ever since we got a clue about that person, my Xuanyin sect has done its best to pay attention to that person's whereabouts. In order to not be discovered by that person, we used countless methods. It's really exhausting. Furthermore, I can't guarantee that I won't be discovered. This isn't what fellow Taoist should consider. Fellow Taoist East Mountain waved his hand and said, that person's magic power is profound. Even if he was discovered, it wouldn't be surprising. What I want to say is that that person's whereabouts are uncertain, as if he's looking for something. Fairy Yingzhua clenched her teeth and said, Hee, fellow Taoist Yingzhua also noticed? Fellow Taoist East Mountain laughed and said, I can't answer this question because I also don't know what that person is looking for. And it's precisely because I sensed that this person was looking for something that I had no choice but to make a move. If that person finds that thing, I'm afraid it would be an abnormal disaster. I had no choice but to make a move in advance. Oh, I see. Fairy Yingzhua nodded slightly, as if this was the first time she had heard such news from fellow Taoist East Mountain. About half a day later, the sun had already set in the western mountains. The gorgeous blood-red color burned through the western sky, casting a dusky light over the hills. Fairy Yingzhua and the other Xuanyin disciples gradually flew away, like flies leaving their nest. They scattered in twos and threes in all directions. When everyone was far away and their divine senses could not reach, they saw fellow Taoist of Eastern Mountain's body tremble and quickly rush into the sky. When he reached a height of several hundred feet, his body suddenly stopped. His divine sense was like a torrential flood, covering an area of 100 miles, scanning inch by inch. Only after 2 hours did his divine sense stop. Fellow Taoist East Mountain then clapped his hands, and a green formation diagram several feet in size appeared in his hands. Fellow Taoist East Mountain shook his hand, and the formation diagram unfurled in the air. At this time, it could be seen clearly that the formation diagram was actually made up of pieces of green seal text. These green seal texts seemed to be separated from each other, but also seemed to have a mysterious connection, forming the entire formation diagram. Pooh! Fellow Taoist East Mountain opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of green blood on the formation diagram. The green brilliance on the formation diagram became brighter, and in the evening sky, it appeared extremely strange. The formation diagram appeared with the brilliance, and it became increasingly larger, gradually turning from several feet to several feet, and then gradually expanding again. At this time, fellow Taoist East Mountain's body began to tremble again, and a series of cryptic syllables came out from his cloak. As the syllables rushed into the formation diagram, the green seal text scattered in all directions like tadpoles leaving their nest, and the formation diagram was enlarged again. What was inconceivable was that as the green seal text swam in the air, many strange phenomena flashed in the air. Clusters of green light accompanied by wisps of black fog appeared in the void, entangling the green seal text. Sounds like the wailing of ghosts came from the void. A pitch-black color, darker than the night sky, first appeared, then condensed, forming thin threads, 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 and even thin threads. Rumble, the faint sound of thunder came from the sky above the formation diagram, which was already close to 100 miles in size. It seemed that many strange phenomena had attracted the might of the heavens, but the thunder and lightning were extremely weak, and only lit up this part of the sky a little. Seeing the green light mixed with the black mist and the green seal text, fellow Taoist East Mountain raised his head and let out a long howl. His body trembled violently again, and two identical fellow Taoists of East Mountain separated. This was clearly a spirit-severing cultivator's ability. However, to everyone's surprise, the two fellow Taoists of East Mountain swayed again, and actually split into four. The four cloaked fellow Taoists of East Mountain flew to the four corners of the formation diagram, and at the same time, used the green seal text. At this time, along with four rhythmic syllables, four flame-like green lights flew out from the four corners of the formation diagram, and clustered around the feet of the four fellow Taoists of East Mountain. The four fellow Taoists of East Mountain waved their hands, and there were also faint green seal text syllables. Along with the fellow Taoists of East Mountain's arms, the four green lights rushed to the center of the formation diagram. Pung! With an earth-shattering sound, the four green lights collided and instantly turned into countless dots of fluorescent light. The fluorescent light fell like raindrops and sprinkled over the entire array diagram. The green seal text and the dots of ink that had appeared before merged into the fluorescent light and fell with it. Thus, the entire formation diagram slowly fell, and gradually merged with the formation that had been set up before. Go! The 4 fellow Taoists of East Mountain shouted at the same time, and their 8 hands rubbed together. Large amounts of spiritual energy of heaven and earth gathered together, and as the seals were cast, they scattered over the formation diagram. Rumble! The earth shook and the entire ground shook. Endless dust rose into the sky, covering half of the sky within 100 miles. As the dust gradually settled, the jade-green brilliance and the pitch-black ink spots gradually disappeared. The entire array diagram had completely disappeared. Phew! The 4 fellow Taoists of East Mountain let out a sigh of relief at the same time, and then they raised their heads to the sky and laughed. Ah! Then the 4 figures rushed to the center of the formation, and gradually merged into one person. The fellow Taoist of East Mountain, who had just turned into one person, swayed slightly, as if he had used up too much of his magic power. Fellow Taoist of East Mountain snorted coldly, and his figure flickered like a ripple and disappeared in midair. The entire night sky returned to its deathly stillness. Apart from the wind, there was only darkness. The moon had just risen and the moonlight scattered down, dispelling the darkness. However, the hills within 100 miles were no different from the other hills. Even if one scanned it with their divine sense or looked with their naked eyes, they would absolutely not be able to find any clues. The hills in the north of the country of Shi regained its peace, which had not been there for several years. However, in the Meng Kingdom's Yun City, the Zhong family's Zhongling Mountain Villa could not calm down. A shocked cry rang out from a slope in the north of the villa. There were several rows of huts on this slope, and in front of the huts were patches of medicinal fields. In the darkness of the night, the spirit herbs shook their spirits, absorbing the moonlight and spiritual energy. What's going on? Who's making so much noise? Several patrolling disciples flying in midair heard the noise and flew over. Senior brother, senior brother? An anxious voice rang out, and a young disciple broke through the door of one of the huts. He almost rolled on the ground as he cried out, "Dead, dead, what are you shouting for?" One of the patrolling disciples scolded, "What dead? They're all dead, all dead." The young disciple pointed his finger incoherently, and said with extreme fear. When the other disciples heard this, they frowned. The disciple at the front patted his hand warily, and took out a yellow talisman. He said in a low voice, "Calm down. We've already passed by. You should explain the situation clearly." At this moment, the lights in the surrounding huts lit up. Several disciples had already poked their heads out of the huts, wanting to see what was going on. "All of you stay in the huts. Don't make a sound." The patrolling disciples shouted loudly, preventing everyone from coming out. Huff, huff, huff. The disciple who had screamed took a few deep breaths, and the horror on his face had not disappeared. He whispered incoherently, "The people in my hut are all dead." "What? All dead? There were 5 people in your hut." The patrolling disciple was shocked and turned to look at the hut. "Yes, 4 living senior brothers are all dead." The disciple came back to his senses and said in horror, "I was talking to them just now. Because I didn't eat well last night, I had a stomachache. When I returned to the hut, the 4 brothers in the hut were all dead. And they died in an extremely horrible way." Hiss, the patrolling disciple took a deep breath and looked at the hut in front of him. His mood was very complicated. Obviously, this disciple had said something that he had never encountered in the past 10 years of patrolling. Immediately, the patrolling disciple did not dare to be negligent. He ordered another disciple to go back and inform the others. He then activated the yellow talisman in his hand and walked steadily towards the hut where the light was coming from. With a sound of the door, the patrolling disciple pushed open the door that he had closed and looked around. He saw that it was a hut about 5 feet wide. 5 heatable beds were placed in the 4 corners of the hut, and a bean oil lamp swayed on the table in front of the window. The flickering shadow moved in the hut, and in the light and shadow, the corpses of 4 young disciples with ashen faces were reflected in the eyes of the patrolling disciple. Although the patrolling disciple had made some preparations, he still could not help but exclaim softly when he saw the horrified and distorted faces of the 4 disciples. The hands of the 4 disciples were stretched out, as if they were trying to grab something. Their fingers were slightly curled and their nails were black and tight. The eyes of the 4 disciples were staring straight at the door. Their eyes were wide open and filled with disbelief, as if they had seen something terrifying. Their lips were already dripping with blood, obviously bitten by the disciples' teeth. Chapter 2107. The 4 disciples who had died tragically were looking at the door. The disciples on duty who had just stepped into the room saw the 8 dead fishes' eyes and their hair stood on end. Fear rose from the bottom of their hearts. The disciple on duty was afraid, but he didn't dare to be negligent. He first scanned the entire room and when he didn't find anything unusual, he walked to the disciple closest to the door. After a brief inspection, he frowned slightly, because he didn't see any injuries on the disciple's body. "How is it?" At this moment, a deep voice sounded, "Did you find any clues?" "Captain Jianghu." The disciple on duty showed a relaxed expression and hurriedly turned around and bowed. A middle-aged cultivator in his 40s with thick eyebrows and big eyes steadily stepped into the room. This cultivator's cultivation was around the 11th layer of the qi refining realm. Jianghu raised his hand and motioned for the disciples on duty to stand up. He asked, "Did you find anything unusual?" "No." The disciple on duty shook his head slightly. This subordinate did a rough check and found that they might have been poisoned to death. "But I didn't find any injuries." This subordinate can't say for sure. "Did anything happen tonight?" "No, it was the same as before. There was no movement at all." Hearing this, Zhongyu's frown deepened. He had been the captain of the Zhongling mountain villa for decades, but this was the first time he had encountered such a strange thing. It was also the first time he had encountered so many low-level disciples dying at once. "Let the coroner come and take a closer look." Zhongyu turned around and ordered. One of the disciples on duty quickly walked away. Zhongyu looked around the room again and asked, "Tell me the details of the situation." "Yes, Captain." The disciple on duty pointed outside and said in a low voice, "There is still a surviving disciple outside. This subordinate will let him speak." Let him in." Zhongyu nodded, but the disciple on duty had just taken 2 steps when Zhongyu shouted again, "No need, this old man will go and ask him myself." "Yes." By the time Zhongyu arrived in front of the surviving disciple, he had already recovered some of his spirit, but his eyes were still a little dazed. Zhongyu looked at this disciple and muttered in his heart. He knew that although there were some disciples of the Zhong clan amongst these disciples, most of them were disciples of other surnames that were related to the Zhong clan. There were even some villagers with some natural endowments near Zhongling Mountain Villa. Their aptitudes weren't too good, but they could still cultivate. Most of them were around the 3rd layer of qi refining. Because they couldn't advance any further, they were assigned to the medicinal garden. Although these disciples would receive guidance from the Zhong family's disciples on their cultivation, their true purpose was to plant spirit herbs and do some chores in the Zhongling Mountain Villa. Although their status was higher than that of ordinary servants, they would never be noticed by others. Therefore, they would not be involved in anything that targeted the Zhong family. "Tell this old man the ins and outs of the matter in detail." Zhongyu looked at the disciple with clear eyes. "Yes." The disciple licked his dry lips and repeated the story. This time it was clearly more detailed than before and his tone was much calmer. However, the matter was simple to begin with. No matter how detailed it was impossible to loosen Zhongyu's brows. "You're saying that you only went out for a short moment and when you returned, the 4 of them were all dead? You didn't see anything out of the ordinary?" Zhongyu asked. "Yes, this disciple really didn't." The disciple was about to blurt out when he suddenly thought of something. He hesitated and said, "No, this disciple seems to have seen a black shadow. It was faster than a bird, but I couldn't see it clearly at night. This disciple doesn't know if this disciple saw wrongly." "A black shadow? How big was it? Where did it fly to?" Zhongyu's face lit up with joy. The disciple stretched out his hand and gestured to the size of his palm. However, he seemed to feel that something was wrong, so he enlarged his hand again. Then he felt that something was wrong again, so he enlarged his hand again. When he reached the size of a foot, he hesitated and said, "This big." This disciple was really sleepy and didn't see it clearly. Where did the black shadow fly to?" "It seemed to be over there." The disciple was still hesitant and pointed uncertainly at another row of small houses. "This is bad." When Zhongyu saw the disciple pointing at another house, his heart immediately sank. He said anxiously, "Zhonghuan, quickly go and gather all the disciples in the herb garden." "Captain, it's already late at night." The disciple on duty whispered, "Don't gather all the disciples." However, at this point, the disciple named Zhonghuan seemed to have realized something and exclaimed, "Captain, could it be? Only now did you remember? How dare you rely on this old man's usual guidance?" Zhongyu snorted coldly. "Yes." Zhong Huan hurriedly waved his hand and asked the disciples on duty to wake up all the disciples who were resting in the herb garden and gather them. After a while, Zhong Huan walked over with a slightly dark face. "How is it?" Zhong Yu asked indifferently when he saw Zhong Huan's expression. "Captain, you know that the disciples in 3 houses are all dead," Zhong Huan said in a low voice. "They died in the same way as these 4. This subordinate also took a rough look and didn't find anything unusual. 15 disciples? Zhong Yu's expression changed drastically. Yes, 15 disciples. Including these 4, there are 19 disciples. Zhong Huan nodded slightly. At this moment, a loud sound rang out in the air above the Zhongling mountain villa in the distance. It was as if millions of firecrackers had been lit up one after another. Following the sound, clusters of brilliance flashed in the night sky. Who touched the mountain villa's restriction? Zhong Yu was shocked. He didn't have time to ask his subordinate about the situation and activated the flying talisman to rush into the air. However, just as he flew up, he heard an extremely angry voice like rolling thunder. "Where did this evil creature come from? How dare you break into my Zhong family's ancestral hall?" Then, another burst of dazzling fire appeared, and a thunderous sound was heard. "Ah! Third granduncle's magic weapon?" Zhong Yu was shocked and his body paused in midair. He knew that Zhong Peiyuan's cultivation was in the late stage of foundation establishment. With him attacking, how could he stand by the side? Even if he went, he would only die. "Ha, old Zhong, of course it's me." Xiaohua's slightly exaggerated voice sounded at the same time. Then Zhong Yu saw a golden light flash in front of his eyes. The golden light was so bright and sharp that it almost blinded his eyes. He couldn't help but close his eyes. Slash, a sound was heard. It was unpleasant to the ear, as if silk was being cut. Then he heard Zhong Peiyuan's angry roar. "Xiaohua, you are really bold." Chapter 2108. This young master said that if you make this young master angry, this young master will kill everyone in your Zhong family one by one. If you want this young master to calm down. Xiaohua's voice suddenly came closer. Zhong Yu was shocked and hurriedly landed. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth surged, and then condensed together with that cold snort. Hee. A sneer flew over Zhong Yu's head. It was so fast that Zhong Yu had just opened his eyes and couldn't see it clearly. "Oh, this." Zhong Yu was somewhat enlightened. "Isn't this the black shadow that disciple mentioned just now? Moreover, didn't this black shadow say that he would kill everyone in the Zhong family one by one? Could it be, this is the Xiaohua that spread throughout the Zhong family a few days ago?" Zhong Yu didn't have time to turn around and ask the surviving disciple when he saw 2 figures chasing after Xiaohua. Even in Zhong Yu's eyes, the speed of these 2 people was much slower than Xiaohua's. "Patriarch? Third granduncle." Zhong Yu moaned sorrowfully. How could he investigate a person who could make a late-stage foundation establishment and an early-stage golden core cultivator join hands to chase after him? Finished thinking, Zhong Yu swallowed his saliva and turned to ask the surviving disciple, "Did you see that black shadow just now? Was it the one you saw just now?" "I saw it." The fear on the disciple's face hadn't disappeared, and his fingers were trembling. "Yes, it looked like it, but what?" Zhong Yu asked anxiously. "But it didn't look as fast as just now," the surviving disciple said with some hesitation. "Of course just now he was killing someone and now he's running for his life. Of course it's a lot faster." Zhong Yu said without hesitation. "Look at that figure, is it the same?" "It's this size, it's this size." The surviving disciple raised his hands, and the gap between his hands was a bit wider. After about half a cup of tea's time, 2 figures flew over from a distance. Zhong Qinyao's voice also came over in a low voice. "Old third, how's your magic weapon? This old man seems to have seen it being injured by that guy's magic weapon." "En?" Zhong Peiyuan's voice was somewhat distressed. "Good, Patriarch knows that Guy Xiaohua's magic weapon is extremely powerful. Boy's magic weapon wasn't his match and it was broken just now. If the boy wants to repair it, I'm afraid it will take a long time." "Damn it. Xiaohua, this bastard." Zhong Qinyao's voice was also angry. "This bastard's cultivation is indeed not bad. Jing Er's message is also not a false report. Relying on this magic treasure, he can resist a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator with a middle-stage foundation establishment cultivation. Moreover, his thunder-controlling sex disciples are proficient in flying techniques, and this brat's technique, even this old man can't catch up. If he goes against my Zhong family, it will be really troublesome. The most hateful thing is that Xiao Hua was actually able to touch the ancestral hall and break through several defensive array formations. If not for the last array formation, wouldn't he have entered the ancestral hall? Zhong Peiyuan also felt some lingering fear at this time. And since I've already fallen out with Xiao Hua, I have to be tough to the end. Zhong Tianyao sneered. Even if we have to reconcile in the end, we have to let him know that this is Meng country, and he's just a middle-stage foundation establishment cultivator. My Zhong family isn't a place where he can behave atrociously. You still want to kill my Zhong family's disciples one by one. Give him more guts. Give him 10 times his cultivation. Zhong Peiyuan said angrily. Who is this? As Zhong Tianyao spoke, he saw a figure in front of him flying over in a somewhat cowering manner. Oh, it's my Zhongling Mountain Villa's disciple on duty. Zhong Peiyuan seemed to have some impression of Zhongyu. He raised his voice and said, Zhongyu, go back to your duty. This is not a place where you can meddle. Yes, disciple understands. Zhongyu bowed and said, however, disciple has something to ask third granduncle to go over and take a look. What matter do you need this old man to go over? Zhong Peiyuan was stunned for a moment. His divine sense swept towards Zhongyu's back and those low-level disciples gathered together. This is... Zhong Peiyuan was stunned. His face also changed greatly as he turned his head to look at Zhong Tianyao. Patriarch. And this old man has already seen it. Zhong Tianyao's face had never been as gloomy as this 2 times. His eyes flashed as he stared at Zhongyu. You said that this was done by that bastard Xiao Hua? Zhongyu trembled. Zhong Tianyao's gaze was really too sharp. He hurriedly bowed and said, yes, Patriarch knows. This subordinate has already asked the surviving disciple. Although I'm not completely sure. However, that figure, that speed and the time when the disciple was killed. Also that bastard's arrogant words. When Xiao Hua's arrogant words were mentioned, Zhong Tianyao was so angry that he flung his sleeves and said, Old third, you take a look. Was it done by Xiao Hua? If that's the case, you send out disciples. And you and second brother personally go out and see where that bastard is hiding. Even if you can't find him, you have to find that female disciple of the Imperial Thunder sect. This old man wants to see who is more powerful in my Meng country and my Zhongling Mountain Villa. Yes, disciple understands. Zhong Peiyuan hurriedly bowed and saluted. At this moment, Zhong Peifu and the others also rushed over. Zhong Tianyao didn't even look at them and coldly left. Third brother, what's going on? Zhong Peifu naturally also saw the abnormality in the medicinal garden. He secretly glanced at Zhong Tianyao's back and asked. Zhong Peiyuan rolled his eyes a few times and ordered, call Zhong Yejing over. This old man has something to ask her. A disciple on duty complied and activated a flying talisman and left. Zhong Peiyuan transmitted a few words to Zhong Peifu. Zhong Peifu's face showed anger and his figure descended. He and Zhong Peiyuan looked around and asked the coroner, the surviving disciple, and the disciple on duty a few questions. Other than knowing that the 19 disciples died from poison, they didn't find any other clues. Third great uncle. Zhong Yejing quickly flew over. Obviously, she had already asked the disciple on duty on the way. When she saw the tragic deaths of the disciples, she couldn't help but feel a little sad. Look at what you've done. Zhong Peiyuan said without any trace of politeness. If you didn't bring Xiao Hua here, how could my Zhong family lose so many people? These low-level disciples are also my Zhong family's disciples. Third great uncle knows. Zhong Yejing frowned and said, Junior feels that this is definitely not Xiao Hua's doing. If it wasn't him, then who could it be? He just admitted it. Zhong Peifu sneered. Third great uncle knows. Zhong Yejing shook her head. Xiao Hua did it for the 2 gold sheets. He probably went to the ancestral hall because he heard the news that Junior occasionally revealed. As for the words he said, they should be words of anger. Because in the 10 days that Junior traveled with him, his compassion for the state of the universe and the fate of mankind, as well as the realm where he places the lives of ordinary people in his eyes, is far from what we cultivators can compare to. How could such a benevolent cultivator casually kill people? The realm where he placed the lives of ordinary people in his eyes? Zhong Peiyuan asked curiously, what do you mean? Zhong Yejing didn't hesitate to tell him what Xiao Hua did and finally said, Third great uncle, what kind of cultivator would do such a thing? Junior knows that I can't do it. TSK, a person fishing for fame. Without waiting for Zhong Peiyuan to answer, Zhong Peifu mocked, A group of ordinary people, ant-like existences, how could a cultivator care about them? That Xiaohua only told you about it and went by himself. You didn't follow him, so what did you do? Second great uncle Junior's divine sense has seen it before. Zhong Yejing retorted. I reckon it was for you to see. Zhong Peifu said without any trace of politeness. Before he came here he was already plotting against my Zhong family. He wanted to use such an illusion to confuse you so that he could obtain my Zhong family's gold leaf. Second great uncle. Zhong Yejing said anxiously, if you don't believe me you can send someone to investigate. Xiaohua hasn't shown up for more than 10 days, so he must be helping those ordinary people around my Zhongling mountain villa. Why should I care about this when I have nothing better to do? Zhong Peifu said again, Patriarch has already ordered me to capture the other disciple of the Imperial Thunder sect. I don't have time. Besides you're a disciple of the Zhong family. How can you help an outsider? Second great uncle. Zhong Yejing said anxiously, Boy is afraid that second great uncle will only pay attention to Xiaohua and let the real culprit go, harming the lives of my Zhong family's disciples. You can go now. Without waiting for Zhong Yejing to say anything, Zhong Peiyuan waved his hand and said, Gather all the disciples in the Zhongling mountain villa who are at the foundation establishment stage and above. Those who are in closed-door cultivation should also come out. Before Xiaohua is captured, be on high alert. Don't let anything go wrong. Yes, boy understands. Zhong Yejing nodded sadly and flew away. Zhong Peifu and Zhong Peiyuan checked for a while, but they couldn't find anything. They gave a few instructions to the disciples on duty and went back. Although the disciples in the herb garden had dispersed, everyone was anxious. A terrifying atmosphere spread throughout the herb garden, so much so that the entire Zhongling mountain villa began to tense up. Fortunately, after more than 10 days, there were no more movements from Xiaohua, and there were no abnormalities. Even the disciples of the Zhong family who went out to look for Xiaohua and Shui came up empty-handed. It seemed that Xiaohua and Shui had already left Yin City and went somewhere else. Therefore, the tense hearts of the people in the Zhongling mountain villa began to gradually relax. Then, it was another moonless night. The Zhongling mountain villa was shrouded in darkness. Occasionally, a few lights came from a few small houses, making the villa look even more desolate. Help! Suddenly, a mournful cry for help sounded from the south of the villa. And this cry for help came to an abrupt end, and there was no more sound. Let's go. Zhong Yu, who was on duty and had his attention on the herb garden, heard the voice and immediately said in shock, This is the place where the family members live. How could this guy rush into the inner residence? Yes, Xiaohua was a foundation establishment cultivator. How could he go to the inner residence of the Zhong family to harass the family members? However, a strange thing happened again. Zhong Yu had just flown for a few breaths with the disciples on duty when there was a rumbling sound of magic tools colliding with each other in the southwest of the Zhongling mountain villa. At the same time, Zhong Yu's familiar voice echoed arrogantly in the air above the Zhongling mountain villa. Haha, old Zhong, so your Zhongling mountain villa has a place to refine magic tools. You hid it so well, no wonder you were so confident in repairing your ancestral magic tools. If this young master hadn't stumbled upon it by accident, I wouldn't have been able to discover your Zhong family's secret. Chapter 2109. Xiaohua, you little bastard, you've gone too far. Zhong Peiyuan's voice naturally came over in a flustered and exasperated manner. Today this young master has already enjoyed himself to the fullest. This is just a small punishment for your Zhong family. As Xiaohua spoke, he whistled and flew away from the side of Zhongling mountain villa. How did the patriarch provoke this god of plague? Zhong Yu's heart was itching with hatred for Xiaohua. For the past month, he had been patrolling every night for fear that something might go wrong. However, in the end, a disaster still happened today. As for Xiaohua, he had gone to the west side of Yin City in the past 10 days and had seen everything within a radius of several hundred miles. He had also sent out a lot of fine seeds from his space and was very satisfied. Today he just happened to pass by Zhongling mountain villa and used the earth escape technique to come to the ancestral hall to take a look. As a result, the ancestral hall's defense was very tight and even had Zhong Tianyao personally overseeing it. Xiaohua knew that the Zhong family's ancestral hall was definitely hiding something other than the gold leaf. Thus, Xiaohua looked elsewhere with interest, wanting to do something that would make Zhong Tianyao feel disgusted. However, the entire Zhongling Mountain Villa's defense was very tight and there seemed to be disciples patrolling everywhere. Xiaohua was also unwilling to make things difficult for these low-level disciples and thus headed towards the southwest direction. This southwest direction seemed to have few traces of people and the defense was also very loose. However, when Xiaohua looked carefully, he actually found that there was an extremely powerful restriction underground. When Xiaohua broke through the restriction and entered, he actually found that it was an extremely complete place for refining tools and Zhong Peiyuan was actually inside. Damn it, I just casually copied some of their refining materials? This can't be considered a lesson. Xiaohua was somewhat dissatisfied. This Zhong Peiyuan has learned to be careful now. If he doesn't release his magic treasure, this young master's soaring dragon shears can't ruthlessly cut them a few times. And it seems that Zhongling Mountain Villa is also somewhat troublesome. There are actually people screaming. This time, this old fool Zhong will be somewhat troublesome. However, speaking of which, with this soaring dragon shears, it seems to be more powerful than the flying swords in the past. No wonder my Dao sect's cultivators, although they envy sword cultivators, if you really want them to nurture a sword, they won't really do it. Once this magic treasure reaches a certain level, it's indeed powerful. Xiaohua flew as he pondered. However, Reverend Brightsword's Dao Heart Sword Seed technique seems to be feasible. Although Dream has yet to awaken, this young master has already sensed the vigorous vitality within it. And a special feeling within the flying sword. I really don't know if the Dream Executor or the Soaring Dragon Scissors will be more powerful. Oh, what is that? Xiaohua suddenly furrowed his brows. His divine sense swept towards the area behind him. However, when his divine sense swept out, he only saw a palm-sized black shadow flash before it suddenly disappeared. When he looked carefully, there was no trace of it at all. Strange. Xiaohua was a little surprised. He stopped and flew back. After checking again, he still didn't find anything strange. He smacked his lips and flew up again. When he flew far away on top of a rock under Xiaohua, something that looked exactly like a rock moved. However, as soon as this rock left the rock, it immediately turned pitch black and flew in another direction like an arrow from a bow. Husband, why are you smiling so lewdly? Shui opened her eyes and looked at Xiaohua's lecherous smile. She unconsciously covered her mouth and laughed. Did you peek at some girl coming out of the bath? Or did you see some fairy spring scenery? Xiaohua raised his head and flung his seemingly elegant hair to the side. Is your husband that tasteless? Oh, that's... Shui's eyes lit up. Could it be that husband got the gold leaf from the Zhong family? Speaking of the gold leaf, Xiaohua was like a deflated balloon. He sighed and said, "Ai, how could that be? That old fool Zhong is very cautious. I reckon he already has the gold leaf with him. If husband wants it, I can't exchange it. Then I can only capture Zhong Tianyao." Capture a golden core cultivator? Shui shook her head and said very sympathetically, "I'm afraid husband still has to cultivate for another 100 years. And Xiaohua knew that he had the chance to kill Zhong Tianyao, but to capture him, it wouldn't be easy. But if he killed a golden core cultivator for 2 gold leaf, Xiaohua asked himself if he could do it for the time being. Then what are you so happy about? Shui asked. Xiaohua heard and couldn't help but laugh. He told her about the 2 times he harassed Zhongling Mountain Villa and explained, since husband can't get the gold leaf, then I'll keep harassing them and make them annoyed. In the worst case, they'll have no choice but to come find husband. Anyway, the gold leaf is useless to them. They should be happy to get rid of husband's harassment. That's a good idea. Shui pursed her lips and laughed. She seemed to have the same childlike innocence as Xiaohua. After laughing, Shui said, "Actually, the Zhong clan is also overcompensating. From what they said, it seems that there's been some unforeseen event, so they don't want to exchange with husband. Wife is indeed smart." Xiaohua praised, "Before husband went to harass them for the first time, I've already investigated clearly. It turns out that before I arrived at Zhongling Mountain Villa, a golden core cultivator from Changbai sect visited Zhong Tianyao. As for what happened, husband couldn't find out. It seems that only Zhong Tianyao, Zhong Peiyuan and a few others know. But from Zhong Qinyao's tone that day, it seems that he was threatened by this golden core cultivator. Moreover, it's very likely that the material he needed to repair his artifact was taken away by force. Otherwise, he wouldn't have left Qianma Dense stone behind. My husband is right. Shui nodded. If husband knows what material Zhong Tianyao is lacking, if husband has it, you can take it out and exchange with him. Wife's words are reasonable. Xiaohua disagreed. Although the gold leaf is important, if Zhong Tianyao asks for too much, husband doesn't want to be a sucker. In the end, it really won't work. At this point, a trace of ruthlessness appeared in Xiaohua's eyes. After all, this gold leaf is related to a Buddhist cultivation method. Xiaohua must get it. Zhong Qinyao's attitude really made him angry. And husband, let's try again. If it really doesn't work, then we'll make a move. Xue Xue, who was used to Xiaoyu continent's methods, didn't think much of it. She was only worried that Xiaohua couldn't defeat Zhong Tianyao. Husband knows. Xiaohua smiled. Right, how's wife's cultivation? Hee, with husband in front, how bad can this concubine be? Xue Xue covered her mouth and said, I'm already familiar with the cultivation method. These few days I'm expanding my meridians. If there's no accident, I should be able to meet the needs of foundation establishment within a year. Great. Xiaohua clapped and smiled. He hugged Xue Xue gently and sweetly. If you like this work, you're welcome to come to Qidian. Come to vote. Chapter 21:10. Not to mention the warmth of Xiaohua and Xue Xue within the Zhongling mountain villa, the south side of the womenfolk was already in chaos. Zhong Peiyuan was standing in front of an embroidery building, his face was flickering with uncertainty. Around him there were many crying sounds. In front of him stood Zhong Yu and Zhong Yejing, who had just walked over. Zhong Peiyuan opened his mouth, his tone seemed to be a little hesitant. He was actually afraid to hear Zhong Yejing's answer. Third granduncle. Zhong Yejing's face was also extremely ugly. She whispered, Jing has already checked one by one, there are 34 womenfolk dead. What? This many? Zhong Yu's face turned green. Yes. Zhong Yejing said with a bitter face. Among them were dying children and female cultivators at the 12th level of qi refinement. The way they died is the same as the tragic death of the nursery disciples a month ago. That damn Xiaohua. Zhong Peiyuan gritted his teeth and said, he's obviously a disciple of the Imperial Thunder sect. Where did he get such a ruthless and insidious method? He didn't even let go of a dying child. How can such behavior be worthy of the name of a famous sect? Third granduncle. In this boy's opinion, we need Ming country's Taiqing sect, Changbai sect, and other cultivation sects to be witnesses and let them make the decision for our Zhong family. Zhong Yu thought for a moment and whispered, after all, our Zhong family can't compare with the Imperial Thunder sect. It would be fine if she didn't mention Changbai sect, but when she heard Changbai sect, Zhong Peiyuan became angry and said fiercely, your fist is still harder than your own. If you want others to support you, you have to take out spirit stones. Seeing Zhong Peiyuan angry, Zhong Yu immediately realized something and hurriedly lowered her head. What else do you have to say? Zhong Peiyuan had nowhere to vent his anger, so he scolded Zhong Yejing. The first time can be said to be a coincidence, but what about the second time? Are you going to say that Xiaohua is innocent? These 34 womenfolk's lives, was it someone else who took it? If it's not Xiaohua, then tell me, who is it? Zhong Yejing was speechless. She wanted to argue, but she really didn't know what to say. After all, one may know a person's face but not his heart. She and Xiaohua had only met once. Seeing that Zhong Yejing was silent, Zhong Peiyuan continued, you have committed a grave sin by bringing this devil to my Zhong family. In my opinion, you'll surely be heavily punished. But it's precisely because we need people now, so I'll give you a way out and allow you to redeem yourself through meritorious service. Once Xiaohua is killed, you can enter into closed-door cultivation in the Orchid of the Bells courtyard to reflect on your mistakes. Yes, boy understands. Zhong Yejing bowed. At that moment, a young disciple of the 4th level of qi refining hurriedly flew over. Seeing Zhong Peiyuan throwing a tantrum, he hastily landed on the ground and cowered, not daring to approach. What's the matter? Zhong Peiyuan looked at the disciple and scolded. Bad news, bad news? That disciple shouted in an exaggerated manner. What's the big deal? Zhong Peiyuan reprimanded. Haven't you seen the world yet? Yes. The disciple didn't know how to respond to Zhong Peiyuan's reprimand. What's the matter? Zhong Yu knew that this was his disciple on duty, so he scolded in a low voice, if you have something to say, say it quickly. I'll let the old ancestor know. The disciple hurriedly said, several medicinal fields in the herb garden have been dug up, not even the roots are left. That's it? Zhong Peiyuan said angrily, do you still need to report this? He knew that the spirit herbs in the herb garden were common, not rare, and the spirit herbs in several medicinal fields were not worth many spirit stones. Yes, yes, this disciple understands. The disciple nodded and hurriedly turned around. After the disciple left, Zhong Yejing was about to speak, but Zhong Peiyuan frowned and his expression tensed up. He stood there respectfully and after a while he bowed again and transmitted a few words. It seemed that Zhong Tianyao had something to tell him. After Zhong Peiyuan finished transmitting his voice, he turned to Zhong Yejing and said, Jing, go and call Zhong Dong over. The two of you go to the Zhongling Hall and wait for the patriarch's orders. Yes, Jing understands. Zhong Yejing hurriedly bowed and accepted the order. However, she was still a little surprised. Although Zhong Yedong's name was similar to hers, and he was also a direct descendant of the Zhong clan, he was her cousin. He was only born a little earlier than her, but their parents gave him a similar name. However, as his name suggested, Zhong Yedong's temper was quite irritable, which was the complete opposite of Zhong Yejing's gentle and quiet personality. After Zhong Yejing left, Zhong Peiyuan did not even look at her. He ordered Zhong Yu to send more people to pay attention to the movements in the village, and flew away himself. Seeing Zhong Peiyuan fly away, the tension in Zhong Yu's heart loosened a little. In fact, there were still some things that he didn't dare to say to Zhong Peiyuan face to face. Over the past month, because of the inexplicable deaths of the disciples in the medicinal garden, the hearts of the people in the manor had already wavered. Many of the tenant farmers who worked in the manor had quietly left, and even more people found excuses to not come over. Many of the chores in the manor were temporarily done by the disciples with cultivation. However, these things were managed by the housekeeper. Even if the housekeeper did not say anything, Zhong Yu had to consider whether it was appropriate for him to say it. The south side of the Zhongling mountain village was brightly lit, and cries of sorrow could be heard everywhere. After all, 34 lives were lost and many relatives were involved. This night was destined to not be peaceful. However, unlike the chaos in the Zhongling mountain village about 10 miles away from the Zhongling mountain village, a large number of willow trees surrounded a small lake. The lake water rippled in the night wind, and the willow branches danced on the shore like ghosts baring their fangs and brandishing their claws. On the shore there was a small courtyard. At this moment, it was boundlessly quiet, and there was not the slightest movement. Woo, the night wind grew stronger and it actually blew a sound. Pai li pa la, it was unknown which room's window was blown open, but then there was the sound of a window being closed. It seemed that the owner of the room was sitting by the window. Zhong Haoren, a clear, somewhat helpless and somewhat agitated voice sounded, I don't want you to pity me here, I'd rather live like this. Hurry up and leave, don't bother me here. It's been more than a month and you've been nagging in my ears during the day and guarding my window at night. You're more annoying than a woman with a loose tongue. This voice was actually Zhong Xiuhan's. Senior sister, you should listen to me. Zhong Haoren's lukewarm voice sounded at the same time, as long as you nod your head, I'll go and beg Martial Aunt Yi Jing, beg her to come here and let her bring you to find Xiao Hua. You also know how good the quality of the medicinal pill he gave you last time was. He's a disciple of the Imperial Thunder sect, and now he's at Foundation establishment. Even Martial Aunt Yi Jing is extremely respectful to him, so it can be seen how deep his cultivation is. I'm sure he has even better medicinal pills on him, and will definitely be able to heal your injuries. Zhong Haoren, you dare to mention my injuries to Xiao Hua. Zhong Xiuhan was flustered and exasperated. Back then he was at Qi Refinement and I was also at Qi Refinement. Now that he's at Foundation establishment, what about me? How can I even talk about cultivation now? You're showing off my pity in front of him for no reason, is it because I'm not pitiful enough? Do you want me to lose face in front of Xiao Hua? In front of the Imperial Thunder sect? In the country of Xi? It's not that serious. Zhong Haoren still said gently, I think Xiao Hua is pretty good. Last time he gave us the medicinal pill without a second word. This time if he can help he will definitely help. Zhong Haoren. You stupid pighead. Zhong Xiuhan scolded again, do you know my current situation? Do you know what great-grandfather said? Do you know that I'm... At this point Zhong Xiuhan seemed to have lost all the strength in her body. She collapsed on the floor in the room, sobbing softly. Senior apprentice sister, senior apprentice sister. Outside the room Zhong Haoren panicked and shouted, don't cry, don't cry. If you're annoying me I'll leave right now, please don't cry. Zhong Haoren, you stupid pighead. Zhong Xiuhan cried as she said, if you dare to take a step out of this orchid of the valley, see if I don't ever see you again, not even a word about you. Yes, yes. Zhong Haoran immediately said, I'll stand right here, not even a step away, not even a step away. At the end of his sentence, Zhong Haoran hesitated again. But, senior apprentice sister, you're so annoying. You're already crying. If I don't leave you, you're still crying. What should I do? Zhong Xiuhan was so angry that she laughed and scolded, You stupid person, when did I say I was annoying you? Didn't you just ask me to leave? Zhong Haoran scratched his head and asked curiously. That was just then, this is now. Zhong Xiuhan said. Okay, yes, I know. Zhong Haoran nodded like a chick pecking at rice. After a while, Zhong Xiuhan's crying gradually subsided. She said softly, Haoran, you've been in the orchid of the valley for more than a month, and you've been delaying your cultivation. Moreover, it's hard to explain to the clan. You'd better leave quickly. Senior apprentice sister, are you talking to me? Zhong Haoran was obviously not used to the name Haoran, and said nervously. Of course, if not you, who else? Zhong Xiuhan said anxiously. Everyone in the orchid of the valley is resting. Who else can I call? Yes, yes. Zhong Haoran panicked again. You don't have to rush back. Your matter is more important than anything else. As long as you can recover, I won't be afraid even if I don't cultivate in the future, even if the clan leader banishes me to the orchid of the valley to reflect on my mistakes. Why you wish? Zhong Xiuhan knew that Zhong Haoran had no other thoughts, but when she heard those words, her heart was filled with sweetness. It was far more sincere than I'll accompany you to the ends of the world, to the ends of the earth. Yes, yes. Zhong Haoran did not understand what he had said wrong and quickly nodded. Looking at Zhong Haoran's panicked expression, Zhong Yuehan was worried for a while. After listening for a while, she said, Haoran, there are many beautiful female cultivators in the Zhong family. You just need to hurry up and cultivate. Even if you don't reach the foundation establishment stage, there will be many women who want to marry you. Why do you have to be like this? Chapter 21:11. Me? Zhong Haoran's scalp was about to explode when he heard Zhong Xiuhan mention a marriage alliance. He was almost incoherent. I don't want to marry someone else. I just want to see senior sister every day, that's enough. Sigh. Zhong Xiuhan knew that it was impossible to get any sweet words out of Zhong Haoran's mouth. This sentence was the limit of what Zhong Haoran could say. Haoran, do you know that I've become a cripple now? Zhong Xiuhan clenched her teeth and tears were about to fall. I know. Zhong Haoran immediately said. I know that senior sister couldn't reach foundation establishment that day and forcefully took the second foundation establishment pill. Because your meridians couldn't hold more true qi, they exploded. If your meridians can't be repaired, you won't be able to cultivate in the future. You'll be the same as a mortal. Damn Haoran, can't you be more tactful? Zhong Xiuhan said angrily again. Just these words of yours will anger me to death. Yes, yes, I won't say it, I won't say it. Zhong Haoran hurriedly replied. Sai, since you know, you should know the pros and cons of this. Zhong Xiuhan said faintly. Even family head, a golden core cultivator, was helpless after seeing it. That Xiaohua just reached foundation establishment. What can he do? Senior sister, Zhong Haoran shook his head. You can't say that. Although Xiaohua's cultivation isn't as high as family head's, but he's a disciple of the Imperial Thunder sect. It's impossible that the Imperial Thunder sect doesn't have a pill to repair meridians, right? Sai, Haoran, my meridians aren't simply damaged. My entire body's meridians are broken. I heard that the Xiaoyu continent has the heaven-mending pill. Only that thing can reconnect my meridians. However, that's a legendary item. Moreover, even if they have it, what can I use to exchange for it? Zhong Xiuhan sighed. Don't forget, you and I are just two insignificant disciples of the Zhong family. Now that I'm a cripple, other than you, other than the widows and widows of the Lily of the Valley, who else would think of me? Senior Martial Sister, Zhong Haoran called out, don't be sad. We have to ask before we know, right? If Xiaohua really has that heavenly mending pill, it has to have a price. Even if I don't have spirit stones now, wait until I reach foundation establishment, wait until I reach Jindan, I will definitely return this favor to Xiaohua. Silly Haoran. Zhong Xiuhan sighed again. Just based on your simple words, how could Xiaohua give you the pill? What do you mean? Zhong Haoran seemed to wake up. Does senior sister mean that you agree to look for Xiaohua? Humph, your legs and mouth are on your body, why are you asking me? Zhong Yuehan scolded. But if you don't agree, I don't dare to go. Zhong Haoren was in a difficult position. What if I ask for the pill and you don't take it? I begged you for more than a month before you agreed. If I went without saying a word, wouldn't you be even angrier? Seeing your sincerity, I agree. Zhong Yuehan chuckled. That's great. Zhong Haoren was overjoyed, then smiled bitterly and said somewhat pitifully, Senior Martial Sister, can I take a step? Since you didn't let me move, I didn't dare to move at all. Now my feet are numb. You deadhead. Zhong Yuehan said angrily, can't you secretly move? Yes, I will secretly move now. Zhong Haoren said immediately. AI, it's been more than a month since you saw Xiaohua. He has already left, where are you going to find him? Zhong Yuehan waited until Zhong Haoren stamped his feet, then said, besides, how can Xiaohua have the heavenly mending pill? Hearing Zhong Yuehan's words, Zhong Haoren comforted, even if Xiaohua left, Martial Uncle Yi Jing definitely has his communication talisman. I will ask Martial Uncle Yi Jing to come over first. As for whether Xiaohua has the heavenly mending pill or not, if he doesn't, Imperial Thunder Sect should have it, right? Haoren, you are too naive. Zhong Yuehan looked at Zhong Haoren with heartache. At this time, the sky was already bright, and the rays of light reflected on Zhong Haoren's extremely sincere face. The eyes on his face were so clear, and no words of praise could compare to a glance from his eyes. Zhong Yuehan couldn't help but feel sour in her heart. Why didn't she see it earlier? Or perhaps she shouldn't have been too reckless that day. If she didn't build her foundation, then so be it. If she could protect this sincere Zhong Haoren, it would be 100 times better than the current situation. Oh, it's daybreak again. Zhong Haoren looked at Zhong Yuehan's tearful face and said with a smile, Senior sister, wait for me. What are you going to do? Zhong Yuehan asked curiously. Every morning, you will immediately come here for an hour. What are you going to do? This. Zhong Haoren hesitated and said, I won't hide anything from you, but this matter, you can't know about it for the time being. You dare. Zhong Yuehan said angrily, you were fine just now, why are you not listening to me now? Do you think I can ignore you just because I can ignore you? Senior sister, Zhong Haoren's face was extremely red and his eyes were wide open. He quickly waved his hand and said, Senior sister, it's not that I don't want to tell you, but once I tell you it won't work. You, go, don't force me. Hearing Zhong Haoren's words, Zhong Yuehan's eyes reddened again. She lowered her head and said, Haoren, you, go, I won't ask any more. You still want to talk to me? Zhong Haoren was a little troubled. If you want to go, go quickly. If you're too slow, I won't talk to you. Zhong Yuehan didn't forget to reprimand Zhong Haoren even though her eyes were red. Yes. Zhong Haoren was overjoyed. He quickly walked out and activated the flying talisman. He flew over the small lake beside the orchid of the valley and flew towards the mountain closest to the lake. That mountain wasn't high, but it was the highest mountain in the area. Zhong Haoren flew for a while before he reached the peak. At this time, the sun had already risen and shone on the mountain peak. The biting cold wind on the mountain peak was somewhat warm. Zhong Haoren walked familiarly to a stone slab on the mountain peak. The stone slab was unusually clean, completely different from the dust on the rocks nearby. Zhong Haoren's eyes looked at the bright red sun in the east. He knelt on the stone slab and kowtowed 9 times in a row. He said very sincerely, Heavens above, I Zhong Haoren, am truly an insignificant cultivator. I Zhong Haoren, am now prostrating myself before the heavens. With my incomparably humble heart, I beg the heavens once again. My senior sister's meridians have been destroyed and she can no longer cultivate. I Zhong Haoren, am willing to exchange my meridians for her so that she can continue cultivating. I don't know if my words will reach the heavens, but I am willing to use my heart's sincerity to believe that the heavens will open their eyes and hear my prayers. Chapter 21:12. If this request is too difficult, please give me the heaven-mending pill, so that I can heal senior sister's meridians. If my request is not successful, I hope that Xiaohua of the Imperial Thunder Sect can bring the pill with him to help this kid. As long as senior sister can be happy, this kid is willing to break my bones. Although Zhong Haoren was very clumsy in front of Zhong Yuehan, he was extremely skilled in saying these words. If he hadn't been thinking for a long time, then as he said, he had been praying for dozens of days or even hundreds of days. After praying, Zhong Haoren stood up and prepared to leave the stone slab. However, at this moment, his heart moved and a trace of hesitation flashed in his eyes. He knelt down again and kowtowed 9 times. At this time his forehead was already red. Zhong Haoren said, "This kid, Zhong Haoren, is here to worship Senior Xiaohua. If you are still in Ming country, please hear this kid's heartfelt words, please come back quickly. This kid, Zhong Haoren, is begging Senior Xiaohua. I hope that you have the heaven-mending pill in your storage bag. Even if you don't have the heaven-mending pill, the Imperial Thunder Sect also has the secret formula to repair the meridians of the whole body. I hope that the heavens can borrow Senior Xiaohua's hand to fulfill this little request of mine. If Senior Xiaohua can cure Senior Sister, this kid will definitely. Zhong Haoren said a few words, but he couldn't think of anything. After all, he also heard this method of praying from his grandmother. It was a helpless method when one's strength was exhausted. He was forced to kowtow and beg like this because he had no other choice. Moreover, when he saw Xiaohua that day, he thought that Xiaohua had kindly given them the pill before. That kind of desire, that kind of eagerness involuntarily grew. He was like a person who fell into the water and met a straw. He used all his strength to reach out and grab it, regardless of whether the straw could save him or not. He unilaterally believed that Xiaohua could definitely bring about a turnaround for his senior sister. However, when he really wanted to make a promise to Xiaohua, he couldn't find the right words. After all, Xiaohua was not the heavens and some words were not suitable. Zhong Haoren hesitated for a moment and finally said, "If Senior Xiaohua Xiao is able to heal Senior Sister's meridians, then Junior Zhong Haoren will definitely kowtow to Senior Xiaohua Xiao every morning and evening, kowtow to him for his great achievements, kowtow to him for his longevity." After saying all this, Zhong Haoren really couldn't think of anything else, so he stood up and went down the mountain. However, what no one expected was that in the distant cave, within the Buddha fire in Xiaohua's Buddha heart that was cultivating with shui shui, a fine mark suddenly appeared. That fine mark was extremely fine and faint, and even Xiaohua's Buddha sense couldn't see it. At this time, Xiaohua was meditating with his eyes closed. Suddenly he sensed something and opened his eyes. He looked around strangely and thought, it seems like something happened? And, it seems to be in the direction of Zhongling Mountain Village? It must be that old man Zhong who is scheming against this young master. Xiaohua sneered, "This young master won't fall for it." However, when Xiaohua closed his eyes again, he opened them again after a moment. He frowned and pondered, "No, this feeling is different from the feeling of danger in the past. It's an indescribable feeling. It seems to be coming from the Buddha Sarira, and not from the hands of karma in the space. Should I go or not?" Xiaohua was a little hesitant. After all, he had just disturbed Zhongling Mountain Village last night, and Zhong Tianyao was definitely furious there. If he went now, he would be fighting with his life on the line. "Husband, what are you doing?" Shui Shui was very sensitive and sensed it. This. Xiaohua didn't know how to explain it to Shui Shui, and smiled apologetically, "Your husband's heart is a little uneasy as if something happened at Zhongling Mountain Village?" "Huh?" Sudden inspiration? Shui Shui was stunned and said in astonishment, "This seems to be a legendary great ability, right?" "What do you mean?" Xiaohua was also astonished. "When I was young, I heard from my uncle that when the ancient almighty cultivators cultivated to a very high level, they would have a kind of magical ability to seek advantages and avoid disadvantages. As long as there was something related to them, they would be able to do it on a whim. They could even pinch their fingers to know what it was and choose the most beneficial thing for them." That's right. That's right. Isn't this the hands of karma? Xiaohua's eyes spun rapidly as he thought to himself, "Husband, if you don't have a bad feeling, I suggest you go and take a look." Shui Shui suggested. "Who knows, there might be something related to you there. Maybe it's the gold leaf that you're thinking about." Not bad, you have a point." Xiaohua thought about the gold leaf and the Buddha Sarira and nodded. "My wife, please cultivate in the formation. Your husband will be back soon." Xiaohua left the cave and changed his direction, and slowly flew toward Zhongling Mountain Village. However, after flying for a while, Xiaohua gradually changed his direction. He was actually heading toward the peak of the Orchid of the Valley. Isn't this the brat called Zhong Haoren? Xiaohua's divine sense was searching, and he saw Zhong Haoren, who was heading to Zhongling Mountain Village to look for Zhong Yejing. After thinking for a while, Xiaohua returned to his original appearance and pretended not to know anything as he flew past Zhong Haoren. "So, Senior Xiao? I didn't see wrongly, right?" Zhong Haoren's expression definitely shocked Xiaohua. It was as if he saw an immortal descending from the heavens, and he was extremely surprised. Senior Xiao, you really heard this brat's prayer. You really can heal my senior sister's meridians. Zhong Haoran spoke incoherently, and he had completely lost his etiquette. He stepped forward and grabbed Xiaohua's robe as he spoke. Xiaohua was bewildered and he frowned. Zhong Haoran, what do you mean by that? Can't you explain it clearly? Moreover, in the past month weren't you at Zhongling Mountain Village? Didn't you hear the news at Zhongling Mountain Village? Zhong Haoran said excitedly, Senior Xiao, you don't know. Then Zhong Haoran told Xiaohua about how he prayed to the heavens and Xiaohua, and he explained, when this brat saw Senior Xiao that day, he wanted to ask Senior Xiao for help. However, you also saw the situation that day. This brat didn't have a chance to speak, so this brat came from the village to Orchid of the Valley to discuss this matter with Senior Sister. Senior Sister didn't agree, so this brat went to the mountain peak to pray every day. Where did you pray? Can you bring this Xiao to see it? Xiaohua was even more puzzled. This was the first time he had heard of such a strange matter. Of course, Zhong Haoran was extremely surprised. Whatever Xiaohua wanted him to do now, he would agree without hesitation. When the two of them arrived at the mountain peak, Xiaohua looked at the stone slab that Zhong Haoran was kneeling on, and he fell into deep thought. His Buddhist heart should be here. In other words, he could actually sense the matter that Zhong Haoran prayed to him. This was something that he couldn't explain no matter how hard he racked his brains. Senior Xiao. Zhong Haoran waited for a long time, and without the slightest bit of impatience, he said in a low voice, Senior, do you have any other questions? Xiaohua shook his head blankly and said with a bitter smile, This Xiao wants to ask, but I don't know where to start. Then, does Senior Xiao have the heaven-mending pill in his storage bag? Zhong Haoran suddenly felt that his mouth was a little dry. Heaven-mending pill? Xiaohua smiled and shook his head. This Xiao has never heard of any heaven-mending pill? Then, does the Imperial Thunder Sect have it? Zhong Haoran seemed to be unwilling to give up his evil intentions. This Xiao doesn't know. Xiaohua was clear that even if the Imperial Thunder Sect had the heaven-mending pill, it was impossible for him to know. Then, can Senior Xiao heal Senior Sister Xiaozi's meridians? Zhong Haoran felt that he was a little suffocated. Meridians? Xiaohua seemed to have thought of something and couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. Even if he passed the dragon transformation art to Zhong Xiuhan, it didn't seem to be able to repair her meridians, right? Moreover, it was impossible for him to casually pass the dragon transformation art to Zhong Xiuhan. Senior Xiao. Zhong Haoran said with a sad face, Senior Xiao, this junior begged you. How can you not have a way? How about this? Xiaohua thought for a moment and said, You should bring me to see Zhong Xiuhan. This Xiao will take a look at the situation first. Perhaps there's a way? Yes, how could I forget? Zhong Haoran slapped his head and said dejectedly, This junior was completely flustered when he saw Senior Xiao. This junior was really disrespectful. Please. Obviously, Zhong Haoran had completely ignored that, perhaps. By the time they arrived at the Orchid of the Valley courtyard, the sky was already bright. In the courtyard and by the lake, there were already some old people walking around. Although there were many people, most of them were very low-level cultivators. They looked like they were already in their twilight years. Everyone looked at Xiaohua and Zhong Haoran, their listless eyes unable to stir up the slightest ripple. Xiaohua had already scanned this place with his divine perception, so he didn't find it strange. He followed Zhong Haoran to an exquisite little house. Haoran? You're back so soon? Zhong Xiuhan obviously heard Zhong Haoran's footsteps and said happily, Martial Uncle Jing, she didn't come? Hee, Zhong Haoran said with a smile. I didn't even see Martial Uncle Jing. Zhong Haoran said before entering the little house. Humph, Zhong Haoran, you pighead. I told you. That mysterious thing of yours is completely useless. Zhong Xiuhan scolded. However, just as she finished scolding, Zhong Xiuhan was stunned. Wasn't Xiaohua following behind Zhong Haoran? That Xiaohua whom she had met several decades ago and whose appearance hadn't changed in the slightest? Zhong Xiuhan couldn't sense Xiaohua's cultivation, but she didn't dare to be negligent. Just as she reached out to cover her mouth, she immediately bowed and greeted, Junior Zhong Xiuhan greets Senior Xiao. Seeing Zhong Xiuhan and Zhong Haoran's deep affection, Xiaohua felt very comfortable in his heart. He thought about how the two of them were still bickering outside Mingxi even though they were already injured. And bickering wasn't right. It was Zhong Xiuhan who was bullying Zhong Haoran. And now, Zhong Xiuhan had already become a cripple. But Zhong Haoren still didn't abandon her and tried his best to think of a way. He really lived up to the name Haoren. Chapter 21:13. Suddenly Xiaohua remembered the oath that Zhong Haoren made to him, and then looked at Zhong Yuehan thoughtfully. Zhong Yuehan was pretty and she looked like she was used to ordering Zhong Haoren around. Although Xiaohua was here and she had changed to be respectful, she didn't take Zhong Haoren's carefulness seriously. "I've been thinking too much." Xiaohua laughed in his heart and helped Zhong Yuehan up. "Zhong Yuehan, this Xiao was just passing by and happened to meet Zhong Haoren." This Xiao didn't know what he said. This Xiao didn't have any heaven-mending pill, and I didn't know that the Imperial Thunder Sect had such a miraculous pill. This Xiao just thought it was a coincidence. Zhong Yuehan was very disappointed, and she couldn't hide the deep sense of loss between her eyebrows. However, Xiaohua immediately changed the topic. "However, since the heavens let this Xiao pass by and meet two fellow Taoists, this Xiao might want to take a look. Perhaps the heavens have already given this Xiao a method to cure you? Senior Xiao, please be merciful." Zhong Haoren couldn't help but salute from the side. "Yes, Senior Xiao, please help." Zhong Yuehan couldn't help but feel hopeful. Although Xiaohua was a Foundation establishment cultivator, he was from the Imperial Thunder Sect, which was 100 times stronger than the Zhong family, right? And Xiaohua waved his hand, turned his head and asked, "Zhong Haoren, what is this place?" "Senior Xiao, this is the Orchid of the Valley Courtyard, a place where the disciples of my Zhong family reflect on their mistakes." Zhong Haoren smiled apologetically. "At the same time, there are also some old and weak people who are recuperating here." "Oh, so it's like that." Xiaohua nodded and said, "Zhong Haoren, you go out first. Wait for this Xiao to take a look at Zhong Yuehan's injuries, then we will make a plan." "Yes, this junior will go out now. This junior will guard the door." Zhong Haoren didn't dare to say anything and carefully walked out and closed the door. Xiaohua glanced around and said, "Zhong Yuehan, close your eyes as if you're cultivating." "Yes, this junior understands." Zhong Yuehan obediently sat cross-legged and closed her eyes. Xiaohua first scanned Zhong Yuehan with his divine sense, and then stretched out his left hand, 2 fingers strangely placed on Zhong Yuehan's wrist. Xiaohua himself also sat down cross-legged. He actually used the Huanqi technique. After a while, Xiaohua furrowed his brows and withdrew his finger. Immediately after, another strand of true origin flowed into Zhong Xiuhan's meridians. However, just as the true qi began to circulate in Zhong Xiuhan's meridians, a feeling of enlightenment, or perhaps a sense of déjà vu spontaneously arose. It was as if he had treated such damaged meridians before. Meridian nourishing pill. Xiaohua almost groaned. A familiar pill and pill recipe appeared in his mind, and even more pill refining techniques and pill recipes gradually flashed in his mind. Xiaohua didn't dare to be negligent and hurriedly let go of his hand. He closed his eyes and carefully captured the memories that flowed like a fountain. Zhong Yuehan waited for a long time, but seeing that Xiaohua didn't do anything, she unconsciously opened her eyes. When he saw Xiaohua's expression, he thought that Xiaohua was thinking carefully. Therefore, she didn't dare to make a sound and only waited patiently by the side. After about half an hour, Zhong Haoren, who was outside the hut, was somewhat impatient. After all, Xiaohua only wanted to see what the situation was and didn't say that he could definitely cure it. Just as Zhong Haoren was worrying about his gains and losses, he heard Xiaohua call out from inside, "Zhong Haoren, come in." Zhong Haoren heard Xiaohua's indifferent tone and felt that there was nothing special. He unconsciously became happy. He pushed open the door and quickly walked in. He bowed and said, "Senior Xiao Yu, and this Xiao has already seen Zhong Xiuhan's meridians." Xiaohua looked at the cultivator whose eyes were filled with joy and said with a smile, "Although the situation is very bad, this Xiao has some confidence." "Really?" Zhong Haoren was ecstatic when he heard this. His knees went soft and he was about to kneel in front of Xiaohua. And Xiaohua hurriedly waved his hand and stopped Zhong Haoren from kneeling. He looked at Zhong Xiuhan again. "However, I can't treat it right now." "What?" Zhong Haoren asked anxiously. "This Xiao still has some things that I haven't gathered," Xiaohua said indifferently. "What does Senior want?" "This junior will help you find it." Zhong Haoren patted his chest and said. Xiaohua held his chin with his hand and looked at Zhong Haoren. He seemed to have made a decision. He patted Zhong Haoren's shoulder and said, "Come with me, I will explain it to you." "Yes." Zhong Haoren looked at Zhong Xiuhan and followed Xiaohua out. However, after a moment, Zhong Haoren came back in a daze. His eyes were blank and he slightly avoided Zhong Xiuhan's gaze. Howren, what's wrong? What did Senior Zhao say? Zhong Xiuhan said with some worry, is Senior Zhao's request too high? No, no. When Zhong Howren heard this, the worry on his face disappeared. He smiled and said, Senior Zhao's request is very simple. You don't need to think too much. Senior Zhao said that it won't take long, at most a month, to cure your meridians. Oh, really? Zhong Xiuhan was overjoyed and almost jumped up from the ground. So, I can continue to cultivate? Of course. Zhong Howren nodded affirmatively. Thank you, Howren. Zhong Xiuhan excitedly hugged Zhong Howren and nestled her head on Zhong Howren's chest. If it was before, Zhong Howren would definitely be dizzy and might even fall on the ground in joy. But this time, Zhong Howren's face only reddened for a moment and a trace of a bitter smile hung on his mouth. He stretched out his stiff arm and his trembling hand stroked Zhong Xiuhan's beautiful hair. Zhong Xiuhan felt Zhong Howren's action, and how could she still scold him? She only tightened her hands and firmly hugged Zhong Howren's waist. At this moment, Xiaohua's divine sense swept through the small room and a trace of a smile flashed on the corner of his mouth. This smile had an indescribable meaning. Meridian Nourishing Pill. It's a pill that specializes in repairing meridians and dantian. The main ingredients are crimson pearl grass and scarlet flame grass. Xiaohua's smile flashed and a happy expression appeared on his face. He thought to himself, obviously, just based on the names of these two spiritual herbs, Xiaoyu continent definitely doesn't have them. However, these two kinds of spiritual herbs, as well as some supplementary spiritual herbs, are in my mind. Just now, I roughly searched through the space and unexpectedly, there are ready-made spiritual herbs. Moreover, they're also very old. It seems that they were born from the seeds of the 100 herbs gate that won't germinate. This means that the meridian soothing pill should be able to be refined successfully. However, whether or not it can completely repair Zhong Xiuhan's meridians, I don't have much confidence. Of course, if the meridian soothing pill is effective, then it would be the heaven mending pill that they speak of. If something happens when Xue Xue is building her foundation, then this pill will still be useful. Chapter 21:14. It seems that this meridian nourishing pill or heaven mending pill must be refined this time. Xiaohua made up his mind and returned to the cave. Seeing Xiaohua return, Xue Xue naturally asked again. Xiaohua didn't hide anything and told her the story. Xue Xue was already very surprised that Xiaohua could refine the heaven mending pill, but after thinking about it again, she realized that the heaven mending pill was far inferior to Xiaohua's sudden inspiration. Husband, I really don't know how to envy you. Xue Xue smiled bitterly. You have to know, you have just reached foundation establishment. If you were at spirit severing stage at this time, I definitely wouldn't be surprised. Although that is an ancient magical ability, there are still some relics in the cultivation sects and some mutated magical abilities. For example, some deducing money is to sprinkle a handful of money left behind from ancient times on the ground and use some special magical abilities to deduce what will happen. Husband, you don't need to do anything and can sense what is going to happen. Maybe. Xiaohua scratched his head. He couldn't tell Xue Xue about the Buddhist sect, so he couldn't explain the sensing of the Buddha's relics. However, Xiaohua still said, in that case I will start refining the heaven mending pill. You and I have stayed here for a long time, let's change places and go to Orchid of the Valley courtyard. Zhong Tianya will never think of that place. Anything is fine. Xue Xue smiled sweetly, with husband's arrangement, anywhere is fine. Then Xue Xue said apologetically, husband actually, I'm afraid this experience. I'm afraid I've delayed your cultivation. What do you mean by that? Xiaohua was slightly stunned and asked curiously. Xue Xue said, husband is now at the middle stage of foundation establishment, so you should cultivate in seclusion. Moreover, husband can refine pills by himself, so you don't need to rely on the sect's supply. Taking pills while improving your cultivation, the late stage of foundation establishment is just around the corner. And you, for me, ran so far and involved so many trivial matters. How can you improve your cultivation? Hee. Xiaohua smiled and reached out to hold Xue Xue's soft hand and said warmly, for men some things can't be done and some things must be done. Accompanying my wife to cultivate is what I must do as a husband. As for cultivation? Can't you see that your husband has already refined the brilliant flower pill? Are you taking it every day and cultivating every day? When Xue Xue heard this, her heart was as sweet as honey. She clenched her fists and said, I always feel like I'm a burden to my husband. Otherwise, my husband would be able to go further. However, there were times when she thought, if cultivation was like this, so what if I didn't build my foundation? If we walk like this for the rest of our lives and look at the sea for the rest of our lives, wouldn't it be more beautiful? It's better not to build a foundation? Xiaohua was slightly stunned. He knew that Xue Xue seemed to be very afraid of foundation establishment. She was afraid that she would lose her life if she didn't pass, so she didn't dare to enter foundation establishment. Thus, Xiaohua smiled and said, "Husband refined this heaven-mending pill for wife's sake. If wife, and husband is only saying in case something happens to wife, this heaven-mending pill can also be useful." Xue Xue's eyes flashed with a trace of gloom, but she still smiled and said, "Husband, aren't you cursing me? Forget it, let's not talk about it. Let's leave." Okay, as Xiaohua spoke, he put away the rabbit spell formation and brought Xue Xue to the mountain peak where Zhong Haoren made his wish. He released the puppets and opened 2 caves on the stone wall. Then he set up the rabbit spell formation and protected these 2 caves. Only then did he start refining the meridian nourishing pill in one of the caves. The technique used to refine the meridian nourishing pill was completely different from the Dawn Rain continent. All kinds of spells were used, and they all faintly stirred up changes in the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. There were even some sounds of wind and thunder. This made Xiaohua quite puzzled, because in his memory there weren't so many strange phenomena. However, in any case, Xiaohua started refining the meridian nourishing pill. His memories regarding alchemy also increased, and his alchemy technique also neared perfection. At the same time when Xiaohua was refining the pill, Zhong Yejing was flying out of Zhongling Mountain Villa with a tall and sturdy cultivator. That cultivator's face was unruly, and his slender eyes were very disdainful. From time to time he would reveal an impatient expression. "Brother Dong," Zhong Yejing saw this situation, and there was a trace of worry on her face. She said in a low voice, "This matter concerns the rise and fall of my Zhong family. It's very important. You have to listen to sister's arrangements." Okay, that cultivator was Zhong Yedong. With an impatient expression, he flicked his sleeve and said, "You've said this countless times since we left the villa. I naturally know what to do." Yes. Zhong Yejing was also helpless. At this time the Zhongling Mountain Villa was in a state of unrest. Everyone else was on guard, afraid that Xiaohua would suddenly kill his way into the villa. No one dared to leave without permission. Only she and Zhong Yedong were temporarily unable to help, so they were sent out by Zhong Tianyao. Their purpose was very simple, and that was to leave Zhongling Mountain Villa to look for help. There were many cultivation families in the south of Meng country, but there weren't many families with profound cultivation who had reached the Golden Core realm. And the closest families to the center of Yun City were the Fei family of Ji City and the Qin family of Fan City. These 2 families' patriarchs, Fei Xiqing and Qin Kai, were already in the early Golden Core realm, which was the same as Zhong Tianyao. Zhong Tianyao wanted to capture Xiaohua or even kill him, but he couldn't do it alone. Therefore he set his sights on the 2 nearby cultivation families. After flying for several hours, a hot aura began to appear in front of them. A red mountain range appeared in front of them. Zhong Yejing knew that this was the Red Crane Mountain where the Fei family of Ji City was located. "Brother Dong," Zhong Yejing said in a low voice, but before she could finish, Zhong Yedong sneered, "Are you the brother or am I the brother? Do I need you to remind me again and again? After entering Red Crane Mountain, I'll just treat myself as a mute, okay?" "That's not necessary." Zhong Yejing smiled apologetically and said, "Brother Dong, just don't get angry." "How can I not get angry? Your words made me angry before I even entered the mountain." Zhong Yedong said angrily, "Seniors, where did you come from? Did you come to pay a visit to my Fei family?" While they were talking, several aura refining disciples on duty flew over and asked with a bow, "Damn it, if I didn't come to pay a visit to your Fei family, why did I come to this Red Crane Mountain?" Zhong Yedong's words made Zhong Yejing feel helpless. "Seniors, where did you come from? Why did you come to my Fei family?" Fortunately, Zhong Yejing and Zhong Yedong were foundation-building cultivators, so how could the aura-refining disciples dare to be disrespectful? They didn't dare to take Zhong Yedong's words seriously and still asked respectfully, "We're disciples of Yun City's Zhong family. We came to Red Crane Mountain this time because we have an important matter to discuss with your family's patriarch. Please inform him." Zhong Yejing knew she had a request, so she didn't dare to be negligent. She stepped forward and said in a warm voice, "This." The disciple on duty was a little embarrassed. he smiled apologetically and said, "It's not that Junior doesn't want to inform seniors. If it was someone else, it would have been fine, but Patriarch has been discussing tool refining techniques with Fan City's Qin family's Patriarch these past few days. He's already told us not to meet ordinary people." Zhong Yejing understood that the so-called ordinary people must be cultivators below the Golden Core realm. However, Zhong Yedong sneered and said, "What do you mean ordinary people? I've traveled a long way just to pay a visit to old Master Fei, so how did I become an ordinary person? If I had nothing to do, who would come here? It's so hot here, how can it be more comfortable than my Zhongling mountain villa?" Senior, please turn back. The disciples on duty didn't seem to give Zhong Yedong any face and refused politely with a smile. Zhong Yedong waved his hand and was about to use a confinement technique. Zhong Yejing panicked and quickly stood in front of Zhong Yedong. She really didn't want to come out with Zhong Yedong, but for their safety, Zhong Tianyao made this arrangement. However, she didn't expect him to attack an aura-refining disciple the moment he saw the Fei family's disciple. How was this the attitude of someone who came to ask for help? "Brother Dong." Zhong Yejing clapped her hand and took out an arrow token. She said angrily, "Do you recognize my Zhong family's Patriarch token?" Zhong Yedong's face tightened, and he hurriedly stopped and respectfully saluted the arrow token. "Zhong Yedong greets Patriarch." Brother Dong, fortunately, you know that seeing the Patriarch token is the same as seeing the Patriarch." Zhong Yejing snorted and no longer paid attention to him. She turned to the disciple on duty and said, "This is my Zhong family's Patriarch token. My Zhong family has indeed encountered a crisis. If the Patriarch wasn't in the mountain villa, he would have come long ago. Please take the Patriarch token and report to him." So it's like that. The disciple on duty obviously knew the importance of the Patriarch token. He stretched out his hand and took the arrow token. He smiled apologetically and said, "In that case, please wait for a moment. This junior will go and report to him." "Thank you." Zhong Yejing nodded. After the disciple flew away, the other disciple smiled apologetically and said, "Seniors, please follow us. Please wait at the mountain gate." Fei family's Mount Feiha had earth fire. Below the mountain range, crimson flames surged. It was similar to the Flame Forest Mountains. Zhong Yejing and Zhong Yedong followed the disciples to the mountainside. A huge rock was emitting a faint heat. At this temperature, there was no green vegetation. Similarly, brown thorns covered the entire Mount Feiha. Not long after, two early-stage foundation building cultivators flew over together with the Zhong family's Patriarch token in their hands. Seeing the two cultivators with the same cultivation level as her, Zhong Yejing was delighted. She knew that Fei Xiqing had agreed to meet them, so she sent the two cultivators to welcome them. "Fellow Taoist Zhong, please." The two cultivators flew over and politely handed the Zhong family's Patriarch token back to Zhong Yejing. They smiled and said, "I am Fei Ming and this is my junior brother Fei Yulian. The two of us are here to welcome the two fellow Taoists under the orders of the Patriarch." Well said, well said. Zhong Yedong finally smiled. Zhong Yejing took the token and returned the greeting, "Thank you, fellow Taoists." Then Zhong Yejing and Zhong Yedong followed the two Fei family disciples into Mount Feiha and arrived at the Fei family's guest hall. The Fei clan was different from the Zhong clan. They didn't build their foundation in the manner. Instead, they used Mount Feiha as their base. They opened up a cave on Mount Feiha and built their pavilions along the mountain. This guest hall was located in a rather large cave. Chapter 21:15. Fei Ming and Fei Yulian chatted with Zhong Yejing and Zhong Yedong while the low-level disciples served them tea. In the beginning, Zhong Yejing was still very polite, but after 2 hours she became somewhat impatient. After all, they had already been out for several days, and Xiaohua would sneak attack Zhongling Mountain Villa at any time. Every sneak attack would inevitably take the lives of dozens of people. Zhong Yejing could not wait any longer. She couldn't wait to invite Fei Xiqing and Qin Kai to Zhongling Mountain Villa and capture Xiaohua. In fact, it was a bit strange. If Qin Kai wasn't at Feiha Mountain, Zhong Yejing would have invited Fei Xiqing and Dao Fanqing, and it would take much longer than now. However, since Zhong Yejing already knew that Qin Kai happened to be at Mount Feiha, she could invite both of them at the same time and save a lot of time. She already had the idea of going back immediately. Therefore this small wait would seem very long. Fellow Taoist Fei. Before Zhong Yejing could speak, Zhong Yedong spoke first. He had been patient before, but now he couldn't help it. What's wrong with your Fei family head? Why hasn't he come out yet? I'm still waiting to go back. Fei Ming and Fei Yulian were obviously stunned. They looked at each other and Fei Yulian said indifferently, how would I know what the family head is doing? He is a golden core cultivator, and he doesn't need to tell others what he does. Since he wants us to accompany him, we will accompany him. If fellow Taoist Zhong is impatient, you can go. Regardless of whether fellow Taoist Zhong stays or leaves, my Fei family welcomes you. But Zhong Yedong slammed his hand on the chair and said angrily, Fei Yulian, is this how your Fei family treats its guests? What's wrong with my Fei family's hospitality? Fei Yulian also stood up and said coldly, my Fei clan will treat any cultivator who is polite and courteous with respect. My Fei clan will also not treat anyone who is rude with respect. You brat, you dare to call me rude? Zhong Yedong was angry. He slammed his hand as if he was going to take out a yellow talisman. Zhong Yejing was anxious. She quickly grabbed his hand and said, Brother Dong, don't forget the family head's orders. But Zhong Yedong's face was red, and his veins were bulging. But what? My Fei family doesn't treat you with respect? Fei Yulian sneered and said, I didn't say that fellow Taoist Zhong was rude. Why did fellow Taoist Zhong walk into the trap yourself? Hee fellow Taoist Fei, please don't blame me. Zhong Yejing smiled apologetically. Brother Dong is also anxious. What you don't know is that my Zhong clan has encountered difficulties. If we delay for even half a day, I'm afraid that dozens of lives will be lost. So, I hope that fellow Taoists can make an exception. Please ask the Fei family's elders to come out. Zhong said Yulian was Yulian and Yulian Yan. Oh. Fei Ming raised his eyebrows and looked at Zhong Yedong. Zhong Yedong was panting heavily and looked at him coldly. You can't do that. I'm afraid people will say that my Fei family treats our guests poorly. Fei Ming waved his hand and refused. Don't say that. This is I's goodwill. It has nothing to do with hospitality. Zhong Yejing smiled and stuffed the storage pouch into Fei Ming's hands. Fei Ming accepted it after a slight decline. Then he smiled and said, Fellow Taoist Zhong, please wait a moment. Family head and Senior Qin have talked for a long time. I'm sure your mouth is dry. This humble Taoist will go serve tea and see if the two seniors have time. Zhong Yejing was overjoyed. She cupped her hands and said, Thank you, fellow Taoist Fei. Fei Ming and Fei Yulian stood up and looked coldly at Zhong Yedong, who was still standing there. They turned around and left the guest hall. After the two left, Zhong Yejing sighed and said, Brother Dong, sit down. People have to lower their heads when they're under someone else's roof. The two elders will be here soon. Don't say anything else. Zhong Yedong didn't say anything and sat silently on the chair. Another hour passed by, and two divine senses suddenly swept in from outside the guest hall, locking onto Zhong Yedong and Zhong Yejing in an instant. The divine senses were very powerful, and Zhong Yedong and Zhong Yejing immediately understood that two Golden Core Realm seniors had come out. They didn't dare to be negligent. They immediately stood up from their chairs and walked quickly to greet them. Sure enough, as soon as the two of them took 2 steps, 2 cultivators in fiery red Taoist robes fluttered in. The first was a thin and tall old man with a goatee, small eyes and a face full of wrinkles. He was Fei Xiqing, the family head of the Fei family. Behind him was a middle-aged man with bright eyes, a red face and a full beard. He was Qin Kai, the family head of the Qin family. Junior greets Senior Fei and Senior Qin. Zhong Yejing and Zhong Yejing hurriedly stopped and bowed. And Fei Xiqing waved her sleeves in response. Qin Kai ignored her and followed Fei Xiqing to take a seat at the head of the table. Fellow Taoist Fei. As soon as Qin Kai sat down, he immediately smiled and said, The artifact refining method fellow Taoist spoke of is truly a unique one. I really hadn't thought of it before. If this method is successful, our 2-sex artifact refining efficiency will increase by 40%. Isn't this all thanks to fellow Taoist Qin? If fellow Taoist Qin didn't show me the Qin family's refining method, I wouldn't have been able to comprehend such an uncommon method. Haha, it's all thanks to fellow Taoist Fei. I only get 30% of the credit. Qin Kai laughed and said, It seems that the Fei family and the Qin family will be closer in the future. That's right. In the southern part of Meng country, only our 2 families can refine. If we cooperate, we will both benefit. If we don't, we will both suffer. Fei Xiqing also smiled. Zhong Yejing and Zhong Yedong still stood there respectfully, not daring to take a seat. They could only listen to the two chatting, not daring to interrupt at all. As for Zhong Yedong, his eyes were staring at the ground, no one knew what he was thinking. After a long while, Fei Xiqing seemed to be thirsty. She looked up and said, Why hasn't the boy who serves tea come yet? When she looked up, she saw Zhong Yejing and Zhong Yedong. Therefore, Fei Xiqing asked faintly, What happened in the Zhong family? Why did Zhong Tianyao, who has always looked down on our refining family, send the two of you here? Zhong Yejing didn't dare to neglect Fei Xiqing's question. She hurried forward and bowed respectfully. Junior Zhong Yejing of the Zhong family of Yun City greets Senior Fei. What's the matter? Fei Xiqing said faintly, but her eyes were fixed on Qin Kai. Senior, please know that our Zhong family has encountered an extremely difficult matter. Zhong Yejing told them about the matter that Zhong Tianyao had instructed her to do. Then she took off the storage pouch from her waist and handed it over. She smiled and said, This is a token of my appreciation for inviting the two seniors over. I hope that the other seniors will kindly accept it. Chapter 21:16. A disciple of the Imperial Thunder Sect? Fei Xiqing didn't look at the storage bag. She frowned and shook her head. Although the Imperial Thunder Sect isn't in the country of Shi, it's still one of the biggest sects in the country of Shi. It's far from being comparable to the cultivation families in Meng country. Your Zhong family has provoked such a disaster, yet you still want us to get involved. I haven't lost my mind yet. How can I get involved in this matter? Don't you think so, fellow Daoist Qin? Qin Kai became even colder and snappily said, Fei Xiqing, I came to your Mount Feihe to exchange my refining experience. If the disciples of the Zhong family want to find me, they naturally have to go to Fan City. How can they find me here? When you were talking just now, I was thinking about the technique just now and didn't hear a single word. Fellow Daoist Fei, please continue. Just pretend I'm not here. Zhong Yejing, did you see that? Fei Xiqing laughed. It's not that I don't want to help the Zhong family, but I don't have the ability. Besides, how can an early Foundation establishment cultivator of the Imperial Thunder Sect be Old Devil Zhong's opponent? In my opinion, that Old Devil Zhong has some ulterior motives. He wants to use this to trick us into entering your Zhong family's Zhong Ling Mountain village. How can I be fooled? Senior Fei, what do you mean by that? Zhong Yedong couldn't help but shout, What happened in my Zhong Ling Mountain village is the truth. This junior saw it with his own eyes. Xiao Hua's flying speed is extremely fast, like a ghost, and his methods are extremely ruthless. Dozens of people in my Zhong Ling Mountain village have already died. If not for this, why would we come here to beg the two seniors? The Zhong family, Qin family, and Fei family are all cultivation families in Meng country. If the Imperial Thunder Sect bullies my Zhong family, they might bully the Qin family and Fei family in the future. The attitude of the two seniors really makes this junior disappointed. If this matter is spread out, who knows how the nearby cultivation families will deal with the two seniors. Moreover, the two seniors should first take a look at my Zhong family's intentions. If you are not satisfied. Without waiting for Zhong Yedong to finish, Fei Xiqing swung her sleeve and slapped Zhong Yedong's face. Fei Xiqing's face was somewhat gloomy as she scolded, Ignorant child, what do you think we are? You actually dare to bargain in front of this old man? Do you think you are Zhong Tianyao? Even Zhong Tianyao wouldn't dare to be so blatant. That's right. Qin Kai said indifferently. The two of us won't go, so what? Even if your Zhong clan spreads this news, who will be the one losing face? If he couldn't even catch a Foundation establishment cultivator, how could Zhong Tianyao still have the face to live in Meng country? Even if someone is making things up about me, I'll send that person to your Zhong Ling villa. I'd like to see who dares to cause trouble for the Imperial Lightning Sect. Seniors? Zhong Yejing hurriedly said, That's not what I meant. Where are all the disciples in charge of receiving guests? Fellow Daoist Fei, you need to properly educate the disciples of Mount Feihe. Qin Kai sneered, It's hard for this old man to even drink spirit tea. With that, Qin Kai got up and walked outside. Haha, fellow Daoist Qin, don't worry. This old man has a new spirit wine here. I'm afraid you haven't tasted it before. Why don't you give it a try? Fei Xiqing also stood up and said with a smile. Oh, what spirit wine? Old Fei, you actually have a spirit wine that this old man doesn't know about? Qin Kai's eyes lit up, but his voice was already far away. Brother Dong. Zhong Yejing looked at Zhong Yedong, whose face was green and red, and stamped her feet, not knowing what to say. Now, what should we do? Zhong Yedong, seeing that he had messed up the matter, was somewhat at a loss. I didn't mean to say that, but when the words came out of my mouth I just blurted it out. Zhong Yejing sighed. She really didn't understand why the patriarch wanted Zhong Yedong to come with her. Wouldn't any other person be stronger than him? Was it just because the two people's names were similar? Let's go, what else can we do? We can't just let the Fei clan's disciples kick us out. Zhong Yejing snappily got up. They dare. Zhong Yedong stiffened his neck and said. Why wouldn't they dare? Zhong Yejing said, didn't you see that Xiao Hua who treated my Zhongling villa as an uninhabited place? If you have the ability, capture Xiao Hua. I will go back and squat at the mountain gate. Let's see how powerful that Xiao Hua is. Zhong Yedong said excitedly. Sure enough, when Zhong Yejing and Zhong Yedong left the guest hall, no Fei clan's disciples came to greet them. Even when they flew away from Feiha Mountain, only the disciples on duty looked at them from afar. When Zhong Yejing and Zhong Yedong returned to Zhongling Villa, they carefully reported the ins and outs of the matter to Zhong Tianyao, who was guarding the ancestral hall. Unexpectedly, Zhong Tianyao didn't scold Zhong Yedong, but nodded casually and said, You have worked hard. You have rested for a few days, but I'm afraid you will have to go again. Huh? Zhong Yejing was slightly taken aback, but she didn't dare to ask any questions. She bowed respectfully and left. Zhong Yedong really did as he said. He flew to the entrance of the villa, found a place and sat down cross-legged, waiting for Xiao Hua. Third brother, what do you think? After Zhong Yejing and Zhong Yedong left, Zhong Tianyao asked faintly, Fei Xiqing and Qin Kai, those two old ghosts. Are there any problems? After listening to Zhong Tianyao's question, Zhong Peiyuan was very hesitant. His eyes flickered slightly and he didn't answer for a long time. What? Third brother, you have been traveling outside for decades, searching for materials for our Zhong clan's ancestral artifact. You have come into contact with many cultivators. Don't tell me you don't have any thoughts? Zhong Tianyao said unhappily. Sigh, I'll let the clan head know. Zhong Peiyuan smiled bitterly. If the boy hadn't left Zhongling Villa, Yun City or even Ming Country, the boy would have immediately said his thoughts. But after seeing all kinds of people, experiencing all kinds of scams and experiencing all kinds of people's hearts, the boy didn't dare to say anything. The most unpredictable thing in this world is not the cultivation method, the method of making talismans or the method of refining pills, but the human heart. The human heart is the most complicated thing in the world. The boy doesn't know what the heavenly Tao is, but in the boy's opinion, the human heart is as deep as the heavenly Tao. Zhong Tianyao nodded and said with satisfaction. What you said is very good. Actually, even I can't judge whether Qin Kai and Fei Xiqing have any bad intentions. Zhong Peifu, who was beside him, said curiously, Clan head, the boy thought that it would be enough to send Jing alone. He even thought that Jing and Dong could find one person each. But the clan head insisted that Jing and Dong should go together and invite people one by one. I remember that the clan head once said that Dong temper is irritable. He wanted to test the Fei clan and Qin clan's attitude to see if they had anything to do with this matter. If they even tolerate Dong's temper, then they must have some ulterior motives. We can't let others take advantage of us for nothing. But now Dong and Jing have been chased out. Doesn't this mean that these two clans have no ulterior motives towards our Zhong clan? They are afraid that the clan head will plot against them. Haha, so that's what I was thinking. Zhong Tianyao stroked his beard and said with a smile, but think about it again. The Qin clan and Fei clan don't have any particularly close relationship with our Zhong clan. If they have something to ask of our Zhong clan, then they will definitely have a way to deal with my plans. If they come to our Zhong clan, wouldn't that be too abnormal? Even if it's you, you won't come at once, right? This. Zhong Peifu was dumbfounded. He shook his head and said, if the clan head says so, then we really can't judge. We can only wait for Xiao Hua to do whatever he wants, or we can give him the thing that he wants. How can we give it to him? Even if that thing is useless to us, we definitely can't give it to him. Zhong Peiyuan snorted coldly. If we give it to him, then we are giving our Zhong clan's face to him, allowing him to trample on it as he pleases. Besides, how should we calculate the lives of these dozens of Zhong clan disciples? But if we don't give it to him, we can't capture him, and we can't ask the other two golden core cultivators to help the clan head. What should we do then? Zhong Peifu asked back. Zhong Peiyuan let out a long sigh. He was also speechless. Xiao Hua's flying speed was indeed formidable. The entire Zhongling mountain villa was so big. Although there were some formations protecting it, it was different from the mountain protecting formation of the cultivation sections. Xiaohua could easily break through it as if there was nothing there. Zhong Tianyao, a golden core cultivator, couldn't catch him at all. Only 3 golden core cultivators formed a triangle and trapped Xiaohua, then they could succeed. Actually, it's still a little strange. Zhong Tianyao didn't make any judgment and suddenly said, Qin Kai, that old ghost, usually stays in Fan City and doesn't come out. Why did he suddenly go to Mount Feihe during this period of time? From what Jing said, it seems that he's working together with Fei Xiqing to refine some kind of magic tool. Zhong Peiyuan reminded. Yes, that's very strange. Zhong Tianyao nodded. The 2 clans are both refining tools, and they're usually competing with each other. Small grudges constantly exist, and the 2 of them don't have any good expressions when they meet. Now that they're together, that Fei Xiqing even gave Qin Kai some spiritual wine. Could it be that Mount Feihe has some use for Qin Kai? Zhong Peiyuan probed. Or maybe, the 2 clans obtained some kind of secret tool refining technique together? Zhong Peifu also reminded. A smile appeared on Zhong Tianyao's face. He pointed with his hand and said, That's right. Since the 2 clans are busy refining tools, I'm afraid they don't have the time to scheme against my Zhong clan. This old man can also invite the 2 clans without worry. But, if the 2 of them have some kind of scheme, they'll definitely be together. Zhong Peiyuan was still frowning. They're obviously together. It's too strange. Haha, what's real is fake and what's fake is real. Zhong Tianyao laughed. I'm afraid it's because of this that I believe that the 2 of them definitely don't have any designs on my Zhongling villa. But, Zhong Peiyuan was still worried. My Zhong clan has been hiding for many years. If you like this work, you're welcome to vote for it at Qidian. Come. However, when he thought about how he could still cultivate, still build his foundation, and still stay by Zhong Xiuhan's side without breaking his limbs, so what if he could not speak? Zhong Haoren wanted to nod his head, but his entire body did not have the slightest bit of strength, nor the slightest bit of magic power. After a moment, Zhong Haoren did not see any movement from Xiaohua. Zhong Haoren's magic power recovered, and he could also move his body. Zhong Haoren hurriedly said, Senior Xiao, He originally wanted to say that he was willing, but when he opened his mouth, not a single word came out. A burst of Wuxia sounds came and entered Zhong Haoren's ears. This is my voice? Zhong Haoren thought in his heart. However, his expectation and joy hid his disappointment. Because at this moment Xiaohua clapped his hand, and took out a slightly red medicinal pill. Is this the heaven-mending pill? Zhong Haoren took the heaven-mending pill, and looked at the medicinal pill that did not have any medicinal fragrance, and did not have any special phenomenon. He was bewildered but still spoke out of habit. Then he pointed his finger at the medicinal pill, and a puzzled look appeared in his eyes. Don't worry, you can give this medicinal pill to Zhong Xiuhan now, Xiaohua said with a smile. Zhong Haoren put the heaven-mending pill into a jade bottle, kowtowed again, and quickly entered the orchid of the valley courtyard. Zhong Haoren, I hope you have good luck. Xiaohua raised his head to look at the sky and sighed. Today is the day this young master will go and harass Zhongling Mountain Villa again, but for you this young master will stay. If something happens to Zhong Xiuhan, this young master's reputation as the heaven-mending pill will be ruined, right? Then Xiaohua flew up and chased after Zhong Haoren like a gust of wind. Peng 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 peng. Zhong Haoren walked to the front of Zhong Xiuhan's hut, and raised his hand to knock on the window. In the past 10 days, because of Xiaohua's guarantee in Zhong Haoren's comfort, Zhong Xiuhan's mood had been relaxed, and she could sleep normally at night. Zhong Haoren's arrival did not attract her attention. Who is it? Zhong Xiuhan woke up and asked curiously, Is it Haoren? However, the familiar simple and honest voice did not ring out, and it was still the sound of knocking on the window. Who is it? Zhong Xiuhan shouted vigilantly. At this moment the knocking stopped. Damn Haoren, what kind of joke are you playing with me? Zhong Xiuhan opened the door slightly, and saw Zhong Haoren standing in front of the window with a smile on his face. She immediately laughed and scolded, I already agreed and you still didn't say anything? Do you want to die? Zhong Haoren did not answer and clapped his hand, took out the jade bottle, and handed it to Zhong Xiuhan. This is the heaven-mending pill? Zhong Xiuhan was stunned and immediately became overjoyed. She snatched the jade bottle, removed the cork and poured out the heaven-mending pill. Is this the heaven-mending pill? Zhong Xiuhan looked at the ugly pill, and somewhat doubtfully looked at Zhong Haoran. Zhong Haoran did not speak and raised a finger to his lips, and made a gesture of breathing, indicating for Zhong Xiuhan to speak softly. This pill is so strange, there is no medicinal fragrance at all. Senior Xiao is not mistaken, right? Zhong Xiuhan did not seem to notice Zhong Haoran's strangeness, and muttered in a low voice, "Don't you think so?" Zhong Haoran's face revealed a smile, and he nodded slightly as if he had a card up his sleeve, but he still did not speak. "What? Damn Haoran, why are you so strange today? Why are you not saying a word?" Zhong Xiuhan finally noticed Zhong Haoran's silence and asked in a low voice, "In the past it was always you who spoke and I listened. Why are you not saying a word today? Could it be that you are mute?" Chapter 21:18. Zhong Haoran still didn't speak. He shook his head slightly, looked left and right, then put his index finger to his mouth, indicating for her not to make a sound. Then he pointed at the chaotic heavenly pill in Zhong Yuehan's hand and pointed at her mouth, indicating for her to take it as soon as possible. Xiao Hua in the distance understood that Zhong Haoran wanted Zhong Yuehan to take the chaotic heavenly pill before she noticed his abnormality, so that Zhong Yuehan wouldn't refuse to take the chaotic heavenly pill because of him. Maybe, my way of thinking is a bit too cruel? A trace of regret formed in Xiao Hua's heart, but then Xiao Hua smiled and said, "How can one achieve a rainbow without experiencing wind and rain? Zhong Haoran, if this delays you, this Xiao will bear all the consequences. It can also be considered as you bowing down to this Xiao and letting this Xiao understand the price of some things." On the other side, Zhong Yuehan was indeed focused on the chaotic heavenly pill as Zhong Haoran expected. She had been looking forward to this item for who knows how many days. Seeing that she was about to resume her cultivation, how could she pay attention to anything else? "Good. I'll take it now." Zhong Yuehan smiled until her eyes became two crescent moons. Zhong Haoran didn't speak and nodded slightly. "Haoran, you have to protect me," Zhong Yuehan said tenderly with a rare look of attachment. Zhong Haoran didn't speak and nodded slightly. "Then I'll take it?" Zhong Yuehan smiled. Zhong Haoran didn't speak and nodded slightly. Seeing that Zhong Haoran still didn't speak, Zhong Yuehan felt a bit strange. Zhong Haoran was a bit anxious at this time. He pretended to look to the side and pointed at the pill. "And?" Zhong Yuehan seemed to understand something and didn't ask any more. She walked to the side of the hut and sat cross-legged, then swallowed the chaotic heavenly pill in one gulp. When the chaotic heavenly pill entered her stomach, it immediately turned into a hot flow and rushed into Zhong Yuehan's meridians. The broken meridians were gradually repaired as if they had met with sweet dew. Zhong Yuehan hurriedly used the heart technique that she hadn't used for a long time and moved the warm flow into her meridians bit by bit. Zhong Haoran heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that Zhong Yuehan had taken the pill and a white mist had appeared on top of her head. He extended his hand to wipe away the layer of sweat on his forehead. It was just as Xiao Hua had expected. He was really afraid that Zhong Yuehan would not take the heaven-mending pill because of the price he had to pay. Unlike the silence in the Orchid of the Bells courtyard, several screams rang out in succession within the Zhongling Mountain Villa. Several batches of disciples on duty, led by Zhong Yu, Zhong Yejing and the others, quickly rushed to several places. The entire Zhongling Mountain Villa immediately descended into chaos. However, what was different from the previous two times was that this time, there was no Xiao Hua's arrogant voice, nor was there any flying shadow. What method did Xiao Hua use? Zhong Qinyao's divine sense swept across the entire Zhongling Mountain Villa, but he actually didn't see Xiao Hua's figure, causing him to be even more shocked. Not only was this bastard able to avoid this old man's capture, he was even able to avoid this old man's divine sense. It seems that he intentionally revealed himself the previous two times. What should we do? Right at this moment, someone shouted at the entrance of Zhongling Villa, "Where do you think you're going?" It was actually the sound of Zhong Yedong. "Ah, it's Dong." When Zhong Tianyao and the others heard this, their figures hurriedly flew up and flew towards the entrance of Zhongling Mountain Villa. However, Zhong Yedong wasn't at the entrance of the villa. Zhong Qinyao's divine sense chased after him, and he saw Zhong Yedong's figure rapidly chasing towards the west. However, there was nothing in front of Zhong Yedong that his divine sense could see at all. Just as Zhong Tianyao was about to fly over, Zhong Yedong stopped, scratched his head and looked around, and then scratched his head in confusion. Zhong Tianyao knew that Zhong Yedong had already lost Xiaohua. Zhong Tianyao released his divine sense and carefully searched Zhong Yedong's surroundings again. There was nothing unusual, so he retracted his divine sense. At this moment, Zhong Yedong also flew back. "Greetings, Patriarch." Zhong Yedong saw Zhong Tianyao and bowed respectfully. "And you saw Xiaohua?" Zhong Tianyao asked. "Why didn't he attack you?" "Boy, I didn't see him either." Zhong Yedong shook his head and said, "Boy only saw a black shadow that was a foot-long flash in front of Boy, and Boy immediately chased after it. That black shadow flew extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, it was far away. Boy could still see it earlier, but in just a moment, that black shadow flew away. He couldn't find it anymore." "Xiaohua is actually good at hiding?" Zhong Tianyao was even more shocked. "He flies extremely fast and can hide even this old man? I'm afraid I can't catch him." "But from what Boy saw," Zhong Yedong said anxiously, "that black shadow doesn't seem to be a human shape. I'm afraid it's not Xiaohua, right?" "Dong, can you see clearly?" Zhong Peiyuan asked. Zhong Yedong shook his head. "Boy can't see clearly, so I can't be sure." "Sai Donger, since you can't see clearly, don't talk nonsense. You're a foundation establishment cultivator, which is the same as Xiaohua's cultivation. Even if you're slightly weaker, Xiaohua doesn't dare to stay, afraid that your entanglement will attract Patriarch. His flying technique is extremely fast and he can hide. How can you see his true face?" Zhong Peiyuan sighed. "But..." Zhong Yedong still wanted to say something, but he saw Zhong Yu and the others flying over from the villa. Zhong Tianyao no longer paid attention to Zhong Yedong, turned his head and said, "How are the casualties?" Zhong Yu's expression was extremely ugly and said in a low voice, "This subordinate roughly looked, there are already more than 50 people in the few places where there were only screams. There are still other places that haven't been checked, but according to Xiaohua's vicious methods, there must be places where they were killed before they could even make a sound. He's really crazy, really inhumane," Zhong Peiyuan said angrily. "Isn't it just because of something? This bastard actually." "Sigh old third." Zhong Peifu sighed and said, "That thing must be extremely useful to him. If he obtains it, his abijna will definitely increase greatly. Who knows, he might even be able to reach golden core and nascent soul. With such a temptation, what can he not do? Didn't you see that day? Guanfeng? If we don't give it to him, he'll really attack the family head and all of us. Wasn't Xiaohua the other day different? If it weren't for the fact that his cultivation base isn't high enough, he would have made a move long ago, right?" Zhong Peiyuan sneered. Zhong Tianyao gritted his teeth, feeling truly powerless in his heart. It seemed that ever since he cultivated to golden core, he had never been so passive. Only now did he know that compared to a cultivation sect, he was truly aggrieved as the family head of a cultivation aristocratic family. This also made him even more determined to rely on the newly discovered refining method to bring the Zhong family step by step onto the path of a cultivation sect. "Take a look at the number of casualties first." Zhong Tianyao waved his hand, then turned his head and said to Zhong Peiyuan and Zhong Peifu, "The two of you, come over here and discuss how to invite Qing Kai and Fei Xiqing." Zhongling Mountain Villa gradually calmed down, but Zhong Xiuhan of the Lily of the Valley courtyard was like an ant in a steamer. The medicinal power of that heavenly mending pill was so strong that it far exceeded Zhong Xiuhan's expectations. It actually repaired her meridians, which she thought would take several days to repair, in just 6 hours. Moreover, while Zhong Xiuhan was in ecstasy, the remaining medicinal power still remained. Zhong Xiuhan didn't stop at all, immediately activating her mental cultivation method to refine the remaining medicinal power. Just after activating her mental cultivation method for a great cycle, Zhong Xiuhan suddenly discovered that there were signs of condensation in her true qi. She was finally going to build her foundation again. But at this time, Zhong Xiuhan's mentality was like, once bitten by a snake, 3 years afraid of ropes. Worried about her gains and losses, she didn't dare to activate her mental cultivation method again. "Quick, continue cultivating." Xiaohua's indifferent voice sounded. "Yes." Seeing Xiaohua, a foundation-building cultivator, by her side, Zhong Xiuhan's heart was greatly relieved. Her heart calmed down, and the speed of condensation in her true qi became even faster. "Quickly take the foundation-building pill?" Xiaohua slightly frowned. At this time, Zhong Xiuhan bitterly smiled and said, "Senior Xiao Jr.'s 2 foundation-building pills have already been used up. Right now, I don't have any foundation-building pills on me." Xiao Hua's eyebrows twitched. His mind turned again and he looked at Zhong Haoren. Zhong Haoren didn't hesitate at all. He clapped his hands and the 2 foundation building pills were placed in front of Zhong Xiuhan. Haoren, you are so good. Zhong Xiuhan affectionately looked at Zhong Haoren again. No need to be so affectionate, Xiao Hua whispered. Zhong Xiuhan, come with me. This place is not suitable for building your foundation. After saying that, Xiao Hua unceremoniously lifted his hand and flew out with Zhong Xiuhan like the wind. He directly flew towards the mountain peak that Zhong Haoren was praying to the heavens. Seeing Xiao Hua take action, Zhong Haoren naturally felt relieved. He activated the flying talisman tail and flew towards the mountain peak with Xiao Hua. But Xiao Hua's speed was so fast that in the blink of an eye, Zhong Haoren was left far behind. When Zhong Haoren flew to the peak of the mountain, he saw that Zhong Xiuhan was sitting on the stone slab that he usually knelt on. She had already reached the end of building her foundation. That's right, she actually built her foundation on the stone slab that Zhong Haoren usually knelt on. This was probably done by Xiao Hua on purpose. Sensing that Zhong Xiuhan's faint pressure of building her foundation was slowly withdrawing, Zhong Haoren's eyes were moist. He knew in his heart that this was Zhong Xiuhan's lifelong pursuit. It was also because of her strong and competitive nature that she failed to build her foundation last time. And this time, because of Xiao Hua's help, she succeeded in building her foundation. Where is Senior Xiao? Zhong Haoren immediately looked around, but there was no trace of Xiao Hua at the peak of the mountain. Haoren. Zhong Xiuhan withdrew her pressure. Her face was red from excitement, and her eyes couldn't hide her pride. Seeing that Zhong Haoren had arrived at the peak of the mountain, she jumped in front of Zhong Haoren and threw herself into his arms. She smiled and said, "You are so good. If it wasn't for you, how could I find Senior Xiao? If it wasn't for you, how could I build my foundation? This heaven-mending pill really lives up to its name. Not only can it repair my meridians, it can also help me build my foundation." Zhong Xiuhan fell into Zhong Haoren's arms and breathed in Zhong Haoren's scent. She was somewhat intoxicated as she spoke. However, after talking to herself for a long time, she didn't hear Zhong Haoren's response. She unconsciously raised her head and her scarlet lips curled up. She scolded, "I built my foundation, aren't you happy? Is it because my cultivation is higher than yours that you don't want to talk?" Chapter 21:19. Zhong Haoren had an indescribable feeling in his heart. It was neither sadness nor regret. He just smiled, pointed to his mouth and opened his mouth to say a few words. "Ah." Zhong Xiuhan was shocked and hurriedly broke free from Zhong Xiuhan's arms and shouted, "Damn Haoren, don't scare me. You really can't speak? Quick, tell me what's going on." Immediately, Zhong Xiuhan woke up and turned to look for Xiao Hua. "Senior Xiao, Senior Xiao." Zhong Haoren pulled Zhong Xiuhan's sleeve and shook his head slightly. "Haoren, tell me what's going on." Zhong Xiuhan was so anxious that she was about to cry. Zhong Haoren did not look depressed. He patted his hand and took out a small jade slip from his storage bag. He had some divine sense now, but it was very weak. He could only write a few words. However, the matter was very simple. He could explain it in a few words. "Haoren, you sacrificed so much for me." Zhong Xiuhan looked at the jade slip and the tears on her face fell. She hugged Zhong Haoren again and kissed his lips fiercely. Zhong Haoren was so happy that he almost fainted. He could not even stand steadily. After a long while, Zhong Xiuhan suddenly woke up and said anxiously, "Yes, Haoren, since it's Senior Xiao's idea, let's go and beg Senior Xiao, ask him." Zhong Haoren shook his head slightly. "Alas." Zhong Xiuhan was also disappointed and said in a low voice, "This matter? Senior Xiao wants us to swear that we can't leak it out. What is he planning to do?" Zhong Haoren did not answer. Instead, he pointed to Zhong Xiuhan's mouth and signaled her to swear. Zhong Xiuhan nodded and swore very meekly. Only then did Zhong Haoren smile. "However, my meridians have been repaired and I have built my foundation. Naturally, I have to return to Zhongling Mountain Village. If others ask, I have to give an explanation." Zhong Xiuhan thought for a moment and said, "I can only say that I met a senior. I don't know his name and he gave me the heaven-mending pill." Zhong Haoren nodded. Xiao Hua did not say anything. Casually making up a cultivator was in line with Xiao Hua's idea. "But Haoren, what about you, what should I say?" Zhong Xiuhan was somewhat embarrassed. Zhong Haoren smiled as he took the jade slip and wrote a few words. "Well, that's the only way. Zhong Yuehan nodded. Qigong deviation is the best explanation. Let's go, Haoran. Let's hurry back to Zhongling Mountain Villa. Zhong Yuehan smiled and said, I've just built my foundation, so I still need to stabilize my realm. Only when I return to the manor can I find senior sister and senior brother to give me some pointers. Then she held Zhong Haoran's hand and kissed his cheek sweetly. Don't worry, Haoran, I will never forget you. Zhong Haoran nodded happily, and the two of them activated their flying talismans and flew toward the Zhongling Mountain Villa. After the two of them left, Xiaohua's figure appeared on the top of the mountain. He looked at the stone slab that Zhong Haoran was kneeling on, which was also the stone slab for Zhong Yuehan to build her foundation. His face showed a thoughtful expression. It's strange. Why would I suddenly have the idea of testing Zhong Yuehan? Could it be that it was also on a whim? However, it's hard to figure out what method to use. Fortunately, there's this acupoint sealing technique. I used an extremely weak amount of earth crystal Yao milk on the mute acupoint. The restriction technique is also hidden. Even Zhong Tianyao might not be able to discover it, right? Hehe, Zhong Haoran is just an aura refining disciple. How could Zhong Tianyao make a move? Zhong Haoran, this earth crystal Yao milk is the same as the clear flower pill in my meridians back then. It's a test, but it's also a chance. I will not let down your sincere heart. Then Xiaohua used the earth escape technique and entered the cave where Shui cultivated. While refining pills, he also consumed pills and continued to cultivate. Zhong Yuehan and Zhong Haoran returned to Zhongling Mountain Villa. When they saw the desolate state of the villa and the terrifying aura, they couldn't help but be shocked. They stopped a disciple and asked, and the two of them turned pale with fright. What they didn't expect was that the culprit who turned Zhongling Mountain Villa into such a state and poisoned hundreds of people in Zhongling Mountain Villa was their benefactor, Xiaohua. How is this possible? Zhong Yuehan whispered, Last night? Last night, wasn't he at Orchid of the Valley Courtyard? It's impossible for him to come to Zhongling Mountain Villa. But then Zhong Yuehan hesitated again. But his cultivation level is very high, and his flying speed is also very fast. When I took the heavenly pill, he could have flown to Zhongling Mountain Villa. However, Zhong Haoran's face was full of determination. He absolutely didn't believe that Xiaohua, who took out the heavenly pill so easily, could actually poison hundreds of people to death. Unfortunately, he couldn't speak and couldn't defend Xiaohua. And even if he could speak, who would listen? An aura-refining disciple who disappeared from Zhongling Mountain Villa for dozens of days and no one cared about him, he really was a small person with little power. Just then, a few early-stage Foundation Establishment senior brothers walked over. The one in the front was a rather scholarly disciple with delicate features. When he saw Zhong Yuehan, he couldn't help but be stunned. He said in surprise, Yuehan, you've also built your foundation? Didn't your meridians break and go to Orchid of the Valley Courtyard to recuperate? I'll let senior brother Qingpa know. Zhong Yuehan smiled like a flower. I had a fortuitous encounter and met a strange person. Not only did he give me a pill to connect my meridians, but he also helped me build my foundation. Oh, this is really a joyous occasion for my Zhongling Mountain Villa. Zhong Qingpa clapped his hands and said, My Zhong clan has been sobbing for the past dozens of days. It's rare for there to be any good news. However, junior sister Yuehan, your foundation establishment realm seems to be unstable. You still need to cultivate carefully. It can't be delayed. Yes, I also know that. Didn't I hurry back to the villa and ask senior brothers for guidance? Zhong Yuehan smiled apologetically. Zhong Haoran? Another foundation establishment disciple looked at Zhong Haoran and said, Where have you been these days? Why didn't I see you? Zhong Haoran's face showed embarrassment. He bowed and pointed at his mouth, shaking his head slightly. What's going on? The disciple was at a loss. Junior brother Zhong was so diligent in cultivating that he went mad. His mouth can't speak for the time being. Zhong Yuehan explained in a low voice. Oh, I see. Zhong Qingpa nodded and said, Cultivation is something that can't be achieved without taking small steps. You can't be impatient. Haoran, you have to take this as a warning in the future. Zhong Haoran nodded respectfully. Oh, junior sister Yuehan, now that you're also in the foundation establishment realm, you don't have to call Zhong Haoran junior brother anymore. Just call him martial nephew. Zhong Qingpa smiled and said, When you stabilize your realm, you still have to leave your natal spirit tablet in the ancestral hall. This is an honor that only the Zhong clan's foundation establishment disciples can have. Yes, I understand. Zhong Yuehan looked at Zhong Haoran apologetically and said in a low voice, "If you like this work, you're welcome to vote for it at Qidian. Come." Chapter 21-20. Let's go and report the good news to Granduncle. Zhong Qingpa said with a smile. Granduncle and the others will definitely be happy that Zhong family has a disciple who has reached the foundation building realm at such a critical time. Zhong Haoran silently watched Zhong Xiuhan leave. It was impossible for him not to have any thoughts in his heart. However, Zhong Haoran felt at peace because he believed that Zhong Xiuhan was just helpless. Once she stabilized her realm, she would definitely come to find him. Thus, Zhong Haoran turned around and went back to his room. Zhong Haoran was a direct disciple of the Zhong family. Unlike the low-level disciples in the medicinal garden, he had his own place to cultivate. This place could be considered safe. The previous 2 attacks that killed hundreds of people didn't involve this place. Therefore, no one cared too much about Zhong Haoran going out for dozens of days. However, the 2 deaths now involved most of the Zhongling mountain village. The place where the aura-refining disciples cultivated began to become restless. All kinds of terrifying and uneasy auras filled the air. The aura-refining disciples were all in danger, afraid that they would lose their lives if they were careless. If it were any other time, Zhong Haoran's so-called loss of speech caused by qi deviation would definitely be comforted by his fellow disciples. There would even be more enthusiastic senior sisters who would look for some solutions. But at this time, Zhong Haoran was first greeted with indifference, then astonishment and finally, ridicule. Hee Haoran, I really didn't expect this. First there was Zhong Xiuhan and now there's you. Both of you cultivated desperately for the sake of building your foundation, but now your cultivation hasn't improved at all. That one became a cripple and you became a mute. How sad. What do you know? I just got the news from the master that Zhong Xiuhan has now turned from bad to good. Not only has her meridians been repaired, but she has also built her foundation. She's now our martial aunt. She's already built her foundation, so why would she go back to the Zhongling mountain village? Isn't it good to hide in the orchid of the valley courtyard? At least Xiaohua didn't appear there. Oh right, Zhong Haoran, you seem to have a good relationship with Zhong Xiuhan. Could it be that you were with Zhong Xiuhan for the past 10 days? Look, you're already like this. Not to mention that she hasn't built her foundation. Even a normal aura-refining disciple wouldn't take you seriously, right? That's right, a toad lusting after a swan's meat. I have such thoughts too. All kinds of words floated in Zhong Haoran's ears. Zhong Haoran was speechless again. There was only a bitter smile on his face and in the end there was even some coldness. It was as if he was using another pair of eyes to coldly watch everyone's performance. The Zhong clan's master who was guiding Zhong Haoran's cultivation naturally knew about Zhong Haoran's situation. He painfully inspected Zhong Haoran's body and sure enough, it was as Xiaohua had expected. They simply couldn't discover Xiaohua's forbidden technique, and it was also impossible for them to know the root cause of Zhong Haoran's muteness. Not to mention that Zhong Haoran was an aura-refining disciple. His master wouldn't directly report this situation to Zhong Tianyao. Now was a special time. Everyone's hearts were hanging in suspense, and they all hoped that Xiaohua would be executed so that they could escape with their lives. Zhong Tianyao also didn't have the heart to do chores. Therefore, Zhong Haoran's matter was like a small wave in the river, and after a slight surge, it disappeared. However, Zhong Haoran was somewhat puzzled about the fear of the Zhongling mountain villa's disciples. Because he had interacted with Xiaohua before, he knew Xiaohua's kindness. Since Xiaohua was willing to take out the heaven-mending pill for Zhong Xiuhan, he naturally wouldn't casually kill the Zhong clan's disciples. Besides, Xiaohua was with them the entire night during the recent dark of the moon. Where would he have the time to come to the Zhongling mountain villa to kill people? Unfortunately, Zhong Haoran couldn't speak now, so he naturally couldn't defend Xiaohua. Zhong Haoran also believed that the truth would come to light one day. He only needed to wait, and when that day came he would definitely defend Xiaohua. Unfortunately, reality was always cruel. Zhong Haoran calmly faced what had happened, but the changes in the situation were far from what he could have predicted. Just before the day he had to defend Xiaohua had arrived, he had already noticed another change. And this change was something he didn't expect, or rather, something he had never thought of. Zhong Xiuhan had already failed to build her foundation once, but this time her foundation building was very smooth. Moreover, with the medicinal efficacy of Xiaohua's heaven-mending pill, her realm after building her foundation was very stable. She only needed a few days of meditation to come out. The first thing Zhong Xiuhan did after coming out was naturally to look for Zhong Haoren. In fact, Zhong Xiuhan and Zhong Haoren lived very close to each other in the beginning. There were many aura-refining disciples in the Zhongling mountain villa, and these aura-refining disciples were divided into male and female groups to be managed. It was precisely because Zhong Xiuhan and Zhong Haoren originally had a close relationship that the two of them were put together when they traveled to the country of Shi last time. Contrary to Zhong Xiuhan's expectations, her appearance in front of the aura-refining disciples actually caused a sensation. Many of her old acquaintances flattered her in front of her, and all of their praises were piled up in front of her, as if she was the darling of the heavens. The previous coldness when her meridians were completely destroyed was completely swept away. This was beyond her expectations, and it made Zhong Xiuhan feel like she had returned to her hometown with honor. A kind of floating and fluttering atmosphere had always been permeating around her. And this kind of overflowing atmosphere and feeling of contentment actually made her unable to open her mouth to look for Zhong Haoren, and she couldn't even open her mouth to find an excuse to leave. Only when the sky turned dark did Zhong Xiuhan slightly collect her mood. Before she left, she casually asked about Zhong Haoren's situation. The aura-refining disciples all had a mysterious expression on their faces, and they quietly whispered in her ear, "Martial Uncle Xiuhan, you don't know. Zhong Haoren is now a mute, he can't say a single word. Moreover, he can't transmit his voice. Think about it, this kind of disciple, how can he still have a future?" According to the teacher, the possibility of him entering the foundation building realm is also very small. Your martial uncle have you ever heard of a foundation building cultivator who can't be mute? Which gold core cultivator is a mute? There were also disciples who flattered her. "Martial Uncle Xiuhan, we know you want to help Zhong Haoren because of your old friendship, but you have to think about it carefully. You are now a martial uncle in the foundation building realm, how can you be together with Zhong Haoren, a mute cultivator? You may be shameless because of your old friendship, but our Zhongling mountain village still cares about our reputation, and you foundation building cultivators also care about your reputation. Tisk, don't talk nonsense." Although Zhong Xiuhan disdained the words of these former sisters, and she knew the real reason why Zhong Haoren was a mute, but these words did sound reasonable. After hesitating for a while, she still couldn't find any reason not to look for Zhong Haoren. Zhong Haoren's hut was usually not lively, but it wasn't deserted either. However, when Zhong Xiuhan came, it was absolutely deserted. The situation was the same as what Zhong Xiuhan encountered at her former sister's place. A group of aura-refining disciples respectfully saluted her when they saw her. After she casually greeted them, they saw her go to look for Zhong Haoren, and their eyes were full of surprise. This surprise was definitely not a kind of compliment but a kind of admiration. It was more like a sudden realization and a kind of ridicule. These gazes made Zhong Xiuhan's heart, which had just convinced herself, ripple again. However, when she saw Zhong Haoren and his indifferent look, an indescribable feeling suddenly rose in Zhong Xiuhan's heart. It seemed that this junior martial brother who had followed her for many years hadn't grown up yet. The attachment that she had just borne before had long disappeared. The sense of security that she urgently needed from Zhong Haoren had also disappeared after she returned to the Zhongling mountain village a few days after she entered the foundation building realm. In particular, when she opened her mouth, Zhong Xiuhan felt that she didn't know how to address Zhong Haoren. Today she had played the role of martial uncle enough. "Haoren, are you okay?" Zhong Xiuhan said this with some regret in her heart. She hadn't seen Zhong Haoren for a few days, so what was wrong with him? Or perhaps he was mute, so how could he be okay? "You? Tell me about it with the jade slip." Zhong Xiuhan knew that Zhong Haoren couldn't answer her question. Zhong Haoren nodded, took out a jade slip, and handed it to Zhong Xiuhan. "Oh, I'm fine." Zhong Xiuhan scanned it with her divine sense and said with a smile, "The teachers were very surprised that I could enter the foundation building realm, so they specially examined me. You don't know how shocked they were at that time. Their mouths were wide open and their eyes were also wide open. They couldn't believe that my meridians were repaired so perfectly. Did you know? Haoren, the heavenly pill's reputation is really not just for show. Not only are my meridians repaired, but they are also bigger than before. I heard from the teachers that my magic power will definitely be higher than those of the same level in the future, and I have a higher chance of entering the Golden Core realm. Haoren, there are very few female cultivators in our Zhong family who enter the Golden Core realm. The teacher said that if nothing unexpected happens, I will be the first female cultivator to enter the Golden Core realm in thousands of years. After Zhong Xiuhan finished speaking, he said very gently, Haoran, this is all thanks to you. However, I also swore a heart oath that I can't tell anyone. So, Zhong Haoran listened patiently, and his eyes flashed with understanding. At this time, he very considerately stretched out his index finger and quietly placed it beside Zhong Xiuhan's mouth. Haoran, you're so nice. Zhong Xiuhan's body stiffened, and then she snuggled into Zhong Haoran's arms. However, Zhong Xiuhan clearly felt that the warmth on Zhong Haoran's body was far from what it was a few days ago, and she even felt a little uncomfortable in her heart. This feeling made her feel very uneasy. Yes, she had just benefited from Zhong Haoran, how could she suddenly become so unfamiliar? This unfamiliarity was caused by the environment of Zhongling Mountain Village, the difference between foundation establishment and chi refinement, the difference between gratitude and love. How could Zhong Haoran have thought that in just a few days, Zhong Xiuhan's heart would change so much? It was even more impossible for him to know that the woman in his arms was thinking about so many things. The two of them met for a very short time and they parted after a while. Zhong Xiuhan did not set a time to meet Zhong Haoran again, and only said that she would come to see him when she had time. At the same time, she also hoped that Zhong Haoran could continue to cultivate and enter the foundation establishment realm as soon as possible. Chapter 21-21. According to Zhong Haoran's thinking, although there was no agreement, but once I have time, wasn't that any time? But he was wrong, very wrong. Zhong Xiuhan's once I have time was actually more than 10 days later. And the second meeting was even shorter. It seemed that Zhong Xiuhan was cultivating some kind of technique. They only spoke a few words and then left in a hurry. Then, there was no then. Because, in the blink of an eye, it was the third dark night. According to the pattern of Xiaohua's attack on Zhongling Villa, this night was bound to be a bloody night, a night where dozens of people lost their lives. If it wasn't for Zhong Qianyao's order, the low-level disciples of Zhong clan would probably have fled from Zhongling Villa. After all, it was really terrifying. Xiaohua didn't ask the cultivation of his opponents, and killed them all with poison. Moreover, the number of people increased each time. Who knew whose turn it would be this time? Different from the vigilance of Zhongling Villa, Xiaohua was sitting in the cave with his eyes closed, meditating. He was taking medicinal pills and refining the earth crystal Yao milk. It was a rare leisure time, and the little bit of resentment in his heart towards Zhong clan had decreased by a lot. Xiaohua even wanted to put it aside first and not push Zhong Tianyao too hard. He would wait for another opportunity to go to Zhongling Villa to look for those 2 gold sheets. But at this moment Xiaohua's heart was moved. He opened his eyes and said with a smile, I've harassed them for many days. If I don't go, wouldn't they say that I started strong but ended weak? Besides, how is Zhong Haoran and Zhong Xiuhan's situation? It's been almost a month, I have to go and take a look. Husband? You went out again? Shui smiled. She naturally knew that Xiaohua went against Zhong Tianyao for her. She knew Xiaohua's cautiousness and her flying speed, so she naturally wasn't too worried. But Zhong Tianyao was also a gold core cultivator. If he really lowered his face and chased after Xiaohua, it would be difficult to deal with him. And once a month. Not too much and not too little. Xiaohua said with a smile, this time I'll go and have a chat with old ghost Zhong. If he can take a step back, I'll give him some face as a gold core cultivator. I heard that the materials he used to repair his ancestral artifact were forcefully taken away by someone else. I'll see if I have any and give him some. Take it as a sign of good karma and show some appreciation for the previous 2 disturbances. And, Shui smiled sweetly, this mistress knows that husband is soft-hearted. This matter has actually been delayed 3 times. It seems that Senior Zhong has really angered you. Of course. Xiaohua nodded and said, it doesn't matter if they threaten this husband, but if they threaten this husband's family, this husband will definitely not let them do as they wish. Husband, come back soon. Shui nodded. I can already feel it. It seems I'm about to reach foundation establishment. Ah? Very good. Xiaohua clapped his hands and said, then this husband will not go anywhere, I will stay here to protect you. Hee, how can it be so fast? Shui pushed Xiaohua and said, this concubine only has some feeling. Xiaohua rolled his eyes and said, even so, I still can't be careless. What kind of heaven men pill is this? Take it. If there's anything wrong with foundation establishment, take it without delay. As he spoke, Xiaohua gave the heaven mending pill to Shui. Tiske. Shui Shui looked at the pill without any medicinal fragrance and curled her lips. Husband's pills are all strange. Other heaven-mending pills overflow with medicinal fragrance, but yours is better. It's so ugly that no one would want to take it. A good pill doesn't show its appearance. If it shows its appearance, it won't be good. Xiao Hua patted Shui Shui's face and said with a smile, "Wife, don't worry. One day your husband's pill will definitely be hard to find in Xiaoyu continent." "You're shameless." Shui Shui took the heaven-mending pill and ridiculed Xiao Hua. Immediately, Xiao Hua escaped from the cave and flew towards Zhongling Mountain Villa. Just as Zhong Xiuhan thought, Xiao Hua flew to the vicinity of Zhongling Mountain Villa in a moment. However, when he approached Zhongling Mountain Villa, Xiao Hua suddenly stopped. A feeling of uneasiness arose in his heart. Could it be that old ghost Zhong has some powerful method? Xiao Hua was stunned. He immediately released his Buddhist sense and carefully checked. Why is this old ghost Zhong still guarding the ancestral hall? Could it be that there's something in the ancestral hall that can't be seen? Xiao Hua looked for a long time and didn't find anything wrong. Thus, he boldly laughed and said, "Today this young master doesn't plan to destroy your family's spiritual plants. I'm only here to discuss conditions with you. There's nothing to be afraid of." Xiao Hua flew to the sky above Zhongling Mountain Villa and said loudly, "Zhong, Senior, this Xiao greets you." Boom, a burst of chaotic noise. Xiao Hua's voice was like water falling into a pot of oil. In an instant, the entire Zhongling Mountain Villa was in chaos. Haha, this young master's fame is actually so great. Xiao Hua's little tail actually stood up and he said with a smile, "This way, I'm afraid old ghost Zhong will have to compromise." "Xiao Hua, you actually dare to appear in front of this old man?" Hearing Xiao Hua's voice, Zhong Tianyao swept his divine sense and also flew out. His face was very gloomy as he stood in midair. "All of you shut up. Haven't you seen the world?" Zhong Tianyao was furious again and shouted at his feet, "It's just a foundation establishment disciple from the Imperial Thunder sect, and you're already so flustered. If other people saw this, wouldn't you lose face for my Zhong family?" Under Zhong Tianyao's accumulated might, the noise instantly disappeared. "Senior Zhong," Xiao Hua didn't want to waste any time and bowed, "Have you thought it through?" This time this Xiao came with great goodwill and wanted to make this deal with Senior Zhong. Of course, this Xiao also heard some rumors and knew that Senior was in a bad mood that day, so this junior had a misunderstanding. This junior has also thought it through. If Senior is willing, this junior can discuss with Senior and take out more materials. Unfortunately, without waiting for Xiao Hua to fully express his sincerity, Zhong Tianyao angrily rebuked, "Xiao Hua, are you making fun of this old man? If you were sincere, I'm afraid the sun would have risen from the west. If you were sincere, how could you be so ruthless? My Zhong family has hundreds of lives. Although they are all unranked cultivators, but they are also people, the direct descendants of my Zhong family. Moreover, there are also a few dying children. Can you really do it?" Xiao Hua was stunned and said curiously, "This Xiao only took some spiritual herbs from your Zhongling Mountain Villa. It's not worth a few spirit stones. Moreover, the place where you refine the tools. Pay." How could Zhong Tianyao let him continue speaking? With a wave of his hand, a magic treasure that looked like a deer's antler appeared and shouted, "Don't try to quibble. If you still think you're a man and a disciple of the Imperial Thunder sect, then don't run away. This old man will avenge the hundreds of lives of my Zhong family." Chapter 21-22. Ouch. Xiao Hua suddenly remembered the scream he heard last time and hurriedly waved his hand. "Senior Zhong, I'm afraid you misunderstood. I've never killed a single person from your Zhong family. What I did was..." How could Zhong Tianyao listen to Xiao Hua's explanation? With a wave of his magic weapon, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth gathered over. Several powerful currents of air were born from the antlers, and like a large open hand, they pounced towards Xiao Hua. Within a few dozen meters of Xiao Hua, countless tiny whirlpools suddenly condensed and gradually rotated, and began to attack Xiao Hua from all directions. Alas! If he didn't know before, Xiao Hua would have chosen to fly away without hesitation. After all, there was no reason to fight a golden core cultivator head-on. But now he couldn't leave. He had to think about whether he should stay and explain to Zhong Tianyao. But at this moment, in a corner of Zhongling Mountain Villa, a black shadow flew up from the ground. This black shadow flew very slowly, and it seemed that its cultivation wasn't high. Xiao Hua scanned with his divine sense and immediately understood that it was Zhong Haoren. Xiao Hua nodded inwardly, knowing that Zhong Haoren was explaining for him. Get down? Just as Zhong Haoren flew up, Zhong Peiyuan, who was standing at the side, immediately stopped him and scolded angrily. You're just a little kid, what are you showing off for? Zhong Peiyuan used a confinement technique, and Zhong Haoren fell to the ground, unable to get up again. Where's Zhong Xiuhan? Naturally, Xiao Hua also thought of Zhong Xiuhan. Unfortunately, he didn't have the time to look for Zhong Xiuhan, because the angry attack of a golden core cultivator wasn't easy to deal with. Xiao Hua had no choice but to use all his strength to deal with it. Moreover, Xiao Hua also forgot that he made Zhong Xiuhan swear that he couldn't say anything about seeing him. He was now somewhat trapped in a cocoon of his own making. What? Senior Zhong, you want to bully the weak? Xiao Hua's heart tightened, but he still looked relaxed on the surface. With a wave of his hand, the soaring dragon shears flew out, and the faint golden light flashed in everyone's eyes. When you killed over 100 people of my Zhong family, why didn't you think of bullying the weak? Zhong Tianyao sneered, and the antlers in his hand slashed down without restraint. Humph, this Xiao has already said that this Xiao definitely did not kill a single person from your Zhong family. This Xiao naturally has evidence in my hands. Xiao Hua urged his magic power and flicked his sleeves. A huge amount of magic power was generated, and the vortex that was swarming towards Xiao Hua was destroyed by Xiao Hua's heaven and earth sleeve. Countless amounts of heaven and earth spirit chi scattered in all directions. At the same time, Xiao Hua's soaring dragon scissors slashed through the air. The golden light was dazzling, and the many streams of air that could tear flesh apart were cut in half. The remaining power of the soaring dragon scissors hadn't dissipated, and the magic treasure of the antlers was also slightly lifted. Universe Creator? Zhong Qinyao's eyes narrowed. You're actually related to Scarlet Island? However, no matter what your background is, you will not be able to escape from my hands tonight. I would like to see what qualifications a foundation establishment cultivator like you has to challenge me. The antlers in Zhong Qinyao's hand trembled slightly. Immediately after, his magic power surged again, and a shadow flew out from the antlers, smashing toward Xiao Hua with the force of 1,000 caddies. Just as the shadow flew out, it had an astonishing aura, as if it was suppressing Xiao Hua's entire body. The true essence that was originally flowing like mercury actually began to stagnate, and Xiao Hua's magic power was also somewhat lacking. This old ghost seems to be going all out. Xiao Hua understood in his heart, but he was still somewhat puzzled. Zhong Peiyuan and Zhong Peifu were not far from him. If it was any other day they would have already rushed out, but today it was somewhat strange and they didn't come forward. Could it be? Old Ghost Zhong has other plans? Xiao Hua suddenly thought of the warning signs from before, and immediately urged his magic power. He pointed his finger, and the soaring dragon scissors slashed towards the antler's shadow. At the same time, his figure leaped and he flew out of Zhongling Mountain Villa. Clang! A loud sound rang out. The soaring dragon scissors' golden light struck the shadow, and unexpectedly, there was the sound of metal and stone colliding. The soaring dragon scissors was struck back, and the shadow also swayed twice. In the end, it gradually dimmed and disappeared in mid-air. Hiss! Zhong Tianyao sucked in a breath of cold air. He finally understood the power of Xiao Hua's soaring dragon scissors. However, when he saw Xiao Hua escape, he didn't chase after him. He raised his hand and actually released the pressure of a golden core cultivator. He coldly said, Xiao Hua, little brat, you only know now that you want to leave, don't you think it's too late? Following Zhong Tianyao's sneer, he released his pressure. Inside Zhongling Mountain Villa, in front of Xiao Hua's fleeing direction, two similar pressures appeared. Along with the pressure, it was actually Qin Kai and Fei Xiqing. Golden core cultivators. Shock flashed through Xiao Hua's eyes. He really didn't expect Zhong Tianyao to hate him so much that he actually invited two golden core cultivators to kill him. Seeing three mountain-like pressures rushing towards him from three directions, and that pressure enveloped his entire body, a sense of powerlessness and helplessness rose from his heart. Fight! He couldn't help but look at Fei Xiqing, his gaze was very obvious. Didn't you say that Xiao Hua's flying speed was extremely fast? He looked at Fei Xiqing again and saw that she was also frowning slightly. It was unknown what she was thinking about. Go! Xiao Hua's figure didn't slow down at all. At the same time as he tried his best to break free from the pressure, he waved his hand again and ignited the true Samadhi fire. A wall of fire rolled over and rushed towards the wind and fire blades. True Samadhi fire? Seeing this, Qin Kai's expression subconsciously changed. He already understood that his and Zhong Tianyao's techniques were most likely unable to block Xiaohua. Sure enough, the wall of fire of the true Samadhi fire surged up violently and instantly engulfed all the wind and fire blades. The entire night sky was ignited by Xiaohua. Ha ha! At this moment, Xiaohua's figure suddenly accelerated and was about to rush into the wall of fire. Xiaohua, you are indeed powerful. So powerful that it is beyond this old man's expectations. Zhong Qinyao's voice sounded again. However, if you want to escape from this old man's hands today, it will be extremely difficult. Fellow Taoist Fei, are you still not going to make a move? Following Zhong Qinyao's sneer, the antlers in Zhong Qinyao's hands suddenly waved. A faint green brilliance flashed on the antlers, and dozens of antler phantoms flew out, blocking Xiaohua's head. These phantoms were several times more powerful than the wind-fire blade from before. As soon as they appeared, they sucked in the spiritual chi of heaven and earth from all around. Within the green brilliance, a sharp light that was comparable to a flying sword flickered, piercing straight toward Xiaohua. Hiss. Xiaohua's divine sense swept over and clearly saw the situation of the antlers gradually solidifying. He slightly inhaled and urged his true essence. Wherever the magic power passed, the soaring dragon scissors flew out again. Go! At the same time Xiaohua raised the soaring dragon scissors, Fei Xiqing also had no choice but to make a move. He slapped his hand and a bowl-sized fiery red pearl was taken out from his storage bag. Under the urging of his magic power, it was like the rising sun and smashed towards Xiaohua's back. Compared to Zhong Qianyao's antlers, the boundless heat from the fiery red pearl and the might of a magic treasure instantly enveloped Xiaohua's entire body. It made Xiaohua feel a sense of insignificance, like a moth flying into a flame. Jie, with a cry, the phoenix battle form flapped its wings. A gust of wind was generated from its wings, stirring up the three waves of pressure. The phoenix battle form took the opportunity to soar and charge towards Zhong Tianyao. Those sharp phoenix claws suddenly grabbed towards Zhong Tianyao. Chapter 21-23. Swoosh. Amidst the phoenix cry, the golden light of the soaring dragon shears swept past the layers of deer antlers shadows. The soaring dragon scissors did not disappoint Xiaohua. It easily split all the deer antlers into two halves. The deer antlers turned into nothingness once again. Of course, Xiaohua also consumed a lot of magic power. The golden light of the soaring dragon scissors was slightly dim. However, the soaring dragon scissors were already exhausted. It was too late to deal with the Lai Pearl. The fiery red fireball was already one zhang away from Xiaohua's back. Rise. Xiaohua was slightly panicked. He waved his right hand again and took out the cloud-suppressing seal. Xiaohua did not have time to pour too much magic power into it. He used the cloud-suppressing seal to block the Lai Pearl. Boom. This was the most earth-shattering collision since the start of the battle between the four of them. The cloud-suppressing seal was sent flying diagonally to one side by Lai Zhu, while Lai Zhu was also sent flying back several feet. Naturally, Xiaohua, who was controlling the cloud-suppressing seal, also paused for a moment. At this time there was another loud noise. Peng. The deer antlers in Zhong Qianyao's hand hit the claws of Xiaohua's phoenix dharma body. The magic power surging on the antlers was like a stormy sea, knocking Xiaohua's dharma body back. Coincidentally, it hit right in front of Xiaohua's body. Xiaohua's body suddenly fell down again. I'll fight you. Xiaohua tried his best to stabilize his body and dharma body. It seemed that all the magic power in his body was surging into the soaring dragon scissors. The soaring dragon scissors flashed again and slashed at the Lai Pearl. Humph, no matter how powerful you are, you're just a foundation establishment cultivator. Do you think you can overturn this old man's hand? Qin Kai sneered. His body swayed and magic power surged. The Lai Pearl became 3 times bigger and quickly smashed at the soaring dragon scissors. Swoosh. The soaring dragon scissors was like a snake that had its tail stepped on. It was smashed back. The Lai Pearl was not much stronger. It was also sent flying back. What made Zhong Tianyao even more surprised was that Xiaohua's complexion changed rapidly. At the same time his figure fell from midair, Qin Kai, who was a Jindan stage cultivator, actually had his face change several times in an instant. His figure also flew diagonally along with the fierce speed for several zhang. His eyes flashed with an inconceivable expression. Zhong Tianyao. Who on earth did you offend? Qin Kai opened his mouth slightly. From the expression on his face, it was obvious that he had suffered some internal injuries. He's a Foundation establishment cultivator? How would I know? Zhong Tianyao forcefully suppressed the turmoil in his heart and said coldly, even if you're a golden core cultivator, you can forget about leaving my Zhong family alive today. But Qin Kai looked hesitant. He understood that a Foundation establishment cultivator might be nothing in the eyes of the Imperial Thunder Sect, but what about a golden core cultivator? Would the Imperial Thunder Sect give up? If this disciple's spirit tablet was damaged, the Imperial Thunder Sect's disciples would immediately come out to search for it. While Qin Kai was hesitating, Xiaohua fell several feet. At this moment a sudden change occurred. Xiaohua's figure suddenly floated up again. Like a sharp arrow, his figure fell rapidly and rushed towards the ground of the Zhongling Mountain Villa. Unfortunately, Zhong Tianyao seemed to have long known that he had the ability to escape through the earth. Fei Xiqing, who had been staying at the side without making a move, waved her hand. A ball of fire sprayed out and blocked Xiaohua's body. When the fire spread out, Xiaohua saw clearly that the fire wasn't real fire, but a fire carpet that was like magma spread all over. That fire carpet isolated Xiaohua's spiritual sense and couldn't see through it. The flames on the fire carpet were several feet long and rushed towards Xiaohua. Damn it, how did old Ghost Zhong know that this young master was going to escape through the earth? Xiaohua was really anxious when he saw that his tactic of creating a diversion to the east and attacking the west, which he had always been undefeated in 100 battles, had been seen through in advance. After all, there weren't many people who knew how to escape through the earth in the Dawn Rain continent. Xiaohua didn't show any signs of escaping through the earth in front of Zhong Tianyao because he wanted to escape when he was caught off guard. But now he was actually intercepted by a golden core cultivator in advance. He was really flustered and exasperated. What should I do? What should I do? Xiaohua was somewhat at his wit's end. His final trump card was the spiritual fire. That spiritual fire could still only be used twice now. He couldn't judge whether a spiritual fire could kill a golden core cultivator. Go. Xiaohua didn't give up. Under the situation where his body didn't change, the Tingjiao shears flew out again. An even stronger golden light flashed and chopped at the fire carpet. With a boom, the scarlet flames on the fire carpet suddenly rose. Like several hundred fire snakes, they twined around the Tingjiao shears and blocked the Tingjiao shears' chopping power. Only a small amount of the golden light slashed on the fire carpet. The flames on the fire carpet were reduced by a small amount for a moment, then immediately soared again. Damn it! At this time, how could Xiaohua not know that this fire carpet was precisely what Zhong Tianyao found to deal with his Tingjiao shears? There's nowhere to run. Xiaohua hurriedly released his Buddhist sense, anxiously looking for a flaw in his surroundings. Unfortunately, not to mention that his entire body was still under the majesty of the 3 golden core cultivators, even without their majesty, the 3 had already sealed off many of Xiaohua's escape routes. Even if Xiaohua wanted to escape, he didn't have the slightest path of retreat. Demonic weapon, spiritual fire, flying sword, soul technique. Xiaohua's mind spun rapidly, and at this time, the entire fire carpet suddenly enlarged again amidst Fei Xiqing's laughter. It rolled upwards and wrapped Xiaohua's entire body in an instant. Ah, Zhong Tianyao laughed loudly. He was very clear in his heart that no matter how fast Xiaohua's flying speed was or how profound his magic power was, once he fell into Fei Xiqing's magic treasure, he could only be burned to death. But just as Zhong Tianyao was laughing loudly, he saw a burst of flames soaring into the sky from within the fire carpet. Within the rolling flames, Xiaohua actually went against the flow. Moreover, as Xiaohua rushed out, a yellow and black figure flew out. Especially the yellow figure, it didn't fear the majesty of a golden core cultivator in the slightest. Like the wind, it rushed into the sky and flew towards Zhong Tianyao. On the other hand, the black figure only flew a foot before stopping in mid-air, revealing a slightly curled-up divine power centipede. Spiritual beast? Zhong Tianyao groaned in his heart. He really didn't expect Xiaohua's methods to be so uneven. He even brought out the specialty of spirit husbandry sect. Moreover, this spiritual beast was actually not afraid of the majesty of a golden core cultivator. It was definitely a spiritual beast of the 5th grade and above. How could an ordinary cultivator of the Foundation establishment stage raise a 5th-grade spiritual beast? Any cultivator with a brain would be able to sniff out something unusual from this. Could it be that the hundreds of lives of my Zhong family are just? Zhong Tianyao felt a wave of sadness in his heart. Just as he was hesitating, Goldie had already flown in front of him. The sharp claws that Goldie extended before Zhong Tianyao's eyes flickered with a blue brilliance. It was obviously extremely toxic. Needless to say, Zhong Tianyao immediately linked this poison to the death of the Zhong family's disciple. Chapter 21-24. Zhong Tianyao's heart ached. He waved his sleeves and a gust of wind blocked Goldie's front. Goldie waved its claws and the gust of wind was torn apart. Its claws even scratched Zhong Tianyao's robe. Damn it! Zhong Tianyao's eyes flashed with ruthlessness. He waved the antlers in his hand again, and dozens of wind blades rushed toward Goldie. However, the situation was out of Zhong Tianyao's expectations. Goldie was actually able to move freely among the wind blades. Some wind blades even pierced its body, but it was as if they didn't pierce it. This spiritual beast is a rare wind attribute. Zhong Tianyao immediately understood. Just as he was about to use another spell, Goldie pounced in front of him again. Zhong Tianyao had no choice but to fly slightly. Just as he was flying, something strange happened. Behind Goldie, in the air where Qin Kai was standing, a palm-sized black shadow suddenly flew out from Qin Kai's sleeve. That shadow was extremely fast, and it didn't have the slightest fluctuation of spiritual power. At the same time, it wasn't afraid of the pressure of a golden core. In the blink of an eye, it flew behind Goldie. Oh no, this guy actually has a spiritual beast. I'm afraid Goldie will be at a disadvantage. Xiao Hua used fire escape to escape from the fire carpet. Seeing that the Herculean centipede couldn't defeat the enemy, he hurriedly put it back into the space. Then he saw the black shadow released by Qin Kai. However, Zhong Tianyao was different. His line of sight was blocked by Goldie's swaying tail, so he couldn't see clearly. Contrary to Xiao Hua's expectations, that black shadow didn't pounce toward Goldie. Instead, it swept past Goldie and pounced toward Zhong Tianyao. Ah? Xiao Hua was shocked. A ridiculous feeling of coming back from the jaws of death surged in his heart. However, at this time, Fei Xiqing's fire carpet once again swept up from top to bottom, and it didn't have any intention of stopping. Understood. Xiao Hua sneered and thought to himself, these two golden core cultivators are probably plotting something from the Zhong family. Zhong Tianyao guards the ancestral hall every day and doesn't easily go out. That thing must be in the ancestral hall. The two golden core cultivators did not dare to enter the Zhongling mountain villa rashly. It was precisely because Zhong Tianyao was dealing with this young master that they took the opportunity to enter. At this time, Zhong Tianyao was concentrating on dealing with young master and little Huang, so this golden core cultivator's spiritual beast was able to take advantage of the situation and kill Zhong Tianyao. If they missed this moment, Zhong Tianyao's vigilance would rise again, and they probably wouldn't have a chance. I believe that the hundreds of lives Zhong Tianyao mentioned were also the handiwork of these two golden core cultivators, right? Xiao Hua suddenly came to a realization. Moreover, the golden core cultivator under this young master actually didn't let go even though the sneak attack was about to succeed. This was also because he wanted to silence me and didn't want this young master to leak the news that they had obtained something from the Zhongling mountain villa. However, with one less golden core cultivator, can you trap me? Xiao Hua grinned maliciously. He pretended to fly with all his might, but his magic power was exhausted. He was actually wrapped up by the fire carpet again. The phoenix celestial body also let out a mournful cry and shrank back into Xiao Hua's body. Xiao Hua was wrapped up by the fire carpet, and that black shadow passed by little Huang and pounced in front of Zhong Tianyao. It was exactly the appearance of a black bat. This black bat not only gave little Huang a fright, but also made Zhong Tianyao so scared that his soul flew out of his body. Ever since he cultivated to the golden core stage, how could he let any person or spiritual beast get so close to him? However, even though Zhong Tianyao was scared out of his wits, since this black bat had already silently flown close, how could Zhong Tianyao still have the strength to fight back? The black bat rushed to the front of Zhong Tianyao's mouth and opened its mouth. 2 rows of sharp teeth that were like human teeth were exposed, and it bit towards Zhong Tianyao's lips. Zhong Tianyao's mind moved slightly, and he activated the light protecting his body, hoping that the light protecting his body could resist for a moment. The spell in his hands had already been formed. However, the black bat's teeth were so sharp and it was so powerful, how could it allow Zhong Tianyao to cast a spell? The light on Zhong Tianyao's lips flashed rapidly, and it was annihilated in an instant. The black bat's teeth were like a lover's intimately biting Zhong Tianyao's lips. A stream of black blood immediately flowed out. And that black bat didn't stop at all. It flapped its wings slightly, and with an extremely strange glide, it flew to another place. A numb feeling entered Zhong Tianyao's mind, and a shock that came from the bottom of his heart suddenly appeared, as if being bitten by that bat would be the end of his life, as if being bitten by that bat, his soul would fall into the netherworld. Nether bat, Zhong Tianyao immediately thought of a legend and exclaimed. His hands didn't dare to be negligent. With a clap of his hand, a thumb-sized spirit pill was taken out, and he swallowed it. Looking at little Huang again, seeing that the nether bat had bitten Zhong Tianyao, it actually didn't attack anymore. Instead, it swung its big tail and flew to the other side of Zhong Tianyao. It was actually using Zhong Tianyao's figure to avoid Qin Kai. At this time, how could Zhong Tianyao still care about little Huang? On one hand, he used his spiritual power to activate the medicinal power of the detoxification pill, trying his best to resist the poison of the nether bat. On the other hand, he looked fiercely at Qin Kai, and also Fei Xiqing, who was proudly and leisurely driving the fire carpet. Looks like this old man has wrongly blamed Xiao Hua. Zhong Qianyao's body trembled slightly. The 100 lives of my Zhong family were caused by fellow Taoist Qin. Qin Kai treated Zhong Tianyao as nothing, and only locked his spiritual sense onto little Huang, thinking about how to deal with it. He said, "It's a pity that this old man can't drive the nether bat at will. This thing can only fly out on a moonless night, and it can't directly find you, old ghost Zhong. This old man has always wanted to invite you out, and directly kill you with the nether bat. It's a pity that this old man has asked you out a few times, but you didn't come out, so old ghost Fei came up with this idea. Anyway, the nether bat is also a killer. If it can meet you, wouldn't this old man save a lot of effort? You." Zhong Tianyao pointed his finger, but he understood in his heart that Qin Kai and Fei Xiqing's poisonous plan wasn't poisonous, nor was it ineffective. Thinking about the moonless night, this nether bat couldn't be detected by spiritual sense. Even if it really poisoned him to death, it was highly possible. Anyway, the people who died were all from the Zhong family, and Qin Kai and Fei Xiqing would be happy if one more died. As for Xiao Hua, he only interfered occasionally and really had nothing to do with this matter. As for him, in order to deal with an unrelated outsider, he actually lured his two enemies into the Zhongling mountain village. His actions were simply inviting a wolf into the house. And even if Xiao Hua had the intention to kill the Zhong family, he was also an idiot who invited the tiger to drive the wolf away. Old ghost Zhong, don't be delusional in thinking of curing the poison. Seeing Zhong Tianyao activating his supernatural power, Qin Kai said disdainfully, "This old man has already investigated clearly. Your antidote pill is simply unable to cure the poison of this nether bat. To tell you the truth, even this old man doesn't have any antidote in his hands. If you want to cure the poison, you should first see if there's any antidote secret art in that ancient refining method of yours. Your Qin family and Fei family, don't they have their own refining methods? Why do you still covet my Zhong families?" Zhong Tianyao struggled to stabilize himself in midair and sighed. Qin Kai seemed to not recognize Zhong Tianyao as he clapped his hands and said, "Old ghost Zhong, you're also someone who has lived for hundreds of years. How can you not know this Qin's thoughts? That's an ancient refining method. If my Qin family and Fei family grasped it, we could directly establish a sect and occupy a place among the cultivation sects in Meng country." Is there still a need for this old man to explain the difference between a cultivation sect and a cultivation family? Didn't you see that a foundation establishment disciple of the Imperial Thunder sect actually has so many methods? Even a gold core stage patriarch like you can't do anything about it. If this old man and the others didn't come over, how could you subdue Xiao Hua? However, this ancient refining method in the end should be given to the Qin family? Or to the Fei family? Zhong Tianyao said thoughtfully. Haha, not only Qin Kai but Fei Xiqing also laughed. "You don't need to worry about this, we naturally have a way to distribute it." As she spoke, Fei Xiqing made a grabbing motion with her hand, and the fire carpet wrapped around Xiao Hua actually gradually shrunk and flew towards Fei Xiqing's hand. As for Fei Xiqing's other hand, It was obvious that she had already formed a seal and was waiting for the fire carpet to enter her hand. Although Qin Kai was talking to Zhong Tianyao, his mind was still on Xiaohuang. However, Xiaohuang was on the other side of Zhong Tianyao, staring at Fei Xiqing with its bright eyes, as if it had already understood something, causing Qin Kai to be really puzzled. Seeing Fei Xiqing's fire carpet enter her hand, Xiaohuang's eyes suddenly moved as if it was happy. Qin Kai immediately felt that something was wrong, and while controlling the nether bat to attack Xiaohuang, he anxiously said, "Fellow Taoist Fei, be careful." Be careful. Fei Xiqing was puzzled and unconsciously swept her divine sense towards Xiaohuang. But at this moment, an extremely dazzling crimson brilliance flashed out from the fiery red brilliance of the fire carpet. It was Fei Xiqing's hand that was holding onto the fire carpet. The scarlet brilliance had already flashed, completely covering the flames on the fire carpet. Wasn't this scarlet flame Xiaohua's spirit fire? It was the spirit fire that had already been tempered by breaking the blood-colored seal in the flame forest swamp. If it encountered other magic treasures, Xiaohua wouldn't dare to rashly try it, but facing a fire-type magic treasure like the fire carpet, Xiaohua wasn't afraid at all. Sure enough, in Xiaohuang's voice transmission, Xiaohua aimed at Fei Xiqing's hand and used the thread-like spirit fire to burn the fire carpet. The thread-like spirit fire was like a cocoon that covered the sky and wrapped around Fei Xiqing. This is bad. He immediately sensed that Fei Xiqing's fire carpet had been burnt apart. However, before his divine perception could sweep over, the spiritual fire had already burned his left hand. He saw the protective light on Fei Xiqing's body flickering rapidly and was instantly destroyed. It was as easy as how the hell bat had destroyed Zhong Tianyao's protective light. Huh? This isn't Samadhi true fire. Fei Xiqing turned pale with fright. He was a master refiner. Although he wasn't too proficient in Samadhi true fire, he still had a way to restrain it. Therefore he didn't care too much about Xiaohua's Samadhi true fire. However, when the spiritual light easily broke through the defensive brilliance protecting his body and nimbly wrapped around him, he suddenly realized, he really underestimated this Foundation establishment disciple of the Imperial Thunder sect. Chapter 21-25. However, his realization came too late. It was so late that he did not even have time to reveal much astonishment on his face. The scarlet-red spiritual fire had already ignited his entire body. In the blink of an eye, the physical body of a golden core cultivator had been reduced to nothingness. Soon after, another yellow shadow swept by like a gust of wind. Goldie dodged the nether bat's attack and swallowed the bean-sized golden core in the flames. Immediately after, Goldie raised its head again. With a loud hum, white light shot out from its nostrils and sprayed towards the nether bat that was chasing after it. The dark bat came quickly and left even faster. Without waiting for the light to hit it, the dark bat immediately flapped its wings and fled desperately towards the outside of Zhongling Mountain Village. It was as if the light was its natural nemesis. It was incomparably fearful. After flapping its wings a few times, it disappeared without a trace. Looking at the fire carpet that had lost control, it slowly unfolded. Xiaohua's body was surrounded by flames. Like a fire god descending to the world, he revealed his figure from the fire carpet. The moment Xiaohua revealed his figure, he did not stop at all. With a shake of his body, the phoenix celestial body that was previously forced into his body flew out again. A loud and clear phoenix cry sounded again. It did not look like it was on the verge of death like before. With a flap of its wings, it flew towards Qin Kai. At the same time, Goldie's fluffy tail swayed and its sharp claws slashed as it pounced towards Qin Kai. As for Xiaohua, he waved the Tingjiao shears in his hand. A golden light flashed as he also pounced towards Qin Kai. Not good. Qin Kai's eyes flickered. There was some reluctance in his eyes. Obviously, he was extremely reluctant to part with the ancient refining method that was about to be in his hands. However, looking at the pouncing Xiaohua, his magic power did not seem to be exhausted. It was even more vigorous than before. He really did not have the confidence to kill Xiaohua. Go, Qin Kai clenched his teeth and activated his magic power. The fierce pearl suddenly expanded and smashed towards the Tingjiao shears in front of him. With a loud peng, just like before, the fierce pearl was shaken away and the Tingjiao shears were also shaken away. However, at this time, the phoenix celestial body had already closed in. Its sharp claws carried the sharp sound of the wind as it clawed at Qin Kai's protective brilliance. Although the sharp claws were recorded as a defensive skill, Qin Kai's body still felt a piercing pain. Before he could cry out in pain and send the phoenix celestial body flying with his sleeve, Goldie's sharp claws grabbed his other shoulder. The poison on the blue claws actually corroded a crack in the protective light. Damn it! Qin Kai was furious. He still wanted to cast a spell, but in his divine sense, Xiaohua had already taken out the cloud-suppressing seal. Furthermore, a trace of scarlet color was already faintly discernible in his mouth. Hiss. Qin Kai suddenly came to a realization. Even the nether bat was afraid of Xiao Huang. He was afraid that even he himself would not be able to defeat Xiao Huang. Furthermore, although Fei Xiqing was tricked by Xiao Hua and was killed by Xiao Hua's spiritual fire, a gold core cultivator's protective brilliance was actually easily burned away by the spiritual fire. This was something that Qin Kai, a gold core cultivator of the same level, was unable to do. Otherwise he would not have racked his brains to think of a way to sneak attack Zhong Tianyao. Since Xiao Hua could kill Fei Xiqing, of course he could also kill him. How could he throw away his life for the sake of the ancient refining method? Thinking about this, Qin Kai no longer dared to continue fighting. He stretched out his hand and pointed at the Lai Pearl. He turned around and fled towards the outside of Zhongling Mountain Villa. The Lai Pearl was blocking Xiao Hua's pursuit. Qin Kai was worried about his gains and losses as he fled. He was afraid that Xiao Hua would catch up because he knew that Xiao Hua's flying speed was faster than his. However, Qin Kai was still thinking too much. Seeing Qin Kai flee, Xiao Hua did not chase after him. He only coldly stopped in midair and called the already sleepy Goldie back. He then put it into the space, took back the celestial body, the Tingjiao shears and all the other magic treasures. He even took back Fei Xiqing's storage pouch and fire carpet. Only then did he look at Zhong Tianyao. At this time, Zhong Tianyao was no longer standing alone in midair. In fact, he could no longer stand alone in midair. The poison of the nether bat was very powerful. It was specially used by Qin Kai to kill him. Once the nether bat bit Zhong Tianyao's lips, Qin Kai was relieved and boldly gave up his attack. It could be seen how confident Qin Kai was. After Zhong Peiyuan and Zhong Peifu figured out the truth of the matter and saw that Fei Xiqing had been killed and Qin Kai had fled, they gathered their courage and flew out from the ground. A few Zhong family disciples who were in the middle stage of foundation establishment also flew up with fear and trepidation to support Zhong Tianyao. Zhong Peiyuan and Zhong Peifu's expressions were unknown. Although it was not clear in the night, they stood there awkwardly and were really uncomfortable. Xiao Hua. He was an existence that could kill a gold core cultivator. As for the cultivation level of this golden core stage cultivator, the two people who invited them were very clear in their hearts. When the two of them invited Fei Xiqing, they had suffered at his hands, so they knew how powerful Fei Xiqing's cultivation level was. It was precisely because of this foundation establishment cultivator that Zhong Peiyuan and Zhong Peifu had spoken ill of, and had even fought. If it weren't for the two of them speaking ill of each other, how could there be today's situation? Zhong Yejing hurriedly flew out from the group of foundation establishment cultivators. She passed by Zhong Peiyuan and Zhong Peifu and bowed deeply. She said respectfully, "Junior, thanks Senior Xiao. Many thanks to Senior for saving my Zhongling Mountain Villa." Taking advantage of this, Zhong Peiyuan and Zhong Peifu looked at each other and bowed together. "Many thanks to Senior Xiao for saving my Zhongling Mountain Villa. Senior Xiao, please forgive us for our previous offense." And Xiao Hua raised his hand and helped Zhong Yejing up. He completely ignored Zhong Peiyuan and Zhong Peifu and said indifferently to Zhong Tianyao, "Old Ghost Zhong, you can clearly see that this Xiao has never hurt a single person from your Zhongling Mountain Villa." "Yes." Zhong Tianyao smiled bitterly and said while panting, "This Zhong knows that fellow Taoist Xiao is straightforward and upright. This Zhong was wrong before." As he spoke, Zhong Tianyao clapped his hand and took out 2 pieces of gold foil. He raised his hand and they flew in front of Xiao Hua. "Fellow Taoist Xiao, this is what you want. You saved my Zhongling Mountain Villa. This Zhong has nothing to repay you, so consider this as my thanks." Xiao Hua's divine sense swept over. He rolled up his sleeves and sent the gold foil into the space. He sneered and said, "The lives of thousands or even tens of thousands of people in your Zhongling Mountain Villa are only worth these 2 pieces of gold foil?" Then he clapped his hand and several pieces of Qianemo secret stones appeared in his hand. He threw them in front of Zhong Yejing and said, "This Xiao does not want to take advantage of your Zhong family. These Qianemo secret stones were exchanged for this thing." This Xiao will give them to you now. The Qianemo secret stones flew in front of Zhong Yejing. Zhong Yejing didn't know whether to take them or not. She turned her head slightly and looked at Zhong Tianyao as if she was asking for help. Although Xiaohua was no longer angry that the Zhong family had threatened him and even involved Shui Shui, Xiaohua still had this kind of scheme. But at this moment, Zhong Tianyao actually set up such a formation to scheme against her. How could she extend a finger to care about Zhong Tianyao? Therefore, as soon as the Qianemo secret stones were thrown out, she turned around and was about to fly away. Chapter 21-26. But at this moment, a familiar figure slowly flew up from the ground. Compared to Xiaohua, that flying speed was like a baby learning to walk. Once that person flew into the air, he waved his hands and shouted. Unfortunately, this person didn't make any sound, only a muted yeah sound. Needless to say, this person was Zhong Haoran. Xiaohua frowned. He made Zhong Haoran swear a heart oath that he absolutely couldn't reveal the matter of him giving him the sky-mending pill. Now that Zhong Haoran came out, if it weren't for the fact that he couldn't speak, he probably would have shouted the matter out long ago. Zhong Haoran, what are you doing? However, Xiaohua thought of Zhong Haoran's infatuation and still asked in a low voice, don't forget your heart oath. Zhong Haoran bent his knees slightly, but he couldn't kneel in the air. With a sincere face, he took out a jade slip and respectfully presented it to Xiaohua. Xiaohua took it but didn't look at it. Instead, he scanned it with his spiritual will and Buddhist awareness. He saw that among the many foundation establishment cultivators clustered around Zhong Tianyao, Zhong Yuehan was also among them. However, Zhong Yuehan and several other female cultivators were protected by many male cultivators. Xiaohua looked at Zhong Haoran's jade slip and pondered whether he should open Zhong Haoran's mute acupoint. Zhong Haoran fell again. As soon as his feet touched the ground, he knelt on the ground and actually kowtowed again. Zhong Haoran, you. Xiaohua smiled bitterly and said, you're actually not afraid of your heart oath and risked it to plead for your family's head. Do you know how your family's head treated me that day? Zhong Haoran was startled. Now no one cared about him. He only knew that Xiaohua and Zhongling Mountain Villa had bad blood, but he really didn't know the specific situation. But the problem was that he knew Xiaohua's ability. A cultivator who could take out the sky-mending pill absolutely had the confidence to cure the nether bat's poison. Even if it couldn't be cured, it was also possible to protect Zhong Tianyao's life. Once Xiaohua flew away, Zhong Tianyao would probably die immediately. Zhong Haoran was only startled for a moment. He hurriedly took out a jade slip, wrote a few words and respectfully presented it above his head. Xiaohua gestured with his hand, probed and sneered, Zhong Haoran, although you and I have met once before, you shouldn't take this friendship too seriously. Although Zhong Tianyao did not manage to injure this Xiao in the slightest, that was because this Xiao had the strength to do so. If not for this Xiao having some tricks up his sleeve, I would have probably been killed by him long ago, right? Now that you want me to save you, don't you think you're dreaming? Bang bang bang, Zhong Haoran didn't dare to say anything else and hurriedly kowtowed. Xiaohua did not transmit his last words through sound transmission. Everyone in Zhongling Mountain Villa heard it clearly. Zhong Peiyuan, Zhong Peifu, Zhong Yejing, and the others felt their hearts beating wildly. Zhong Peiyuan glanced at Zhong Peifu, and without hesitation he was the first to land on the ground. He bent his knees and knelt on the ground shouting, Senior Xiao, it was all this junior's fault. Junior kowtows to senior, please save my Zhong clan's patriarch. Zhong Peiyuan's actions immediately woke everyone up. A few people helped Zhong Tianyao to the ground, and everyone knelt on the ground and kowtowed, Senior Xiao, please save my Zhongling Mountain Villa. How could a Zhongling Mountain Villa without Zhong Tianyao be a match for Fan City's Qing clan? If Xiaohua didn't make a move after today, there would be no Zhong clan in Yin City. Xiaohua was not moved by this. Instead, he looked at Zhong Haoran who was kowtowing on the ground and he fell into deep thought. If it wasn't for the oath, Xiaohua might not have bothered with him. However, Zhong Haoran was willing to break the oath for the sake of the Zhong clan. This kind of righteousness, Xiaohua couldn't ignore it. If there were many righteous people like Zhong Haoran in this world, there wouldn't be chaos in this world. This Xiao is testing Zhong Haoran here, but isn't this also a test from the heavens? Xiaohua sighed in his heart. Suddenly, his heart moved and he raised his voice, wait for me. Let me say this first, this Xiao doesn't know if I can save your patriarch. However, if you want this Xiao to make a move, you must promise this Xiao two things first. Remember, whether this Xiao can save Zhong Tianyao or not, you must promise these two things. Senior Xiao, please speak. Zhong Peifu asked without hesitation. And let's talk about the first thing first. Xiao Hua nodded and then transmitted his voice to Zhong Peifu. He looked at Zhong Peifu again and there was some hesitation on his face. However, he turned to look at the already unconscious Zhong Tianyao, and immediately said, "What Senior Xiao said, this junior agrees. Senior, please instruct the second thing." Good. Xiao Hua clapped his hands, took out a medicinal pill and threw it to Zhong Tianyao, saying, "Take this antidote pill first. The second thing is very easy. We'll talk about it after saving Zhong Tianyao." Yes, Zhong Peifu was overjoyed and took the antidote pill. He looked at the ugly medicinal pill without any medicinal fragrance, then turned and ran to Zhong Tianyao. The antidote pill entered Zhong Tianyao's mouth. Immediately, an extremely foul smell spread out from Zhong Tianyao's mouth, causing all the Foundation establishment cultivators to frown slightly. Xiao Hua released his divine sense and locked onto Zhong Tianyao. After a moment he nodded and said, "Zhong Peiyuan, bring your family's patriarch back to the inner room. Wait for him to wake up, then come out and talk." Yes, yes, yes. Zhong Peiyuan saw that Xiao Hua was so confident, and had long been happy. He didn't dare to be negligent. He supported the still unconscious Zhong Tianyao and ran into the inner room. "Wait for me." Xiao Hua raised his hand and said. But how could anyone dare to get up? They looked at Xiao Hua pitifully. At this time, many low-level Zhong family disciples as well as family members who didn't know how to cultivate, also knew the cause of this matter. They all gathered and kowtowed, hoping that Xiao Hua could save Zhong Tianyao and wake him up. "Sai, if you knew this would happen, why did you do it in the first place?" Xiao Hua sighed, and when these words left his mouth, it was like a bolt of lightning. A strange, crisp sound seemed to have been heard somewhere before, and a sentence appeared in his mind. "If you knew this would happen, why did you do it in the first place?" Strange. Xiao Hua scratched his head. He wanted to search carefully, but there was no news. "You all can rest assured. Since I've agreed to help, I'll definitely do my best." Xiao Hua waved his hand, and the dozens of people closest to him couldn't help but stand up. As for Zhong Haoren, he slowly retreated and gradually mixed in with a group of aura-refining disciples. Xiao Hua saw this clearly, and a trace of spirit appeared in his eyes. Following these disciples, the other disciples also gradually stood up. Zhong Peifu glanced at Zhong Yejing, and the two of them stepped forward. Zhong Yejing smiled apologetically and said, "Senior Xiao, please serve us tea in the inner room." "Oh," Xiao Hua nodded and said with a smile, "Has the inner room been repaired?" Zhong Peifu's face was slightly red, and he also smiled apologetically and said, "Senior must be joking. Please." "He good." Xiao Hua descended from the air and followed the two of them to a rather large hall. Xiao Hua looked at the seat of honor, and his eyes wandered around. He couldn't help but be slightly surprised and said inwardly, "This young master didn't feel it when I was in the country of Shi, but how come in Meng country, whether it's a cultivation sect or a cultivation family, this hall is so big? How come they all have some ancient inheritance ruins? Moreover, inside this Zhong family's ancestral hall, there is actually a secret refining method left behind from ancient times. Could it be that there are many ancient ruins in Meng country? Or perhaps, these cultivation families and sects were built based on these ancient ruins?" "Senior, please have some tea." Zhong Yejing respectfully offered the spiritual tea and said. And Xiao Hua picked up the spiritual tea, took a few shallow sips and then put it down. Zhong Yejing again said, "This junior really deserves to die. This junior clearly knows that senior has a noble character, but unexpectedly I still doubted senior's conduct. If this junior had tried to dissuade senior, I'm afraid there wouldn't be such a misunderstanding." "It's fine," Xiao Hua said with a smile. "Your family's head is so suspicious of me, there must be a reason. Tell me the whole story." "Yes." Zhong Yejing nodded and explained everything. Finally she said, "I don't blame the family head. It's really too much of a coincidence. All of these actions, no matter how you look at it, it's all Senior Zhao's doing." Xiao Hua didn't know whether to laugh or cry. That's right, he went out together with the nether bat. The nether bat is good at hiding and can even escape through the earth. No wonder Zhong Tianyao would use such a vicious method to deal with him. Everything was a misunderstanding. After understanding everything, the grudge in Xiao Hua's heart disappeared. He waved his hand and said, forget it. Since I know it's a misunderstanding, this Xiao will not pursue anything. Your Zhong family's refining method can't be seen in vain. This Xiao will see if he can help you. Ah? Senior Xiao also knows how to refine. Zhong Peifu was overjoyed. And I know a little. Xiao Hua nodded. This Xiao originally wanted to repair the magic treasure by himself, so I might as well repair it in your Zhongling villa. Thank you, Senior Xiao. Zhong Yejing also bowed but then said hesitantly, but the materials that my Zhong family has been searching for many years have already been taken away. And this Xiao has some here. If it's possible you can use them. If it's not possible then don't blame this Xiao. Xiao Hua said with a smile. Right, this Xiao heard that the Changbai sect's disciples came to take away the materials by force. That's right. Zhong Peifu said with a sigh. It's because of that guy's evil deeds that this junior judged others and thought that senior would also do the same evil deeds. Tell me about it. Xiao Hua said. Zhong Peifu naturally didn't hide it from Xiao Hua and told him the ins and outs of the matter. As it turned out, the Zhong family didn't have many materials to repair their ancestral magic treasures, but there were many varieties, especially materials like the Qian Mo secret stone, which were even rarer. Just before Xiao Hua came, the Zhong family had gathered all the materials with great difficulty. Just as they were about to make preparations, the Changbai sect's golden core cultivator, Hu Guanfeng, came to the Zhongling villa. As soon as Hu Guanfeng entered, he directly took out a storage pouch and asked Zhong Tianyao to exchange the few precious materials that the Zhong family had spent hundreds of years searching for. This magic treasure was related to the fate of the Zhong family's disciples, so how could Zhong Tianyao take it out so easily? After some persuasion, Hu Guanfeng became angry. When Zhong Peiyuan gave an inappropriate answer, he said that if Zhong Tianyao didn't agree to the exchange, he would immediately kill the entire Zhongling villa. Zhong Tianyao was helpless. After all, Hu Guanfeng was also a golden core cultivator and a disciple of the Changbai sect. Under such circumstances, he had no choice but to submit and give his several hundred years of hard work to Hu Guanfeng. Chapter 21-27. Alas, then Senior Xiao came. Zhong Peifu sighed. Clan head and third brother were in a fit of anger. So, haha, Hu Guanmu and Zhong Tianyao are both gold core cultivators and they're in the Zhong clan's territory. What's there to be afraid of? Xiao Hua smiled. Think about how you treated me that day. Senior Xiao, you don't know. Hu Guanmu is different from Senior. Zhong Peifu smiled bitterly. Hu Guanmu is a gold core cultivator. Clan head doesn't have the confidence to kill him. Besides, since Hu Guanmu came after hearing the news, someone must have instructed him. That person must know that he came to our Zhong clan. If he disappears, our Zhong clan won't be able to escape responsibility. Moreover, Hu Guanmu is a Meng cultivator. We all know his master. It's the famous nascent soul cultivator of the Changbai sect, Reverend Jianghu. Do you think we would dare to act rashly? Reverend Jianghu? Xiao Hua shook his head. I've never heard of this name before. However, I've seen Senior Li Sanqing of the Changbai sect. That senior looks very arrogant. He also practices flying swords. I'm afraid he has a good character. Zhong Peifu shook his head and smiled apologetically. I've also heard of Senior Li's reputation. However, this Senior Jing Ran is somewhat protective of his disciples. This Hu Guanmu is his personal disciple. If anything happens to him, my Zhong clan will definitely be exterminated. Protective? Xiao Hua's heart jumped for no reason. He suddenly thought of Yanyu. If not for Yan Wei, how could Yanyu chase after Xiao Hua? How could he die in Xiao Hua's hands? Strange, why did I suddenly think of this? Xiao Hua was somewhat puzzled. Just as he was about to think carefully, Zhong Peifu smiled apologetically again. Senior mentioned two things just now. Third brother has already agreed to the first matter. Although I don't know what it is, it involves the life and death of clan head. My Zhong clan has no reason to not agree. Senior Xiao, please tell me the second matter so that I can make early plans. Haha, Xiao Hua collected his thoughts and nodded. It's good that you have such thoughts. If you had thought about it earlier, how could there be so much trouble? As he spoke, Xiao Hua removed the storage pouch from his waist and passed it to Zhong Peifu before he said with a smile. The second matter is extremely simple. However, it requires an extremely large number of people from your Zhongling villa to accomplish it. Zhong Peifu was very puzzled. He reached out and took the storage bag. After scanning it with his divine sense, he was even more puzzled. He raised his head and asked, "Senior Xiao, why are you giving me so much rice?" Zhong Yejing, who was standing at the side, was shocked. She hurriedly stepped forward and bowed. "Senior Xiao, this junior understands Senior's intention. This rice should be one of those good seeds. Do you want my Zhongling Mountain Villa's disciples to help Senior Xiao distribute it to the people of Ming Nation?" And Xiaohua nodded. The Xiao was thinking the same thing. After all, I'm all alone and my power is limited. If the Zhong family of Zhongling Mountain Village helps, at least the mortals near Yun City won't starve to death. Great. At this moment, Zhong Peifu knew that what Zhong Yejing said about Xiaohua's actions along the way was true. He clapped his hands and said, "This junior now knows that Senior Xiao cares about the world. Senior Xiao's cultivation is the blessing of the cultivators of my Xiaoyu continent, and also the blessing of the common people. This junior will distribute this rice to the people near Yun City, and will spread Senior Xiao's name like this good seed to the ears of the common people. There's no need to make such a big fuss. This is also your Zhongling Mountain Villa's contribution." Xiaohua waved his hand. Then he raised his head again and said with a smile, "It seems that this Xiao didn't disappoint you." Sure enough, outside the palace, Zhong Tianyao had already walked in. He was wearing a new Taoist robe. Although his face was a little gloomy, his spirit was still okay. However, on the surface, even if the poison of the nether bat was not completely removed, his life was still in good condition. Zhong Tianyao quickly stepped forward and bowed. "This Zhong is untalented. It's really fellow Taoist Zhao's fault. This Zhong thanks fellow Taoist for saving my life again." Xiaohua also hurriedly got up and supported him. He said with a smile, "Everything is a misunderstanding. Since the misunderstanding has already been cleared, fellow Taoist Zhong doesn't need to say any more words. Besides, this Xiao didn't save you for nothing." Zhong Tianyao forced a smile and sat on the main seat. He shook his head and said, "It's all this old man's fault. I misunderstood fellow Taoist's good intentions. Just now, third brother has already told this old man. Isn't it just the ancient refining method under the ancestral hall? Fellow Taoist Xiao, feel free to take a look. Anyway, fellow Taoist Xiao can't take it away. In the future, it will still belong to my Zhong family." Oh, Zhong Peifu and Zhong Yejing seemed to have already expected this. At this time they weren't surprised when they heard it. Moreover, Zhong Peifu even said with a smile, "Family head, why do you have to do this?" Fellow Taoist Xiao even promised that if possible, he's willing to take out his own materials and even help my Zhong family refine magic tools. Oh really? Zhong Tianyao was really surprised. Just as he was about to get up and salute, he sighed and said, "Forget it, fellow Taoist Xiao, great kindness can't be thanked with words. My Zhong family has received so many favors from you. No matter how much this old man thanks you, I can't express my gratitude." As for the second matter, even if you want this old man to give up the position of Zhong family head, this old man is also willing to do it. Humph, this old fox. Xiaohua didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This was obviously an impossible matter. Zhong Yejing hurriedly went up and said the second matter. Zhong Tianyao and Zhong Peiyuan were just as surprised as Zhong Peifu. Zhong Tianyao said, "Second brother has already agreed. His words are my words. When this old man recovers and the situation in Zhongling Villa stabilizes, this old man will immediately take care of this matter." Family head is taking this matter too seriously. Zhong Yejing hurriedly said with a smile, "This kind of matter can be done as long as it's a low-level disciple of the Zhong family. Even disciples who don't cultivate can do it. They aren't the targets of Qin Kai and the others. Family head knows that if this kind of person is sent to Yun City, the secular disciples of Yun City will be able to finish this matter very well." Of course. Zhong Tianyao slapped his forehead and said, "This old man wanted to personally supervise this matter and neglected the secular disciples. This kind of matter is just right for them to do. Jing, you arrange this matter right now. You must complete it perfectly." Yes, Jing understands. Zhong Yejing took the storage pouch handed over by Zhong Peifu and quickly walked out. She had already made up her mind to plant Xiaohua's good name in the hearts of the common people through this matter. Zhong Yejing obviously had good intentions, but when Zhong Yejing's figure walked out of the palace, Xiaohua took a sip of spirit tea and said with a smile, "Fellow Taoist Zhong, has your nether bat's poison been cured? I'll let fellow Taoist Xiao know that fellow Taoist detoxification pill is indeed useful." Zhong Tianyao nodded and said, More than half of the poison in this Zhong's body has been cured. There's still a small part that's a bit troublesome. However, fellow Taoist Xiao doesn't need to worry. This Zhong will slowly refine this poison with true essence. Xiao Hua shook his head and said, fellow Taoist Zhong still doesn't know how powerful the nether bat's poison is. This poison can seep into the soul. If you can use your true essence to refine this poison, why would Qin Kai poison you with it? Chapter 21-28. Then, Zhong Tianyao was in a difficult position. He had only heard of the legendary nether bat. How could he know that this poison actually went deep into the soul? Forget it. I happen to know an ancient detoxification technique. I can try it on fellow Zhong. Xiao Hua said with a smile. Zhong Tianyao was overjoyed once more. He clasped his hands and said, then, fellow Taoist, please follow this Zhong to my Zhong family's ancestral hall. We'll study the ancient artifact refinement arts together, and this Zhong will experience fellow Taoist Zhao's ancient detoxification method again. Seeing that Zhong Tianyao was so tactful, Xiao Hua smiled and said, that's great. However, I still have to go out and bring my wife to Zhongling Mountain Villa first. Okay, I will wait here for Miss Shui. Zhong Tianyao cupped his hands and said, I have offended you before. I will definitely apologize in person. Xiao Hua smiled and turned to fly out of Zhongling Mountain Villa. Not long after, he came back hand in hand with Shui Shui. Seeing Shui Shui, Zhong Tianyao and the others naturally bowed and apologized. Shui Shui was also generous and respectfully returned the greeting. Then the two were invited into the Zhong family's ancestral hall by Zhong Tianyao. Zhong Tianyao was guarding at all times. Even if Xiao Hua killed the Zhong family's disciples, he would not leave easily. The Zhong family's ancestral hall was a few low wooden houses. It was located among the rows of buildings in Zhongling Mountain Villa. It was as simple and shabby as Shang Huaming's ancestral hall. It was quite out of place. When Xiao Hua and Zhong Tianyao pushed open the door and entered, they saw that there were many incense sticks and candles inside, as well as many black wooden signs. On the signs there were some golden words. From top to bottom, from left to right, the entire wooden house was lined up. Cough cough, Zhong Tianyao coughed twice and said with some pride, my Zhong family has been passed down since ancient times. During this period, I don't know how many times it has been destroyed. These are the famous ancestors of my Zhong family in the recent thousands of years. Of course, compared to the Imperial Thunder sect, my Zhong family is still too small. It's already very good. Xiao Hua said with a smile, to be passed down since ancient times, this is no small matter. However, I am a little curious. Since fellow Zhong knows that the Zhong family has been passed down since ancient times, why are there no records of it? Zhong Tianyao sighed. Fellow Taoist Xiao, look at today. If fellow Taoist wasn't here, my Zhong clan would probably have been exterminated. Who knows when my Zhong clan would be revived again? What fellow Taoist Xiao is seeing now, will it still exist when that day comes? And this Xiao understands. Xiao Hua nodded slightly. Of course, I didn't expect my Zhong family's heritage to be so profound until I discovered the ancient refining method under the ancestral hall. A trace of excitement appeared on Zhong Tianyao's face. Only now did this Zhong know that the origins of my Zhong family can actually be traced back to ancient times. So fellow Taoist Zhong started to refine artifacts. Xiao Hua chuckled. How many years ago was that? Well, it was a few decades ago. Zhong Tianyao wasn't interested in calculating numbers. He brought Xiao Hua and Shui Shui to the side of the ancestral hall and came to a corner. He took out a magic tool that looked like a sickle from his storage pouch and turned to Zhong Peifu. Inscribe the spell that this old man taught you here. Yes, Zhong Peifu nodded and activated his transcendence energy. A few seemingly cryptic seals struck the artifact, and the artifact emitted balls of green brilliance, fluttering like fireflies. Zhong Tianyao waved his sickle, and balls of green light landed around everyone in an extremely orderly manner. When all the green light dissipated, the space near the green light rippled, emitting a strange fluctuation of spiritual energy. This fluctuation rotated like a whirlwind, bringing everyone underground. When Xiao Hua's vision darkened, it immediately lit up again. When Xiao Hua opened his eyes, good heavens, when Xiao Hua saw the scene in front of him, he couldn't help but widen his eyes and shake his head inwardly. Shang Huaming's ancestral hall was admittedly a cave, but compared to this space, it was simply a small thatched cottage. And below this ancestral hall was simply a palace. An underground palace. A gigantic underground palace. Inside this palace, whether it was the pillars, chairs, decorations, etc., they were all several times larger than what they usually saw. Xiaohua's divine sense swept over, but all the walls and so on were isolated from divine sense. Xiaohua couldn't see clearly. No wonder this young master couldn't find this place. Xiaohua curled his lips. If it weren't for old ghost Zhong leading the way, this young master probably wouldn't have been able to enter. Zhong Tianyao looked around and sighed. Fellow Taoist Xiao, don't look at how splendid this palace is, it's just a facade. This old man has long been clear that apart from some stone chairs and stone tables, there's nothing else. To be honest, it's just a gigantic space. If this old man hadn't found a dozen or so stone walls inscribed with ancient characters in the innermost part of the palace, this old man would have suspected that he was happy for nothing. Ancient characters? Xiaohua was stunned and asked curiously. These ancient characters. Fellow Taoist Zhong can understand them? He, Zhong Tianyao clapped his hands and took out a jade slip. He smiled and said, if my Zhong family's patriarch didn't pass down this item, how could this old man understand it? Is that so? Xiaohua reached out and took it but didn't look at it. Since Zhong Tianyao already knew about the nether bat naturally couldn't get close so easily, and Qin Kai was also afraid of the Zhong family's counterattack, so he must be making preparations in Fan City. It was a calm month for Zhong Tianyao, but it wasn't for Xiaohua. The reason why Xiaohua had comprehended something was because of the 4 large inscriptions on the rightmost side of the first stone wall. These 4 inscriptions were none other than weapon refining the world. When Xiaohua saw these 4 A's inscriptions, a mass of text immediately gushed out from his mind. Xiaohua was pleasantly surprised and he hurriedly closed his eyes to recall. The words were also weapon refining the world, but it was the weapon refining the world in Xiaohua's memory. Whether the content was the same as the one in front of him, Xiaohua didn't have the mind to know for the time being. It wasn't until 15 days later that Xiaohua laughed and stood up. In these 15 days, not only did he recall the contents of weapon refining the world, but he also reviewed the refining techniques within it. Shui and Zhong Peifu heard Xiaohua's voice and rushed over. Xiaohua smiled and said, fellow Zhong, this Xiao suddenly had some comprehension. I've caused you to worry. No matter. Senior Zhao's cultivation has improved, this junior is also happy. Zhong Peifu said very respectfully. And this Xiao wants to continue studying the refining techniques. If fellow Zhong has the time, you can ask your family head what materials are needed to repair the Zhong family's artifacts. If this Xiao has it here, I'll give it to you. If it's incomplete, your Zhong family will have to go out and find it. Okay. Zhong Peifu had actually already received Zhong Tianyao's instructions. Not only did he have to accompany Shui here, but he also had to wait for Xiaohua to speak. At this moment, he was naturally happy and turned around to leave. Wife, you should also cultivate. Xiaohua looked around and smiled. This place is very quiet. It's really a good place to cultivate. Are you all right? Of course I'm all right. What could be wrong? Xiaohua smiled and said, only good things await your husband. Chapter 21-29. All right. Shui saw Xiaohua's cocky face and felt helpless. She slowly walked out of the palace, found a place, sat down cross-legged, and continued to cultivate. All right, let this young master take a look. What's the content of this Dawn Rain Continent's primordial secret artifact refining technique, refining the world? The corners of Xiaohua's mouth held a smile. I wonder what's the difference between it and this young master's refining the world. In the following 10 days, Xiaohua looked through the entire refining the world, and carefully memorized them. After that, he carefully pondered over them, and when he combined the contents of this refining the world with the refining the world in his own memories, he realized that the 2 refining the world did not have any direct connection, they were simply 2 different things. However, although the 2 didn't have any direct connection, they supplemented each other. The artifact refining the world in Xiaohua's memories recorded the refining methods of all kinds of artifacts. The artifact refining the world on the stone wall recorded the general principles and methods of refining artifacts. This method was called the 5 elements refining technique. It was the general principles of the 5 elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. This general principles of refining tools was definitely 100 times stronger than the one Xiaohua just remembered together with the refining the world. It was like the difference between clouds and mud. Great, Xiaohua was so happy that he scratched his ears and cheeks. He almost jumped up. He also looked at a lot of refining techniques and had some gains in his heart. He even wanted to refine tools himself and repair the suppressing cloud seal. However, he didn't go through any systematic learning, so it was hard to avoid some mistakes. Now, this 5 elements refining technique covered all refining techniques. In other words, the vast majority of the refining techniques of Dawn Rain Continent could be incorporated into this 5 elements refining technique. No wonder Zhong Tianyao wanted to establish a sect. Xiaohua suddenly understood. With this 5 elements refining technique, the Zhong family would be able to quickly rise up and transform from a cultivation family to a cultivation sect. Of course, this was on the premise that it wasn't coveted by other cultivation families and wasn't detected by other cultivation sects. And the Zhong family's favor can be considered big. It can be compared to this Zhao's favor of saving old ghost Zhong. Xiaohua secretly pondered while memorizing the 5 elements refining technique. At the end of the stone walls, Refining the World listed 5 typical examples of using the 5 elements refining arts to refine magic tools. One of them was a magic tool for teleportation magic tablets. Xiaohua could not help but smile when he finished looking at this example. Isn't this the Grand Universe teleportation token? In his space, there was a damaged Grand Universe shifting token waiting to be repaired. He had never imagined that he would actually obtain a complete forging technique. Then wouldn't repairing the Grand Universe teleportation token be a piece of cake? Thinking of this, Xiaohua thought of that old case from many years ago. Just what is the background of Changbai sect's Fan Tong? There were so many good things in his storage pouch. Furthermore, there were actually 2 layers of space. The Grand Universe shifting token was hidden in the inner layer. After the Feather Immortal gathering, there was a cultivator with a higher cultivation than Martial Uncle Zhen Qing who chased after me. Now, it has been dozens of years and there has been no movement. I'm afraid that those people have forgotten about the Grand Universe teleportation token. It's a pity that there are only 5 elements refining arts. There are no 5 elements refining arts that do not belong to the 5 elements refining arts. There is also no 5 elements refining arts that do not belong to the 5 elements refining arts. Xiaohua sighed with regret. Then he smiled and said, if 5 elements refining arts are so common, then how can it be considered a rare art? If the 5 elements refining arts is so simple, then it can't be a famous magic tool from ancient times. In the following time, Xiaohua comprehended the new refining the world and quietly waited for Zhong Peifu's reply. On this day, Xiaohua waved 2 balls of fire in his hands and was trying out the fire refining arts. Then he saw Shueshue walking over. Wife, is there something wrong? Xiaohua smiled and said, is there a problem with the technique? Shueshue smiled faintly. I have already asked what I should ask. Now it's a matter of the Zhong family. Yes, I know. Xiaohua stretched out his hand and said, did the Zhong family bring the list of materials? You already know, yet you're still here talking nonsense with me. Shueshue smiled and handed the jade slip in her hand to Xiaohua. Senior Zhong brought this morning and asked me to give it to you. Tisk tisk, Xiaohua smiled and said, didn't I miss you? I wanted to talk to you more. Then he looked at the jade slip in his hand and shook his head again. I'm afraid that the materials used to repair magic tools are too rare. Old Ghost Zhong did not dare to come directly, so he asked you to give it to me. Of course. Shueshue smiled and turned to leave. Who told you to boast that day? Now you're feeling the pain? Don't blame me. Looking at Shueshue's back as she ran away, he said in a very low voice, if the Zhong family's magic tools did not involve the awakening of the bloodline, if you did not dare to build your foundation, how could I refine magic tools for them for free? Xiaohua's voice was naturally very low, so it was impossible for Shueshue to hear it. Xiaohua released his divine sense and looked at the jade slip. His face showed a trace of strangeness. This was because there were many materials in the jade slip, and the 6 most precious materials were at the very top. Unfortunately, Xiaohua had collected these 6 materials to repair the cloud-suppressing seal, such as bloodstone, cloud gold liquid and fragmented gold stone. The Zhong clan did not use many of these materials, so Xiaohua should be able to take them out. Damn it, if I did not know what was in this space, none of you could see it. I would really think that you were spying on me. Xiaohua muttered. Then he looked at the materials in the back and curled his lips. I will not take out the materials in the back no matter what. Let the Zhong family's disciples find them. Then Xiaohua walked out from the depths of the palace. Zhong Peifu did not leave at all and was waiting in front of the palace. Seeing Xiaohua walk out with a smile, Zhong Peifu's face became embarrassed. He cupped his hands and said, "How is Senior's understanding of the refining method?" "Well said." Xiaohua returned the greeting and said, "This ancient refining method complements what this Xiao learned before. Although I still need to apply what I learned, this Xiao is confident that I have already comprehended it." A trace of surprise appeared in Zhong Peifu's eyes. He was no longer shocked as he said, "So, Senior can help my Zhong family repair magic artifacts?" Xiaohua didn't like the fact that Zhong Peifu's words seemed to have a hidden meaning. He took out the jade slip and said, "Of the items listed in this jade slip, I only have the first 6 items that are the rarest. The rest are too common, so I didn't bring them with me." Ecstasy. Zhong Peifu's face could only show this kind of expression. He hurriedly shouted, "Recently, there is an auction in my main country's Sea City. This Zhong's third brother has already set off. The auction in Sea City has always been attended by the cultivator families and sects in the south of my main country. Moreover, people from the islands overseas will also come. Not to mention other materials, there should be a lot of ordinary refining materials. As long as Senior can gather all 7 of the most precious ones, the rest shouldn't be a problem." Chapter 2130. Oh, Sea City's auction? Xiaohua's eyes turn and says, "I originally wanted to use these materials to repair my magic treasures. Those ordinary materials also need?" "He rest assured Senior Xiao." Zhong Peifu smiles apologetically. This time third brother brought a lot of spirit stones and originally intended to buy 2 sets. One of them is my Zhong family's gift to Senior Xiao. Very good. Xiaohua is happy in his heart and asks again, "Is Sea City at the seaside? Why do the islands from overseas come to Sea City to bid? How far is QC from here? What is the situation of QC?" "Senior Xiao, Sea City is 300 li away from QC. It is the closest city to QC in main country and is the foundation of Su family." Zhong Peifu says, "Su family's ancestor originally occupied an island overseas. After that island sank, he brought his family's descendants ashore and settled down in Sea City. Thus, he has some connections with the islands overseas. Su family saw that the things on main country's mainland are different from the islands overseas. Furthermore, there is no place to trust in the islands overseas. Thus, they used Sea City as the location for the auction and let the various cultivation sects trade with the islands overseas in Sea City. They also benefit from it. As for my Zhongling mountain village, it is not too far from QC. It is about 7 to 8,000 li away. My brother has already gone there a few days ago. I am afraid that he has already reached Sea City. Sea City's auction will only last for 3 days. He should be back in a few days." "And?" Xiaohua nods, "I might go to QC. How is the situation overseas?" "This is somewhat troublesome." Zhong Peifu shakes his head slightly and says, "The islands overseas are rather mysterious. They do not have much contact with our main country cultivators. Usually they would only come to the mainland during the auction. The rest of the time they are at sea." I just want to ask about the situation of QC. Xiaohua explains, "I do not intend to visit any island." Junior understands. However, Junior has only been to the shore of QC and did not go deep. Zhong Peifu came to a sudden understanding and replied, "But I've heard the disciples of the Ocean City's Su clan mention that the winds and waves within the 2,500 kilometers area of the QC can be considered to be calm. Even if there are large winds and waves, it's nothing to cultivators like us, but it might be fatal to some fishermen. However, after 50,000 miles, the wind and waves suddenly become fierce, and the weather is also complicated. The strangest thing is that the spiritual chi of heaven and earth is also relatively thin. To cultivators like me, it is absolutely dangerous. Therefore, the vast majority of the islands are distributed within 10,000 miles. There are very few islands beyond 10,000 miles. It was said that this sea was boundless. The further one went, the thinner the spiritual energy of heaven and earth became. A spirit-severing stage cultivator once tried to fly to the depths of the sea. However, after flying for more than 2 months, he still couldn't see the end. Other than seawater, there was seawater. Even aquatic beasts were becoming increasingly rare. In fact, the spiritual chi of heaven and earth was almost gone. That senior didn't dare to move forward and hurriedly rushed back. However, on the way back he was exhausted and his Zhenyuan was greatly consumed. He actually encountered a spirit beast in the water. If it wasn't for that senior having some great divine ability and barely escaping from the spirit beast, he would have lost his life in the Kuai-He Sea. Ever since then, no cultivator has attempted to search for the edge of that place. So it's that dangerous? Xiaohua was somewhat stunned and asked again, a 10th grade spiritual beast seems to be only at the late stage of nascent soul, right? That's a spirit-severing stage cultivator. Even if his dermic power was exhausted, it shouldn't be, to this extent, right? Hehe, Senior Xiao is a cultivator from the country of Shi. You haven't been to the QC so you might not know. Zhong Peifu smiled apologetically, the QC is so vast and boundless. There are many sea beasts in it. Oh, Senior can think about it. The QC is an ocean and it's extremely deep. There are different sea beasts in every layer of the water. The deeper you go, the more powerful the sea beasts are. With so many sea beasts fighting each other, those who can survive are mostly powerful characters. 10th grade spiritual beasts are rarely seen on land, but there might be some in the sea. And the strength of a 10th grade spiritual beast, I'm afraid it's even more powerful than the 10th grade spiritual beasts on land. Besides, it's impossible for cultivators like us to enter the depths of the QC. Who knows if there's a sea beast more powerful than a 10th grade spiritual beast? Since even a spirit-severing stage cultivator can't resist it, a transcendent grade spiritual beast, it's not impossible, right? Oh my! Xiaohua was flabbergasted. He smiled and said, if that's the case, this Xiao is also ignorant and inexperienced. This Xiao knows about the 3 countries of cultivators, sword cultivators and millions of Meng mountains, but I never thought that in the south of Xiaoyu continent, in this QC, there's actually such a powerful thing. Senior Xiao isn't in Meng country, so naturally you don't know. Zhong Peifu smiled apologetically, we cultivators can still be called kings on land, but in the sea, the cultivators from the various islands can't be the masters of the sea. Furthermore, it is precisely because of this that the cultivators of the outer sea islands are generally more powerful than us cultivators of the continent at the same cultivation level. It's just that their living environment is more dangerous, and their reproduction is also less. That's why they can't pose a threat to us Meng cultivators. Zhong Peifu continued, in addition, because there are many spiritual beasts in the sea, a lot of the materials used for refining tools and talismans are mostly sent to the land from the various islands. As for us Meng cultivators, because of an unwritten rule, very few people can go out to the sea to hunt spiritual beasts and obtain these materials. What unwritten rule? Xiaohua asked curiously. The QC is the QC of the various islands. Meng cultivators and even the cultivators from the 3 countries of cultivators can travel to the QC, but they can't make a living by hunting spiritual beasts in the sea. Zhong Peifu explained, even the Su family of Sea City can no longer hunt spiritual beasts in the QC after they fell to Sea City. They can only make a living by bidding. Xiaohua sneered, what's the point of this rule? Who would be so bored as to go to the dangerous sea to pass their days? Senior Xiao is wrong. According to Junior's knowledge, there are some cultivators, especially the loose cultivators of Meng, who often go to the QC to hunt spiritual beasts in the name of traveling. Loose cultivators? Xiaohua was slightly startled and immediately smiled. Loose cultivators have low cultivation and no foundation. What kind of spiritual beasts can they hunt? It's fine as long as they don't get eaten by spiritual beasts. Could it be that the various islands also don't allow it? Exactly. Zhong Peifu nodded and said, if Senior Xiao goes to the QC, you will know when you get there. The QC is not like the land. There are many fishes and beasts in the sea, almost uncountable. In this kind of situation, just like the cultivators on the land, there are all kinds of spiritual beasts. Even if you are a loose cultivator, you can still find suitable spiritual beasts to hunt. Oh, this Xiao understands. Xiaohua nodded and said, that's right, the Dawn Rain continent is only a flat surface. Actually, there are countless mortals and many cultivators. Moreover, the Kuai-He Sea is divided into who knows how many layers and is so big. There are definitely many kinds of spirit beasts inside. Actually, the spiritual beasts that loose cultivators can hunt are not considered much. The various islands might not even put them in their eyes. Zhong Peifu said again, it's just that we can't let loose cultivators break these rules. Otherwise, everyone will go to the sea to hunt. How can the various islands survive? Diske. The various islands are too stingy. Xiao Hua said disdainfully, the QC is so big, how many people do they have? Even if all the cultivators of my Dawn Rain continent went to hunt, how many can they hunt? Zhong Peifu scratched his head and said, Junior also had the same idea. However, Junior did not go deep into the QC and did not know the situation inside. However, if it is as Senior said, the various islands don't need to emphasize this rule, right? Perhaps it is because the spiritual energy in the depths of the sea is thin? Forget it, let's not talk about this anymore. Xiao Hua knew that Zhong Peifu also knew very little. The more he asked, the more vague the answer would be. He might as well go and talk about it. Moreover, he and Xue Xue were just going to take a look at the QC. It's not like they went deep, so why should he care so much? In the future, he still had to return to the Imperial Thunder Sect and live his life in the Imperial Thunder Sect's myriad Thunder Valley. Who would have the patience to care about the matters of the QC? Yes, Zhong Peifu nodded. After pondering for a moment, he said, Then, Senior Xiao, are you going to continue comprehending the art of refining here, or are you going to my Zhong family's refining grounds to practice? Xiao Hua thought for a moment and said with a smile, This Xiao has already been underground for dozens of days. I'd better go out. I'll have to trouble fellow Zhong to find a quiet room for my wife. The Xiao will go to the refining grounds. Yes, Senior Xiao, please come this way. Zhong Peifu very respectfully invited Xiao Hua and Xue Xue, who he called over, to stand at a corner of the palace. He took out his magic tool. Under the urging of his magic power, the three of them arrived at the shabby ancestral hall. Fellow Taoist Xiao. The moment Xiao Hua appeared in the ancestral hall, Zhong Tianyao's divine will followed him. A very humble voice sounded from outside the ancestral hall. I wonder if fellow Taoist has any harvest inside? Many thanks, fellow Zhong. Xiao Hua walked out of the ancestral hall and cupped his hands. Fellow Taoist didn't keep it to himself. Of course I gained a lot. At this moment this Xiao is almost eager to give it a try. I want to see how this refining art is like. Ha ha, Zhong Tianyao laughed loudly. He pulled Xiao Hua's hand and said, Since that's the case, fellow Taoist Xiao, please let this old man experience fellow Taoist's divine skill. Xue Xue followed Zhong Peifu to find a quiet room to practice, while Xiao Hua followed Zhong Tianyao to the underground refining grounds of the Zhongling Mountain Villa. Xiao Hua had been to this place before. He saw that this newly opened place wasn't too big, but it was in accordance with the rules. It was precisely the place that Zhong Tianyao had deliberately planned for a long time. Xiao Hua followed Zhong Tianyao to a rather large room. Zhong Tianyao pointed at a bunch of things on the ground and said embarrassedly, These things were all prepared by this old man for refining these past few years. Moreover, this old man also found a hidden earth fire here. It's a pity that the earth fire is sealed with a restrictive spell. This old man can't open it. I can only use these things to refine it. Chapter 2131. Oh. Hearing this, Xiao Hua couldn't help but feel curious. If fellow Zhong doesn't mind, can you let me take a look? I can be considered to have dabbled a little in the way of formations. Fellow Taoist also understands formations? Zhong Tianyao really didn't know what to say. Any cultivator that could understand a refining technique was already pretty good. Where would they have the time to comprehend formations? Moreover, the essence of formations had long been lost in the Xiaoyu continent. Apart from special cultivation sects, where else could one learn formations? The Imperial Thunder sect wasn't good at formations. Fellow Taoist Xiao, this way please. Zhong Tianyao said and brought Xiao Hua to a deeper place. This place was somewhat similar to the previous palace, but it was even more dilapidated. In a place where the spiritual energy fluctuations were very obscure, there was a faint scorching flame emitting from it. This old man first discovered this earth fire, and then there was a strange movement in the ancestral hall. When this old man used the clan's magic tool to enter, only then did I know that there were relics of refining tools here. Zhong Tianyao explained, then this old man made arrangements for the nearby area according to the design of refining tools. Xiao Hua's divine sense swept over the restriction. He frowned slightly and waved his hand. If fellow Taoist Zhong believes me, then leave this place to me. Really? Seeing Xiao Hua so confident, Zhong Tianyao really didn't know how to express his feelings. Really, a series of pleasant surprises and a series of inconceivable feelings. This was all obtained after he added his malicious words and even had the intention to kill Xiao Hua. Fellow Taoist Xiao, please go ahead. I'll go out now. If fellow Taoist has any matters, please send a communication talisman. Zhong Tianyao bowed and saluted. He didn't hesitate any longer and hurriedly walked out. Not to mention, Zhong Tianyao thanked the heavens for sending Xiao Hua to Zhongling Mountain Villa, but when Xiao Hua saw Zhong Tianyao slip out so nimbly, he was stunned in his heart. Damn it, this is Zhongling Mountain Villa. If it's not Myriad Thunder Valley, why do I feel like I'm the master of this place? Immediately, Xiao Hua released his divine sense and examined the restriction above the earth fire. Ever since Xiao Hua set up many arrays in Tianmen Mountain, his array formation skills had advanced by leaps and bounds. He had also recovered some of his previous memories, especially the progress of the rabbit array formation. It could be said that his array formation skills had reached a new height. The restrictions on the Zhongling Mountain Villa's earth fire couldn't help but be said to be formidable. In any case, in the eyes of everyone else, it would probably take a few more days to comprehend the restrictions on the Zhongling Mountain Villa's earth fire. In the eyes of Xiao Hua's divine sense, Buddhist sense and Dharma eyes, the array that already had a flaw wasn't in Xiao Hua's eyes. In merely 10 days' time, Xiao Hua had broken through the restriction and placed a new restriction. Furthermore, he had also refined the control card and handed it over to Zhong Tianyao. Seeing Zhong Tianyao holding the magic tablet with deep gratitude, Xiao Hua laughed inwardly. He himself understood that with the 5 elements artifact refining arts, artifact refinement didn't necessarily need to be restricted to earthly fire. All 5 elements could be used. In fact, it was not necessary to use earth fire in the fire refining technique. Zhong Tianyao definitely had yet to comprehend the entire artifact refinement method, which was why he viewed this earth fire with such importance. Using earth fire to refine artifacts was already inferior. How could it be used to refine high-grade artifacts? Although Zhong Peiyuan had already returned and had even brought back the materials to repair the Zhong family's ancestral artifact, Xiao Hua didn't pay attention to these matters. Instead, he sat in the quiet room and spat out the icicle Zhu flame that he had been nourishing for a long time. The icicle Zhu flame in his hand was neither fast nor slow as it danced before Xiao Hua's eyes like a dancing fairy. Great, Xiao Hua sighed in his heart. He had always wanted to repair the cloud-suppressing seal, but only today had all the conditions been gathered. It was now time to give it a try. Xiao Hua waved his hand and many materials flew to the ground. The cloud-suppressing seal also rotated out with a rumbling sound and steadily stopped in midair. Xiao Hua waved his hand again and took out several jade slips. He first glanced at them and pondered in his heart. Soon after, he waved his hand confidently and several wisps of icicle Zhu flame were separated and burned on the cloud-suppressing seal. Immediately after, Xiao Hua methodically threw more than a dozen materials into the icicle Zhu flame one after another. Seeing the green smoke continuously rising from it, Xiao Hua knew that this was the impurities within the tempering materials. Xiao Hua's artifact refinement took more than 10 days. Zhong Tianyao and the others were rather anxious in their hearts. However, Xiao Hua had already made it clear before the artifact refinement that if he didn't leave the quiet room, no one was to disturb him. Therefore, Zhong Tianyao would come to the artifact refinement area almost every 2 days to check if Xiao Hua had already come out. On this day, Zhong Tianyao saw that Xiao Hua still hadn't made any movements. Just as he was about to turn around, he heard a dragon roar behind him and a swift and fierce aura rushed over. Ouch! Needless to say, Zhong Tianyao already knew that it was Xiao Hua who had completed the refinement. Without waiting for him to turn around, he saw a mass of bronze-colored brilliance flash past the top of his head. The extremely dazzling brilliance was like an unfolding lotus and stopped in front of him. Wu, a dragon head that still looked somewhat mottled above the lotus, suddenly opened its mouth. The abnormally heavy copper seal under the dragon head flashed with veins. Heaven and earth spiritual energy rapidly condensed and small hurricanes were actually born in midair. Hiss. Seeing the cloud-suppressing seal's heavy might, Zhong Tianyao unconsciously sucked in a breath. He always thought that Xiao Hua was repairing some artifact, but he didn't expect that it was actually a magic treasure. A damaged magic treasure? How could ordinary cultivators dare to have ideas about it? Perhaps only middle-stage core formation cultivators or even late-stage core formation cultivators would dare to attempt it. Congratulations, fellow Taoist Xiao. Zhong Qinyao's face was piled with smiles as he turned around and cupped his hands. Haha, behind Zhong Tianyao, Xiao Hua's body flew out. His face carried a trace of arrogance. Of course, he was very proud of himself for being able to finish repairing a magic treasure the first time. Return, Xiaohua beckoned with his hand. The cloud-suppressing seal gradually shrunk and returned to Xiaohua's hand. However, the majority of the bottom of the cloud-suppressing seal had already been repaired. The dragon head was also repaired a lot, but its appearance was still unclear. Xiaohua knew that he didn't have the refining method of the cloud-suppressing seal. These repairs were mostly to repair the edges and could increase the cloud-suppressing seal's might. However, if he truly repaired it completely without the refining method of the cloud-suppressing seal, it was absolutely impossible. Fellow Taoist Xiao, this magic treasure is truly formidable. When it was damaged, it could still resist a core formation cultivator. Now, I'm afraid it can directly smash a core formation cultivator to death. Zhong Tianyao complimented. Xiaohua repeatedly waved his hand. Not at all, not at all. I'm just practicing with this thing. How could it have the might that fellow Taoist Zhong spoke of? Zhong Tianyao watched Xiaohua put away the cloud-suppressing seal, and a trace of doubt flashed through his eyes. He smiled apologetically. This magic treasure, this old man thinks it's somewhat familiar. I seem to have seen it somewhere before or perhaps heard of it. Chapter 2132. Hehe, Xiaohua nodded slightly and didn't reply. Zhong Tianyao tactfully extended his hand, opened a storage pouch and handed it to Xiaohua. Fellow Taoist Xiao, this is what third brother obtained from the auction in Ocean City. There are also the 7 rare materials that fellow Taoist took out last time. Oh, Xiaohua extended his hand and received it. He scanned it with his divine sense and took out a jade slip. He smiled and said, "What is this?" Hehe. It's naturally the refining method of my Zhong family's magic tool. If fellow Taoist wants to help I repair my magic tool, this thing is indispensable. Zhong Tianyao said with a smile. Xiaohua frowned slightly. He didn't examine it but probed. Could it be that the Zhong family's magic tool is so heavily damaged? What does fellow Taoist Xiao think? Zhong Tianyao smiled extremely slyly. He clapped his hand again and took out a magic tool that looked like a bamboo cane. There was a pigeon-like immortal bird on top of the bamboo cane. Xiaohua scanned it with his divine sense and immediately knew that there was an extremely deep crack on the bamboo cane. Moreover, a small half of the immortal bird was also missing. He could see the inside of the immortal bird's body with a glance. Alas, no wonder there are so many rare materials. Xiaohua sighed. The degree of damage of this magic tool was definitely more serious than he imagined. From the looks of it, the magic tool's array might also need to be repaired. Fellow Taoist Zhong, this Xiao was a bit careless. Xiaohua said with a smile. If I can't repair it, fellow Taoist Zhong shouldn't blame this Xiao. Of course not. Zhong Tianyao smiled apologetically. Actually, to tell fellow Taoist Xiao the truth, although this old man has already prepared for over 100 years, although the materials have already been gathered, the reason why I didn't dare to make a move is because this magic tool is too heavily damaged. If this old man didn't obtain this refining method, I wouldn't have pondered about this matter. However, since there is such a condition, this Zhong naturally has to make a move. However, fellow Taoist Xiao definitely knows better than this old man that to repair this kind of magic tool, I'm afraid that just refining techniques alone won't be enough. This old man has also seen fellow Taoist Xiao's restriction techniques. Fellow Taoist Xiao doesn't need to decline. Even if fellow Taoist Xiao fails in any way, this old man will definitely not say anything. Alright. Although Xiaohua's expression was somewhat difficult, he was actually eager to give it a try in his heart. Repairing this kind of magic tool was no different from refining it from scratch. He really wanted to see if he could succeed in refining it. If there are any leftover materials in the storage bag, please accept them, fellow Taoist Xiao. It's more or less a token of my appreciation. Zhong Tianyao smiled again and said, however, because the formation within the jade slip involves my Zhong clan, I hope that fellow Taoist Xiao will keep it a secret. Well said. Xiaohua nodded. I know my limits. Half a year later, in the guest hall of Zhongling Villa, Xiaohua sat at the head of the table with a smile on his face. Zhong Qinyao's face was even more excited as he sat beside him. He really couldn't restrain the excitement in his heart. It was also just a moment ago that Xiaohua suddenly came out from the place where he was refining artifacts and gave him a completely repaired artifact. So, fellow Taoist Xiao, Zhong Tianyao said respectfully, this old man really didn't expect that fellow Taoist would be able to repair my Zhong clan's magic tools so quickly. This is truly beyond my expectations. Fellow Taoist Zhong, did you think that this Xiao would break the artifact? Xiao Hua said with a smile. I won't hide it from fellow Taoist Xiao. This old man really did have such concerns that day. Zhong Tianyao nodded and said, however, if fellow Taoist Xiao can't succeed, this old man will definitely not succeed. Therefore this old man staked everything on this one throw. That artifact, can it be used? Xiao Hua asked. And it can definitely be used. Zhong Tianyao nodded. This old man has already used a special method to test it. There's no problem. Haha, that's good. Xiao Hua stretched and said, since that's the case, this Xiao can be considered to have finished dealing with the Zhong clan's matters. This Xiao still has to accompany my wife on her travels. At this moment in the guest hall, Zhong Peiyuan and Zhong Peifu were respectfully accompanying Xue Xue. Their faces were also filled with excitement. Zhong Yejing shouldn't have come, but at this moment she was also accompanying Xue Xue. Zhong Tianyao glanced at the smiling Xue Xue and said, accompanied by a beauty traveling to the ends of the world. This old man also had such a refined interest 100 years ago. Now that I'm old, at this point, Zhong Tianyao's heart suddenly skipped a beat. He had a question in his heart, this Xiao Hua looks so young. He must have taken something to preserve his youth. How old is he now? Based on his cultivation he shouldn't be much younger than I, right? Haha, fellow Taoist Zhong has the heavy burden of the Zhong clan on your shoulders. Even if you want to leave you can't, right? Xiao Hua smiled and then said to Zhong Yejing, I wonder how the fine seeds this Xiao entrusted to the Zhong clan are doing now. Zhong Yejing smiled apologetically and said, this junior has already seen it a few times. The Zhong clan's disciples in Yun City all followed Senior Zhao's instructions and gave these fine seeds to the secular world to sow. There were no mistakes. And that's the best. Xiao Hua was overjoyed. He reminded again, these fine seeds will probably be commonly used in my Xiaoyu continent in the future. At this time the old and the new are replaced, and it's the best way to make money. This Xiao will give this to your Zhong clan. If the secular disciples can make some money, this Xiao won't stop them. However, this definitely can't let the poor people not get the fine seeds because of this. When Zhong Yejing heard this, she was slightly stunned. After thinking carefully for a moment, she suddenly understood. She immediately stood up and said, this junior really doesn't understand this kind of secular matter. Since senior said so, this junior will go and supervise. If this happens, this junior will punish severely. Good. Xiao Hua clapped. This merit will also belong to the Zhong clan. Then he stood up and looked at Xue Xue. He said, wife, our matter here has been settled. This husband will accompany you to QC. Good. Xue Xue naturally became happy. Zhong Tianyao urged Xiao Hua to stay a few more times but he couldn't. Thus he called out all the Zhongling Mountain Villa's disciples and respectfully sent Xiao Hua off. Zhong Tianyao very reluctantly watched Xiao Hua and Xue Xue fly hand in hand into the blue sky. Zhong Tianyao immediately ordered Zhong Peifu, Zhong Peiyuan, and the others to start the awakening of the Zhong clan's disciples' bloodline. Different from the pleasant surprise of Zhong Tianyao and the others, in the courtyard where the qi refining disciples were cultivating, Zhong Haoren had a complicated expression on his face as he watched Xiao Hua happily fly away with Xue Xue. There was an indescribable feeling in his heart. During this period of time, Xiao Hua didn't come to find Zhong Haoren for some unknown reason. Thus, the good karma between Zhong Haoren and Xiao Hua had long been forgotten by the Zhong clan's disciples. And the things that happened in the past few years really made Zhong Haoren feel as if a knife was being twisted in his heart. It was only now that he truly understood what Xiao Hua had asked him when he received the heavenly mending pill. At this time he felt how childish and impulsive he was that day. Because, in just a few years, Zhong Xiuhan no longer put this young man who cared about her, loved her, and regarded her as a treasure in her eyes. At this time, because of the heavenly pill, Zhong Xiuhan's cultivation had advanced by leaps and bounds. She had already shown her talent among the early-stage Foundation Establishment disciples and was surrounded by many handsome and confident Foundation Establishment male disciples. Each and every one of them used different methods to please her. How could she think highly of Zhong Haoren, an qi refining disciple who couldn't speak? Therefore, sympathy wasn't love and gratitude couldn't repay love. Husband, by doing this, aren't you being too cruel to Zhong Haoren? After leaving Zhongling Mountain Villa, Xiao Hua naturally told her about Zhong Haoren's matter. It wasn't that he didn't think about Zhong Haoren. Sometimes he would also release his Buddhist awareness to check the situation in Zhongling Mountain Villa. How could he not know about the twists and turns between Zhong Xiuhan and Zhong Haoren? If there were feelings, why would they be together day and night? Xiao Hua held Xue Xue's hand and said, but if there were distractions, it would be unfair to Zhong Haoren and Zhong Xiuhan. Alas, that's right. Xue Xue sighed. With so many temptations, even if Zhong Xiuhan wanted to maintain her original heart, I'm afraid it wouldn't be easy. Hehe, my wife, don't speak for Zhong Xiuhan. Xiao Hua said with a smile. Your husband didn't want to deal with Zhong Xiuhan. Everything was Zhong Haoren's choice. Since he has done it, he shouldn't regret it. Moreover, your husband can faintly see my own shadow in him. If he can persevere in his cultivation, your husband's restriction on him will definitely not last for too long. At that time he will be able to rise from the ashes. With this experience in the mortal world, his state of mind will definitely be perfect, and it will definitely be useful for his future cultivation. Hehe, my husband now has the demeanor of an almighty. Xue Xue covered her mouth and laughed. I also know that if you have the chance in the future, you will definitely help Zhong Haoren. And your husband indeed has this plan. Xiao Hua said thoughtfully, it's really not easy to find an upright and plain-spoken person with a firm mind. Could it be that my husband has other arrangements for Zhong Haoren? Xue Xue suddenly realized. And to tell you the truth, your husband has an idea. Xiao Hua also nodded and concealed it. Xue Xue said with a smile, then I will wait and see if Zhong Haoren can enter my husband's eyes. Immediately, Xue Xue rolled her eyes and said with a smile, this senior Zhong is also interesting. From what you said, he didn't hold back and handed over the Zhong family to you. When did he become so generous? Che, Xiao Hua curled his lips, the generous one is your husband. Your husband gave him the storage bag of Fei Xiqing from Xiqing's Fei family. If he thanked your husband hysterically, would he still have a conscience? It can't be, my husband actually gave him all the spirit stones and other things? Xue Xue covered her mouth and pretended to be shocked. How is that possible? Xiao Hua waved his hand disdainfully. I didn't give any spirit stones or pills, but I gave all the tokens and jade slips to Old Ghost Zhong. If Old Ghost Zhong has the heart, he can get more than Qing Kai from Xiqing's Fei family. I don't believe that my husband didn't leave a share for himself. Xiao Hua blinked and said in a low voice, my wife, do you know what it means to take advantage of opportunities? Gij, Xue Xue laughed like a flower. After that, Xiao Hua took Xue Xue and didn't rush on their journey. They didn't travel in a straight line, but like before, they sent countless good seeds to the poor and destitute commoners along the way. Chapter 2133. Alas, your husband's strength is still too insignificant. The more Xiao Hua did this kind deed, the more he felt powerless. This Dan Rain continent was truly too big. Even if Xiao Hua traveled every day, it was impossible for him to spread the seeds throughout the entire Dan Rain continent. Yes, I've also been considering this recently. Xue Xue's heart ached for Xiao Hua and she said considerately, husband, you should think of a good idea. Husband alone definitely can't save all the people of Dan Rain continent. Immortal Alliance? Xiao Hua suddenly realized. However, just as he finished speaking, he mocked himself. Your husband is merely a Foundation establishment cultivator. I don't even know where the Immortal Alliance is. What right do I have to find them? It's not just that. Xue Xue shook her head as well. I've occasionally heard Master say that the Immortal Alliance only appears when the Dao sect is in danger of being exterminated. They don't care about the life and death of ordinary sects, let alone the common people. Why don't we find the sect master and ask? Xiao Hua probed again. Xue Xue hesitated and bit her lips. Although she didn't say anything, her expression didn't show that she agreed with Xiao Hua's words. Forget it, Xiao Hua waved his hand and said gloomily, I have a clear conscience, that's it. While speaking, Xiao Hua smelled a salty and moist smell from his mouth and nose. Rather unaccustomed to it, he asked curiously, why is it so smelly? Could it be that some family's salted fish has become smelly? Ah, Xue Xue also sniffled and said, husband, you've made a fool of yourself. We've already reached the seaside. The sea breeze blew the moist smell over. As she spoke, Xue Xue activated her magic power and flew forward. Her fluttering clothes and fluttering hair were incomparably graceful. Female cultivators are truly unfathomable. It's just a sea? Why are they so excited? Xiao Hua released his Buddhist perception and had already seen the Gui he see 100 miles away. The waves beating against the shore practically sent the sound of the waves over. We're finally here. Xiao Hua sighed inwardly. He let out a long whistle and chased behind Xue Xue. He grabbed Xue Xue's slender waist and rushed towards the place where the waves came from. This is the sea? Even though he'd already noticed it with his divine perception, Xiao Hua couldn't help but sigh when he really saw the magnificent and boundless ocean of darkness with his eyes. The magnificence of the ocean was truly too impactful to the eye. Even if it was nether, flame forest, or ink cloud forest, it would absolutely not be as shocking as this boundless ocean. Not to mention at this moment, it was a gentle breeze. The fine lines were like fish scales, rippling under the golden sunlight. That glittering golden scenery made the money grubber Xiao Hua's eyes almost emit golden light. In addition, from time to time, tiny fish would surface from the sea, and the birds that were soaring above the sea would swoop down and devour them in one gulp. On the beach, crabs of all sizes were scurrying around, and fist-sized shells were embedded in the rocks, moving slightly. The combination of movement and stillness was truly a tranquil scene between heaven and earth. Xue Xue landed on a protruding reef and slightly closed her eyes. She didn't have any protective yellow talismans around her body, so she let the sea breeze and the splashes of the waves wet her clothes. At this moment Xue Xue was wearing a pink dress. Not only did the wind blow her clothes up, wrapping around her curvy figure, even the traces of water that were gradually getting wet also revealed some spring scenery. Xiao Hua didn't approach and only watched from afar. He knew that the current Xue Xue was the Xue Xue who had broken away from her shackles, the Xue Xue who dared to love and hate. Even though Xue Xue didn't release her divine perception, Xiao Hua felt that Xue Xue wanted to place this entire ocean of darkness into her bosom. I'm afraid that only such a situation can allow her to build her foundation. Xiao Hua seemed to suddenly understand the reason why Xue Xue wanted to see the sea. He also seemed to understand why Xue Xue didn't want to build her foundation. Looking at Xue Xue's intoxicated appearance, Xiao Hua once again gazed into the distance. The place where the two of them flew over was a bit remote. All around them were steep cliffs. Fishermen rarely came here, and most of them were seabirds spreading their wings. On Xiao Hua's left, a few li away, a small fishing village impressively came into view. The first thing that entered Xiao Hua's eyes was the fishing net that was spread out on the shore. A wooden frame was set up to spread the fishing net over there. Under the sunlight, it actually had a sparkling luster, looking quite majestic. There was no one around the fishing net, but there were dozens of seabirds gathered in front of the fishing net. Occasionally they would stick their heads out to peck at something. They should be swallowing the small fish and prawns that escaped from the fishing net. Next to the fishing net, there were several small wooden boats. They weren't big, but they weren't small either. Some were laid flat, some were upside down, and there were even some that were slanted. The boats were covered in moss and were still very shabby. Presumably they were discarded by the fishermen. It's a bit strange. Xiao Hua was puzzled. It's a sunny day now, why don't I see anyone fishing in the sea? Xiao Hua's divine sense swept through the fishing village. In the fishing village there were many women, children, the elderly, and the weak. Strong men were rare. Many of these women, children, the elderly, and the weak had worried expressions on their faces. Although they stayed in the small huts, from time to time, they would raise their heads and cast their gazes towards the depths of Kueha Sea, as if that was where they were concerned. Oh, could it be that the fishermen have all gone fishing in the sea? Xiao Hua thought as he released his divine sense towards the depths of Kueha Sea. Xiao Hua's divine sense swept through the fishing village. In the fishing village there were many women, children, the elderly, and the weak. Strong men were rare. Many of these women, children, the elderly, and the weak had worried expressions on their faces. Although they stayed in the small huts, from time to time, they would raise their heads and cast their gazes towards the depths of Kueha Sea, as if that was where they were concerned. Oh, could it be that the fishermen have all gone fishing in the sea? Xiao Hua thought as he released his divine sense towards the depths of Kueha Sea. After waiting for a while, Xiao Hua's lips curled into a smile. Dozens of li away, two rather large ships were slowly drifting in this direction. On the ships were dozens of men, all of them bare-chested. The decks were piled full of fish. It should be the men of this fishing village returning from a rewarding journey. No wonder they're all looking towards the sea. They probably know that today is the day they're supposed to return. Xiao Hua retracted his divine sense. Smelling the salty sea breeze, his heart suddenly felt warm. It seemed that many years ago he had also had such expectations and had also been anticipated by others. To be worried by others and to be worried by others. Although this kind of life is dull, sometimes it's quite interesting. Xiao Hua's heart was somewhat gloomy. Although these women and children have worried expressions on their faces, in their hearts, they have faith that their husbands will return today. But what about me? Even now, I still don't know where I was born, where my parents, where my brothers and sisters are. Chapter 2134. However, with Fairy Hongxia and Xue Xue, Xiao Hua's gaze was filled with tenderness as he looked at Xue Xue, who was like a naughty child. I can be considered to have a place to settle down in this dawn rain continent. Just like this, Xiao Hua casually sat on the fine sand with one leg bent, one elbow on his knee, one hand holding his chin, and the other hand grabbing a handful of fine sand from the ground. With a slight tilt, the fine sand slowly slid down from Xiao Hua's hand. Over and over again, Xiao Hua did it unintentionally, but after looking at it for a long time, Xiao Hua suddenly became pensive. This sand is buried on this beach and no one knows about it. Perhaps it has been here since ancient times, or perhaps it was washed from the bottom of the sea. If I didn't come here, this sand would be silent forever. However, I came. I thought it was because of Xue Xue that I came. I grabbed this sand up high and it slid down again and slid down again. Xiao Hua's thoughts slowly drifted away. He seemed to be thinking a lot but also seemed to be thinking very little. His comprehension seemed to be very deep but also seemed to be very little. Xue Xue had long seen Xiao Hua sitting there. She liked this kind of free aura, like this kind of fierce sea breeze. Her temperament had always been that kind of intense love and hate. However, ever since she entered the Imperial Thunder sect for the sake of cultivation, she cut her feet to fit her shoes. Later on for Xiao Hua she tried her best too, and she had always been doing it. She wanted to change her personality, to become a gentle and virtuous little boy. She had changed a lot now, but her heart still had some shackles. Now, her heart had merged with the sea breeze, her heart had merged with the boundless sea. She really wanted this leisure, this indulgence, this freedom to come a little more. Hua, a faintly discernible noise came over, slightly disturbing Xue Xue's thoughts. Xue Xue raised her head and saw that in a small fishing village far away, a large group of women, children, the elderly, and the weak were supporting each other as they came out of their small houses. In front of them were dozens of drooping naked little boys, stumbling as they ran. Many of them directly fell on the fine sand. However, these people's faces were filled with joy. Above the boundless sea, two indistinct masts could be seen, like two small sticks that a child was playing with. This mast was no longer a mast, but the hope and joy of all the fishermen in the fishing village. What they welcomed was the man who worked hard for their lives under the mast. Ha! Xue Xue felt a sweetness in her heart. She also looked at Xiao Hua, watching as he gradually transformed from a powerless loose cultivator into a cultivator with outstanding strength who cared for the common people. Wasn't he the mast in his heart? The tranquility of the Kueha Sea was exactly like this. Everything was under the sunlight. Amidst the sound of the waves, time gradually faded away. The two masts gradually became clear, revealing two dilapidated ships. Xue Xue jumped down from the reef. She didn't urge her magic power. Instead, she walked slowly, step by step, across the beach. Her slender footprints were left on the beach, winding and firm. Xue Xue walked to about 10 zhang away from Xiao Hua. She sensed Xiao Hua's abnormality again. The sea breeze blew past his body as if it didn't exist. Xiao Hua's hand was still constantly grabbing the fine sand, tilting the fine sand. However, the fine sand was lifted up by the sea breeze and passed through Xiao Hua's body. At this time, Xue Xue was already accustomed to the strange sight. She knew Xiao Hua was comprehending a cultivation method, so she sat on the ground with a smile hanging on the corner of her mouth. However, there was some love in her eyes, some reluctance, and even some pain. She knew that now that her feelings had been released, she was afraid she would soon be able to build her foundation. As for building her foundation, Xue Xue had an indescribable feeling. On the surface of the sea, regardless of the distance, it was like looking at a mountain and running a horse to death. Although the masts were already in sight, by the time the entire ship could be clearly seen, it was already sunset. At this time, the sea scenery was different. The orange sunlight dyed the sky to the west. Countless clouds formed various shapes, decorating the sky. The waves were a bit big. Fragments of red were accompanied by more and more darkness, sprinkling on the surface of the sea. Many seabirds gradually returned to the tide, carrying the day's fatigue. The slowly moving ship dragged the shadow on the side, also carrying the hard work of the fishing village's men. However, even if dusk came, even if the wind and waves were big, even if it was getting colder, the fishing village's women still held their children's hands in their hands. They allowed the shadow to grow longer and longer, but they still waited on the shore. It seemed that if this was not the case, their worries would not be eased. But at this time, a few miles ahead of the two ships, a fierce rumbling sound suddenly rang out, and a large wave of water soared into the sky along with the sound. Without waiting for the wave to fall, dozens or even hundreds of figures flew out from the sea. They were actually divided into two groups of cultivators fighting. The dozens of cultivators in front rushed out of the Kueha Sea. The water-blue brilliance around them swayed slightly, sending out strange ripples under the setting sun. The cultivators chasing behind them were dressed in all kinds of different colors, and the magic tools in their hands were also strange. In particular, the cultivators chasing after them were all valiant, far from the cultivators in front of them. A loud voice rang out, "Fellow Taoists, why are you forcing us so hard? We are all itinerant cultivators and we are just traveling near the Kueha Sea. The sea beasts we killed before were all obtained casually. Fellow Taoists, please understand." Haha, a forthright female cultivator's voice rang out. A middle-stage foundation establishment female cultivator with thick limbs and rough skin raised her voice. "Boy, why are you acting like a bunch of brats in front of me? I've been watching you for half a year. You said that you were training but you just wandered around the Kueha Sea every day. I don't see you cultivating but you caught a lot of sea beasts. You have a good harvest these days, right?" Tiskate fellow Taoist Co. A man with bronze-colored skin who was also in the middle stage of foundation establishment sneered and said, "What's the point of talking to these cultivators with evil intentions? They dare to use the name of itinerant cultivators to hunt sea beasts, so they must be disciples of some aristocratic family or sect. Anyone with a discerning eye can tell with one look. How can itinerant cultivators reach foundation establishments so easily? Moreover, they are still wandering around the Kueha Sea. Why aren't they cultivating?" Fellow Taoist Yang is right. Another thick man with a big axe in his hand shouted with a big black face full of whiskers. "The women of Xingming Island are too weak. In my opinion they should have been killed long ago. Why the hell should I care about them? Awakening Island only knows how to kill, kill, kill. Can't you be a little more refined? The reputation of our overseas islands has been ruined by you." A male cultivator wearing a sparse Confucian robe said in a refined manner. Bong, the thick man spat, "You sure are refined. Do you think the number of sea beasts killed by your Tiger Spine Island is small? I heard that Tiger Spine Island's blood tiger mental cultivation technique requires the blood of sea beasts to reach large success. Who knows how many sea beasts' blood you need to reach foundation establishment? Damn it, you actually dare to be refined in front of me." The four cultivators from the overseas islands were talking with fervor and assurance. They were Xingming Islands Ko Qinglian, Awakening Islands Xiang Wenqing, Awakening Islands by Min, and Tiger Spine Islands Ding Xuan. They were the leaders of the disciples sent by the four surrounding sects. Looking at their appearance, they seemed to have a card up their sleeves and were not worried at all that the so-called itinerant cultivators would run away. Looking at the itinerant cultivator who was talking with them just now, he actually had a normal expression and did not seem worried at all. Although there were only a few early-stage foundation establishment disciples among the dozens of cultivators following behind him, they were the same as the itinerant cultivator and even had a sneer on their face. "Don't talk nonsense." Ko Qinglian was a female cultivator after all. She was the first to notice that something was wrong and transmitted her voice. "These dozens of cultivators look unfamiliar. They don't seem to be Ming country's disciples. Moreover, they're too calm. There are only 5 early-stage foundation establishment cultivators. They are not a match for us at all. But just now they clearly had the strength to run away. Why did they stop here? Why didn't they go ashore?" Madam Ko is too cautious. The refined Ding Xuan was no longer refined at this time. He licked his lips and laughed. "In the eyes of mid-stage foundation establishment cultivators like us, these are just children. What tricks can they play? Ming country's cultivator families and sects all know the rules of our Gohi Hai. Which one of them did not follow the rules? Even if they are disciples of some family, if they are killed by us, then so be it. What tricks can they play? Good. Since that is the case, let's kill all these cultivators. Hearing this, Bai Min could no longer hold back. He waved his thick arms and the big axe actually summoned a shadow. It flashed with a trace of sharp light and chopped towards an early-stage Foundation establishment cultivator dozens of feet away. Seeing Bai Min attack, everyone was stunned. According to their original plan, they still wanted to find out the details of these cultivators and see what they were planning to do. But since Bai Min attacked, they had no choice but to attack as well. They could only wave their hands and order their disciples. Yes. The disciples received the order. Regardless of whether they were Qi refinement or Foundation establishment cultivators, all of them activated their yellow talismans and magic tools. Rays of blue light flashed around everyone. Most of the disciples of the overseas islands had a water attribute physique. Their magic tools and yellow talismans were also of the water attribute. The water attribute spiritual Qi of heaven and earth around Go He Hai flocked together with the magic seals. It was not a big deal for one cultivator to cast a magic seal. It was also not a big deal for 10 cultivators to cast a magic seal. However, with dozens of cultivators and even a few mid-stage and early-stage Foundation establishment cultivators' magic seals, the amount of spiritual Qi of heaven and earth absorbed was much more. Following the flow of spiritual Qi of heaven and earth, fine winds were produced. And these fine winds were gradually strengthened during the rising tide of the evening. Borrowing the strength of the wind, the rising tides and waves were also larger. Let's go. When the rogue cultivator saw this, a trace of nervousness appeared on his face. His eyes looked around as if he was looking for something. Then his eyes lit up. With a wave of his hand, he flew towards the two ships drifting in the wind and waves. To be continued. Chapter 2135. Where do you think you're going? Bai Min and the rest sneered. The Dharma artifacts in their hands had already flown out. Not only did the Dharma artifacts spill out blue light, even the seawater above the Kwai He Sea was drawn into the air by their Dharma artifacts, condensing into water pillars and smashing towards the disciples who were flying. Rise! The several Foundation establishment cultivators who were guarding behind the itinerant cultivators saw how powerful the attacks were and hurriedly stopped. They looked at each other and secretly nodded. Then, they waved their hands at the same time and a ladle-like Dharma artifact appeared in each of their hands. The few of them activated the Dharma artifacts in unison. But when the Dharma power reached out, the ladles suddenly disappeared and turned into several black holes. A huge suction force was born from the black holes. Not only did the light of Bai Min and the rest disappear into the black holes, even the water pillars that were drawn by the others also fell into them. Even huge waves were raised on the Kwai He Sea and these huge waves were sucked in by the black holes. What Dharma artifact is this? Ko Qinglian was slightly shocked and quickly scanned with her divine perception. Humph, what kind of itinerant cultivators can this be? Bai Min snorted and clenched his fist. He activated his Dharma power and said angrily, "Which sect wants to go against the overseas islands? I want to see how powerful your Dharma artifacts are." As Bai Min activated his Dharma power, waves of monstrous waves flew up from the sea that was no longer calm and smashed towards the itinerant cultivators. That's right, I also want to see how powerful this Dharma artifact is in the hands of a few Foundation establishment initial stage brats. Ding Xuan also cursed and actually gave up on the Dharma incantation that he was good at. Like Bai Min, he activated the waves and poured them towards the few black holes. Alright, I also want to see. Ko Qinglian also laughed. They were all overseas cultivators. It was normal that they didn't know other Dharma spells, but who didn't know the art of controlling water? Who would be worse than who? Instantly, more than 10 water dragons were born on the surface of the water and entered the black holes. It had to be said that the strategy of the cultivators from the outer sea islands was truly impressive. In the blink of an eye, just as the other cultivators shot out a wave of yellow talismans, there was a loud rumble. The top of the head of a Foundation establishment cultivator on the left trembled. The cultivator's face turned red and he spat out a mouthful of blood. His entire body was dispirited as he fell into the sea like a leaf and was instantly submerged by the turbulent waves. Above the Foundation establishment cultivator, a black and white light flashed and ripples formed in the air. A stream of water gushed out like a waterfall. At the same time, the faces of the other Foundation establishment cultivators changed slightly. Useless thing. A light reprimand sounded. In the space about 10 feet away from the crowd, a burst of light flashed and the figure of a Middle Foundation establishment cultivator gradually appeared. This cultivator had already appeared and immediately formed a strange Dharma seal with his hands. A hazy light flashed and pounced on the water. With a crunching sound, the falling water actually froze. Following the surge of black and white light, the ice was once again submerged into the black holes. Who is fellow Taoist? Seeing this, Ding Xuan's face was slightly startled. He cupped his hands and asked, "Could it be that you're with these rogue cultivators?" Ding Xuan emphasized the word rogue cultivator. Unfortunately, the cultivator didn't pay attention to him and only urged his Dharma Chi to maintain the black holes. At this time, how could Ding Xuan and the others not know that there was a powerful cultivator among them? There was no need for others to say anything. Bai Min waved his hand and the big axe swung out again. This time there was no afterimage. The huge axe split the water and directly attacked the waist of the cultivator. With such a fierce momentum, no one doubted that as long as the axe struck, not to mention the light protecting the body, even if there was some kind of spiritual armor protecting the body, this cultivator would be seriously injured. The eyes of the cultivators from the various islands were all fixed on the axe, trying to see if the cultivator was going to dodge or maintain his transcendent treasure. Suddenly from the side, a thin flying sword, like a nimble flying snake, silently pierced towards Bai Min in the midst of the already tumbling waves. Damn it! Where did this shameless person come from? That flying sword was very vicious. Bai Min didn't dare to put his life in the hands of Ding Xuan and the others. He had no choice but to turn the axe around and forcefully chop down. That flying sword wasn't afraid of Bai Min's great strength. It raised its head and was about to stab Bai Min's wrist. Dang! Bai Min's shadow slightly slanted and struck the flying sword. The flying sword was slightly knocked away, but Bai Min's axe had already turned around. As Bai Min's eyes stared at a place in the space in front of him, he activated his magic power and the axe brought up a wave that soared into the sky. Each drop of water contained a very strong force and struck towards that place in the void. Hee. With a light laugh, the invisibility talismans of the Mid-Foundation establishment cultivators who weren't tall were also destroyed by Bai Min's attack. As the cultivators made hand seals, their flying swords flew back to save themselves and turned into rainbows to chop at the big axe. There's something wrong. At this time, a second Mid-Foundation establishment cultivator appeared. Ko Qinglian and the others felt different from before and increasingly felt that things were not good. At this time, other than the Foundation establishment cultivators fighting each other, the aura refinement disciples were trading yellow talismans back and forth. Many disciples had already died. On the surface of the sea, dark clouds suddenly rose. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth was disturbed and chaotic, and the waves surged. The cultivators naturally didn't care. They were all flying in the air. The two ships had long stopped and even dropped their anchors. Everyone's faces were pale and they were trembling. They looked up at the people fighting not far away. The entire ship was rocking in the waves. The ship, which originally looked quite big, was now almost like a toy. Looking at the women and children on the beach, everyone had a miserable expression on their faces. Many people were paralyzed on the ground and sobbing silently. The fishermen were admittedly innocent, but when the city gate caught fire, the fish in the moat would also suffer. They just happened to be passing by this place, so how could they escape? Xue Xue had seen it long ago, but she was an aura refinement cultivator and simply couldn't intervene. As for Xiaohua, he was currently comprehending karma. His hand was constantly grabbing sand and then pouring it down in torrents over and over again, repeating over and over again. Xue Xue's face gradually became anxious. Because at this time, 5 Mid-Foundation establishment cultivators had already appeared one after another. They held the 5 black hole-like magic tools in their hands and blocked in front of Xiang Wenqing and the others. Fellow Taoists, why is this? Xiang Wenqing's eyes turned rapidly. He cupped his hands and said, "Could it be that there's a misunderstanding? Haha, we Xian Le sect disciples only came to this coastal area to travel, but you're chasing us so relentlessly. Didn't you always want to know why we came? I'll tell you right now." The cultivator in front raised his head and laughed loudly. Xian Le sect disciples? Xiang Wenqing frowned and immediately exchanged glances with Ko Qinglian and the others. Everyone was puzzled. How could Xian Le sect disciples see these small fish and shrimps? Wherever the light passed, the ice shards in the air formed along with the light and attacked the four of them like four slender flying swords. Pung! The ice shards didn't have any resistance against the four people's magic tools and shattered upon contact. However, the shattered ice shards flew in all directions. The spiritual chi of heaven and earth around the magic tools turned into ice shards. In a short period of time, the four people's water-type magic tools began to freeze. This is bad. Bai Min secretly panicked. He already felt that the magic power inside the magic tools had condensed and couldn't be controlled freely. He knew that in a short moment the magic tools would lose control. What should we do? Bai Min hurriedly spread out his divine sense and looked around. However, at this moment, the dozens of chi refinement disciples from the four islands who had escaped into the water were unable to fly out of the ice. It was obvious that they were all sealed under the sea. The seawater under their feet had already completely frozen into ice. The dark green ice was as clear as crystal and was extremely beautiful. However, this was far from the end. What was even more frightening was still around them. Within a radius of several hundred meters, strands of blue brilliance flashed, and streaks of white ice formed, gradually condensing in mid-air. A kind of power that could confine the surroundings was born from the previous 5 black holes. It can't be that everything within a radius of 1,000 feet has been frozen, right? Bai Min came to a realization and still couldn't believe it. Damn it, if we don't leave now, when will we? Bai Min's figure suddenly flew up and flew towards the 2 ships in the distance. At this moment, the 2 ships were still not sealed in the layer of ice. They were only at the edge of the ice seal. Although the 2 ships had already dropped their anchors, how could the waves in the hands of the cultivators be suppressed by the anchors of the mortal ships? One of the ships was already in imminent danger. Now, with the help of the cultivator's divine sense, the frozen layer of ice raised another wave. This wave was even higher and bigger than the previous one. With just a wave, the ship was overturned and collapsed like a small wooden boat. The entire ship immediately fell apart, and the dozens of fishermen on the ship inevitably fell into the water. A series of miserable cries could be heard. If it were any other time, the fishermen wouldn't be too shocked even if they fell into the water. However, at this moment the seawater was about to freeze. The coldness of the seawater was far beyond their imagination. The moment they fell into the water, their limbs stiffened and they couldn't move. Many of the fishermen began to sink into the water. Of course, although the fishermen on the other ships were so cold that their teeth were chattering, they didn't dare to be negligent. They threw out wooden logs and other objects, trying to save the fishermen who had fallen into the water. Seeing Bai Min escape, the other 3 didn't think too much. They flew in 4 different directions trying to escape this calamity. Out of the 5 cultivators, 4 of them opened their eyes. With a wave of their sleeves, they each stretched out their index fingers and pointed at the black holes in front of them. With a series of cracking sounds, a layer of pure white ice rapidly formed several feet in front of Bai Min and the other 3, blocking their flight path. Fight! Other than Bai Min, Ko Qinglian and the others all threw out the magic tools in their hands. All the magic power in their bodies surged into the magic tools. They knew that if they didn't do their best now, they wouldn't have another chance in the future. Pung pung pung. 3 loud sounds rang out. The magic tools hit the layer of ice and broke it. However, when the 3 figures flew into the layer of ice and were about to escape, the layer of ice condensed again. It was extremely easy to freeze the 3 people and their magic tools in the layer of ice. Looking at Bai Min again, he suddenly put his magic tool into his storage bag. He suddenly slapped his forehead and a yellow flame appeared. From his mouth he actually spat out a fist-sized fire bead. That fire bead emitted a blazing flame and rushed into the layer of ice. Bai Min's magic power wasn't weaker than the 5 strange cultivators. However, he fell into their trap and his magic tool was restrained. Now that he took out a fire-type magic tool, it naturally broke the layer of ice in an instant. His figure also broke out of the layer of ice. Right now it wasn't just a layer of ice anymore. It should be an exquisite ice palace. Seeing Bai Min escape, the 5 cultivators weren't surprised at all. There was even a hint of laughter in their eyes. However, one of the cultivators on the left sneered and stood up. He slapped his hand and a bottle-shaped magic treasure flew out. A misty watery light came out of the bottle and attacked Bai Min. Bai Min was as anxious as a stray dog. He didn't look back and grabbed with his hand. The fire bead flew out and a raging flame met the attack. With a sizzling sound, the raging flame and the watery light collided. They were both sent flying. That raging flame just happened to hit the last ship. Immediately, a large hole appeared on the ship. Moreover, it began to burn. How could Bai Min and the others care about the life and death of these fishermen? The two of them waved their hands, formed hand seals and began to fight again. Husband, husband. Xue Xue saw clearly from afar. As early as when the first ship was destroyed, she called out to Xiao Hua in a low voice. She even used her hand to push Xiao Hua. However, Xiao Hua turned a deaf ear to her. Xue Xue even pushed the void just like before. What should we do? Seeing the second ship being hit again, the women and children on the shore were crying. Even a few elderly women wanted to rush into the sea to save them. Xue Xue was abnormally anxious. When Xue Xue's gaze fell on Xiao Hua's hand, her eyes unconsciously lit up. Xue Xue immediately reached out without hesitation and completely caught the sand that Xiao Hua poured down. And? Xue Xue's move was indeed useful. The seemingly motionless Xiao Hua snorted. That sound was like the sound of nature that shook the entire world. Immediately Xiao Hua opened his eyes and looked at Xue Xue. Ah? Xue Xue naturally also looked at Xiao Hua. However, when she saw Xiao Hua's silver eyes, a faintly discernible hand, and a river that was as bright as the stars in his fingers, she let out a low cry. It was as if her entire gaze and person were sucked into that river. In just an instant, Xiao Hua's eyes rolled, revealing human emotions. His bright black eyes returned to their original state. Xue Xue. Xiao Hua returned to normal. Looking at the deathly pale Xue Xue, he asked curiously, "What's wrong?" Xue Xue was grief-stricken. Her eyes were extremely sad. However, within that sadness, there was also a trace of relief and even a trace of pride. Hearing Xiao Hua's call, she reluctantly squeezed out a smile. Pointing at the sea, she said, "Husband, there are people fighting there. 2 ships belonging to the secular world were destroyed. There are probably dozens of lives at stake. This concubine knows that husband is compassionate and would rather delay his cultivation to save them, so..." Okay, Xiao Hua's divine sense swept over and he immediately knew what Xue Xue was talking about. He immediately said, "This husband will go there right away." "And husband?" Xue Xue clenched her teeth and said, "Husband, can you give that pink jade slip to this concubine first? If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Qidian.com to vote for it." That you're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.